Yes, good morning. Hopefully that is better. Please, fingers crossed that is back to normal. It's yes, Savarade. Yeah, hopefully that's better. I have no idea. It looks like I accidentally clicked on the horizontal and vertical button, thinking it wouldn't do anything. And for some reason oh God, absolutely horrible. Did not enjoy that in any way, shape, or form. Hopefully, I look better for all of you now. Some of you might say I never look good, but hey, it is what it is. Big up to each and every one of you. First and foremost, big up to George, who very generous did send me a coffee. So he bought me a coffee and said, "Nice to see you back, mate. Losing my mind with this Frank Out stuff." Yeah, I just thought that, no, haircut. I'm actually getting my haircut tomorrow, but yeah, it looks minging today. Yeah, I washed it and then just put a hat on. Just wanting to do a little bit less. It's felt to me that it's all a bit too much. It's all a bit too much at the moment. And do you know what? I've watched certain shows and just thought to myself, when are they going to talk about football? When is this going to stop being about cooking each other? When is this going to stop being about point scoring? And when are we actually going to talk football? And for me, and this isn't Spurs YouTube, by the way, this is most of football YouTube. There's very few shows now where I think, right, where can I actually get my football fix from? Where people are just analysing, and it doesn't need to be about Frank Out or Frank In. And it doesn't, it doesn't need to be about Levy. And there's very few shows where I can actually tune in and go, yeah, this is a really good football conversation. Very few shows where I get that. The digging at each other is absolutely mental. Like it's absolutely crazy. I've just got a little bit bored of it all. Like I go onto a show and you hear, yeah, you're Tottenham shit. People go, gutted, you're Tottenham shit. And you're like, sure, okay. But I thought we were going to talk about, the game. People don't want to talk about the game. They just want to talk about cooking. And then they send out a million different videos from the show of them. So-and-so gets cooked. Like, so literally this is now just all about belittling each other. Okay, cool. We're just going to belittle each other. And I'll be honest, I've been on shows where I have said to the host, sorry, could you not make a video about me like that? Because it just looks silly. And then what happens? Right? I'll tell you what happens. These people, these content creators, do their show, watch people round fight. I've been guilty of this, by the way. I've been guilty of this. And then they make a video. And whether it's, forget if it's me, I'm not really on these shows anymore. So-and-so gets cooked. And then all the comments throughout that video are just, yeah, he's an idiot. He's a dickhead. I can't believe him. I hate him. He's an idiot. He should quit. Yeah. And you're looking at it going, like, this is mad. Like, it's absolutely mad. It's meant to be football chat. None of the comments in the chat are actually about football. And it's just digging people out. And I don't really want to be a part of that. And I've said that. And if I have been in the past, then I'm embarrassed that I have been in the past. So I said, I want to do less, and I want to make it football content. I want to talk about football. I don't want to talk about, gutty, did you see what so-and-so said? I don't care what so-and-so said. I don't care. Each to their own. I don't care. How you doing, Benji? Morning, my man.
Hello, mate. Do I sound okay on this?
I mean, you sound normal. Depends if you think you sound okay normally.
No, it's just I'm using my phone mic, so it may not be great quality, pal. Is it okay? Is it good enough?
Yeah, mate. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, listen, I'll be honest. I didn't really start this show this morning with anything in mind, Benji, because it's international break. There wasn't really a lot of football to discuss. So I thought I'd just come on and, get a show going if people need something to watch. But I don't know. Just saying, I just feel like I've got to that stage on YouTube now where it's like, I'm just a little bit like, do you know what I mean? I used to love it. I used to love it. And now I'm a little bit like, I'm not sure I love it. You know what I mean?
What would you say the main problem is? What's getting you down, Sav? Let's have a little therapy session, mate.
No. See, this is the thing. I'm not down. This is the thing. People associated with down and moaning, whatever. I'm not down. I've just watched it over as I've done less the last month. I've just watched it and I'm looking around and when I put a show on, I think, right, how long until somebody just cusses somebody else? Right? How long until this football conversation turns into madness? And it's just constant. Like,
It's a drama-fueled cesspool, mate. Yeah.
It is. Like, you can't do what, like, if I do a watch along, right? It doesn't matter whether we win, lose, or draw. It is now just a pool of no one's happy at anything. If you win, yeah, but we were lucky. All right, cool. I don't mind winning lucky. If we lose, manager's got to go. And if you draw, shit. It's kind of like, I don't know. It just feels like there's never any positivity in this space now. It just feels that way to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult because for me, the way I look at it is, I think it's just a patience thing. I think as Spurs fans in particular, we've had such dross for so long. The hardest thing to ask for right now is patience. And I listen, when it comes to Frank, I totally agree with you. The guy needs time. You know, people are going to one extreme to another. I have noticed with Spurs fans, they're very much on either side of the fence. It's either, you know, give Frank time, he can't do anything wrong, to, oh my God, get him out. Which, again, I think both are a little bit extreme, if I'm honest with you. But, yeah, do you know what I mean? I think the hardest thing to do right now is to ask fans for patience, considering what we've been through for the last, how long ago was it since Poch was here? 6 years, 7 years?
Yeah, but I hear you, Benji. But the problem is whether fans want to be told to be patient or not. The harsh reality is it doesn't happen overnight. The harsh reality is, as good as everyone wants to be, we're not that club. We haven't got the players to be that club at the moment, and we've had many, many years of not doing things properly. And unfortunately, it's like, this isn't just football, Benji, right? If you run a company and a company has ignored most different areas in the business for years and years and years, at some point, somebody needs to come in that goes, hang on, we've got to start again. We've got to start again. Now, that means that company goes through a period of, this department isn't happy, that department isn't happy, that's not working, but no one in football wants to allow for tweaking, for adjustments, for trialing things. Everyone's just like, oh my God, the football's not brilliant. Benji, I didn't think the football would be, mate. You know, I was someone who was, as you know, I was disappointed with the window. Whilst others were waxing lyrical, I was disappointed with the window. I thought that we did the absolute bare minimum, but passed it off as what a great window. And because of that, I thought that what we're seeing now, that I said in the summer, this is what we're going to see. We're going to see a lot of unhappy fans who don't want to wait for a process to unfold. And that's what we're seeing. And we're seeing a lot of that.
Yeah, I think with a transfer window in general, and I hear you completely, mate, I do, but I think what masked the situation quite well, if you think about it, is because as Spurs fans, we're not used to having, let's just say, 4 players that you can bring in straight into the first team. I feel like that was what masked it being an actual poor window. And you were right all along. You know, we needed that number 8. We needed that left winger. And we never got them. And we are truly suffering for it now. But you know what? As for the way we're playing, if I'm honest with you, Sav, you can't tell me when Frank first came in, you didn't have that little glimmer of hope of, oh, please hit the ground running and maintain it. I think as a fan, that's what I was hoping for.
Yeah, but again, what does that mean? When we're saying hit the ground running, what does that mean? Because if you actually look at the results, Spurs aren't actually terrible with the results. So if we're talking about, thank you. If we're talking about, is there sugar in there? Lovely, thank you. Oh, got a mug in, just a vanity mug. It says, hey,
Sugar, Sav. We're too old for sugar, mate. You've got to be careful, mate.
Oh no, mate! I can't drink tea without sugar. I think it tastes of nothing. Look, I think the difficulty is when we're talking about hitting the ground running. I guess it's what does that mean? Like, lots of people will tell you if you actually look at what Frank did at Bromby and Brentford, he took time to get going. Many people said this in the summer. He takes time. He goes in. He analyzes. It takes him time to get everything to how he wants, right? But fans don't want to wait for that. And as I said in the summer, you're going to have to wait for that. And listen, I don't want to do the whole "I told you so" thing, not to you, to anybody. But as I said, you can't have years and years of poor planning, poor transfer windows, and poor and regression. And then we think that over one summer, Frank's going to go, there you go, we're amazing to play. Now, yes, on the face of it, we brought in 4 first-team players. Only 2 of them Prem proven, right? Now, Colin Mawani, we signed, not ready, like hadn't had a summer, and now he's been injured all the time since, right? Xavi Simons needs time to settle in, and this is what happens when you bring the players in after the season has started and they don't have a pre-season. This was another thing I was saying in the summer, Benji. If you wait till the last week of the window, these players come in, they've had no time to get to know their teammates, to settle into a system. So for me, I don't think we had a great window. I think we had a decent window. I think we did the bare minimum. I think we kicked the can down the road by loaning 2 of them instead of actually buying what we needed. And with all that in mind, I don't want to say we're 5th because the league is so tight. Like, you win one, you could be bottom half. You lose one, you could be bottom half. Win one, you could be top 2. So, but it's the patience. It's the fact that if we beat Arsenal, right, we could be 2nd in the league and, oh my God, it's brilliant. We lose, we could be 11th and, oh my God, we're 11th. It's too dramatic for me, Benji, one way or the other. It's just, I've become drained with it. Honestly, I'm not a young man anymore, and I've become drained and disillusioned with it's almost like fake hate now for drama, for clickbait, for me. Only my opinion.
So I'll tell you what, based off your expectations, because I think a lot of Spurs fans, their heads were in the cloud, and I won't lie, I'm one of them. Based off your expectations, how do you feel we're actually doing?
I feel like we're doing as I thought we'd be doing. I think we're very much in a transition. We're going from a team. We're going from a team that had no structure, right? That had no solidity, that had no style of play other than gung ho, that had no defensive that had no defensive shape drilled into it. And we're trying to go from that to that, being defensively drilled with good foundations. But the problem is, when you build a house, someone said it here, that's brilliant. The very next comment I looked at, right? When you do that, when you build something new, you put foundations in place, right? You put the foundations in place. Be hard to beat. Be organized. Work hard for each other, right? And Frank's mentioned this a number of times. But all people want to go, look, when we play forward, look at by design, he's going not to lose. Yeah, that's a good strategy. Don't lose. Don't lose. Be hard to beat. Put confidence into your players.
Is it arrogant from the Spurs fans to say, should you really be doing that as Tottenham Hotspurs?
Yes.
So is that just arrogance, do you think?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
I think it's difficult, right? Like, have a look, Benji, right? Let's, a hypothetical game. If somebody picked up let's say Mikel Arteta is sacked this morning, right? If Mikel Arteta was sacked this morning, right? Whoever comes into that Arsenal job has got a wonderful job to take on, right? They've got a bloody good squad that's been built very well over the last 3-4 years, 5 years, right? It's got a top-class defense, brilliant midfielders, loads of good attackers, depth, right? If you pick that up, the new manager would have to go, right, hit the ground running. Look at that squad. You hit the ground running. You don't need anything. I'm not saying they won't buy their own players over time, but you don't need anything. It's all there, right? Spurs haven't had that for years. Spurs haven't had a manager that's been able to walk into a club that's settled. Our managers, and this I agree with I saw Stell say this the other night. I mean, Stell don't agree on everything, but I agreed with him on this, that none of our managers that come in ever come into something settled. They never come into something settled. So you look at Slot. Slot went into Liverpool into a really settled squad that had been built over a number of years. Now, yes, it needed to be tweaked and changed, but Slot goes into a settled squad and it's go on, hit the ground running, right? So that's Slot at Liverpool. If someone took over Arsenal right now, you'd go hit the ground running. You've got a great squad. There's harmony. Great transfer windows have happened. Someone takes over Man City right now. They haven't got the excuse of needing time to sort out players. They've got a great squad. If you take over Tottenham Hotspur in 17th and after 22 defeats, you're taking over a bit of a mess. You're taking over a mess. Now, whether people want to see the free-flowing football or not, Benji, when did Spurs last play free-flowing football?
Yeah, Pochettino.
And who's left in the squad right now? Name me one player in this squad left from Pochettino's era. There's one. There's only one.
Ben Davies?
Ben Davies. Right. So we've got, in my mind, and welcome, Nick. In my mind, we've got a fan base that want what we had under Poch. Don't get me wrong, right? I want what we had under Poch. We were excellent to watch under Poch. We were a great team to watch. I thought we were going to win every game under Poch, right? But Poch didn't create that in 3 months, did he? Poch rocked up to the club. Do you remember Poch was nearly sacked? If everyone remembers, Poch
Harry Kane free kick. Harry Kane free kick that saved him.
Harry Kane comes on for Adebayor because Adebayor and Soldado weren't performing. Puts a free kick in, a deflected free kick, if I'm not wrong, against Villa. And suddenly, I think it was Villa, and suddenly the tide changed and Spurs got better and better and better and better. Right now, we're in an era where we've had 3 months of this manager and people are going, can't believe he hasn't sorted out the defence, the midfield and the attack all in 3 months. Can't believe we're not top. We should have 25 points. We should be where Arsenal are. I'll bring in Nick. I mean, welcome, Nick. I mean, I look at those around us, Nick. I look at Liverpool, obviously your team. I look at Arsenal. Yeah, I know. I look at Arsenal. I look at City. I look at Chelsea. I feel like Spurs are a million miles away when I look at our squad and I look at their squads. As an outsider, i.e. a non-Spurs fan, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, shout out, fellas. Thank you for having me on here. Shout out to everyone as well. Yeah, international break, eh? Bloody hell. Third one already this season, man. Does my head in. Yeah, the squad, when you look at it from the outside, like, obviously we've got our own issues. Every club has their own issues, even though they may be first or whatever it is. Still, the Tottenham setup, like, I don't know too much about the team, but like when I see the defense, I think it's not that bad. Your midfield might have a couple of issues in there, and your forward line at the moment is probably where the real crux of the issues are. But again, if Maddison or Kulusevski were there, would it be different? You'd have a creative player there, but still, do you have the forwards to help them along and score goals they create? For you guys, is it just your chance creation that's lacking you, or is it your finishing end product as well?
I think it's a mixture of everything.
I think it's overall fluidity, isn't it? Really? Yeah.
I think that's a good word. Yeah. I mean, Nick, you've hit the nail on the head in terms of the forward line. I'll be honest, Nick. I don't think our midfield group is very good either. Like if I look at what Liverpool have got in midfield and Chelsea and Arsenal and City, those players they're up there, mate. They're up there. I'm not saying they're all world class, but I look at Ryan Gravenberch. By the way, a great example in why you have patience with players, right? Because Gravenberch in the first year, I remember people going, "Oh my God, this guy's crap. No wonder Bayern sold him." Next year, people are going, "God, is this guy the best midfielder in the country?" So you know, I don't think we've got that, Nick. I look at Sarr, Bergvall, Bentancur, Basuma. Great. I don't see that we're on level with Caicedo and Fernandes and Lavia. I don't see that Cole Palmer. I don't see that we're level with Gravenberch, McAllister, Soboslai. I don't see that we're level with Tajani Reinders, Rodri, Gonzalez. I mean, you name it. And Arsenal, what? Zubamendi, Rice, Mikel Merino, Norgard. I mean, they've just got groups of... I just don't think we've got it, Nick. I don't think we've got it.
I mean, seeing it against the United game as well, like I sort of watched it, I was out gigging, and every time there's a game on, if it's good timing, it was 11:30 p.m. for me, so I still had a half hour to go, so I set the phone up, watched the game, and I'm like, bruh, like Tottenham actually on something, there's a bit of press there, and then it sort of like died out. So I don't know if that's a derivative from what Thomas Frank is telling you guys, or is it just a case of we don't have the personnel, try something for 10-15 minutes, then hang back. Obviously, you hung back. Well, I wouldn't say hung back, but obviously you got stung by that one goal from Mbeumo, and then it was pretty much nothing until, like, you know, the end of the game type of thing. So I don't know for you guys, if it's one, a creative issue, that means you don't have enough players in the middle of the pitch to get the work done for you. Defensively, you've got Paulinho in there. I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe SARS had a bit of a resurgence as of late. I know some people say you need him, some people say you don't. On the wingers, you've got Odebear, you've also got Johnson. Again, two players conflicting, similar like us, what we've got with Gakpo and a couple of others as well. And on the other side, if Kudus isn't there, like, who's really running your right wing? I know Kulusevski would play on the right last season, and with Maddison in the middle, with no Maddison, no Kule as well, you're sort of like stuck. So you're trying to make something happen in the meantime, and it's not. So for your guys' sake, hopefully this is just like a bandage over it, and then once some players come back, or maybe in January, you know, Thomas Frank says, yeah, I need a couple of extra players.Maybe you do bring in some players and you fill some gaps, and then maybe it starts to go from there. Because, I mean, what's his name? Colin Mawani came in injured, as I heard you say. He had a few goals last season, come in. Matthias Tell scoring the other day against United as well. So, I mean, these are players that still need to come in and adapt, and it's like how you said earlier, like I call it like fast food football. Everyone wants something here and now and instantly, and if you haven't got it, you want to have it straight away. If you've had it, you want it to remain there. That's similar like what's happening with like Liverpool fan base at the moment, or with Man City, or with Arsenal, or any fan base of the kind. I want it now, and it must happen. If it doesn't happen, then I'll go somewhere else. Who's going to deliver that for me? And it's in football, in sports, it's not a reality, unfortunately.
The problem is, Nick, with this now culture. Like, for example, I think everyone now is doing this. The two managers that people talk about at Spurs, when, I didn't want Frank, I wanted Glasner or I wanted Iriola. And Nick, I always say this, right? Two fantastic managers. I'm not going to put them down in any way, shape, or form. Really good managers. But if people actually take a look back at what happened when those two managers took over their clubs, what they want, Nick, is they want the version of that manager they're seeing now that have been embedded in their club for years, right? Not the version of the manager that took over and had to embed. Do you know what I mean? Right? They want want the finished article. So, for example, when Iriola rocked up at Bournemouth, Iriola didn't win a game. I think it was like 10 or 11 of his first 10 or 11 games. He didn't win, and I sit there and I think to myself, I'm not going to say that would happen at Spurs, but can you imagine, Nick? Imagine Iriola, right? Picks up Spurs, and for 10 league games he doesn't win. Our fan base are shitting the bed after the first 3 games, going, get him out, he's shit, right? Because he needed time to get across to the Bournemouth players and to bring in players and go, this is my philosophy. This is my belief. Yes, it won't look good for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. Glasner. Everyone's going on about, Frank, don't try this and Frank, don't try that. I love Glasner, but let's be brutally honest. Has anyone ever seen Glasner do anything other than the 3 at the back formation?
Yeah, it's like they only have that one way of football play, and that's we want that. But can your players do that? Do you have it within the squad to play that way? And if you don't, are you willing to give him time to get to that stage? Right. Like with Amorim at United as well.
The thing is, Nick, my point is this. Listen, I actually think we have got the players when fit to play 3 at the back. But the problem is, if Glasner came in and didn't hit the ground running, people would start going, well, this isn't working. Why isn't he adapting? And this is the thing. The Monday morning quarterback opinion is great it's great, but everything we're asking for from other clubs, it took time. You look at Arteta at Arsenal. I mean, guys, this is the obvious one, right? Arteta at Arsenal, everyone going, now look at them, best team in the country. And I hate saying that. They are the best team in the country, right? He's been there 6 years. He had a horrendous first 2 years. You look at Glasner at Palace. This wasn't what this Palace set up. By the way, we're above them, but this Palace setup wasn't what Glasner inherited. Bournemouth, right? Bournemouth are a good team. They concede loads and loads of goals. If Spurs conceded loads and loads of goals under Frank, we'd all be going mad, right? Unai Emery. It's taken Unai Emery years to get Villa to a place where they are considered a very good, stable team that should be fighting for Europe, right? You could go further than that. You could go further than that with all these Pep Guardiola in year one. Man City fans going,
oh yeah,
what is this football? He can't do this in the Premier League. He's got to be sacked. But we're sitting here, 11 Premier League games in. We lost 3 of them, which is not bad for a Spurs team. And, but we're boring. Don't like it. Let's get rid of him. I'm just baffled, guys. It's 2025.
Sav, do you know what? I'm going to play a bit of devil's advocate here. Do you think that urge, that need from the Spurs fans to have managers come in, hit the ground running, perform, have the team perform, admirably in games? Do you think that stems from perhaps the top? Because the thing is, when it comes to Tottenham, there's one thing we're known for, and it's not sticking by managers. So for the most part, what was our average manager stay? Isn't it like 16 months over the last few managers that have been here?
Well, the Premier League.
I suppose all I'm trying to get at is, yeah.
The Premier League average now is 2 years. It's 2 years. The Premier League average is 2 years. And you've got to bear in mind that that's over the last decade. Now, that's going to be bumped up seriously by the fact that Klopp, Pep, right? That's going to be bumped up by the fact that those 2 managers stayed for Pep's been there, 8-9 years. Klopp's been at was at Liverpool for 8 years, 9 years, whatever he was at Liverpool for. I'm sure there's probably a few others that have been at their club. Eddie Howe's been at Newcastle now for 4 years. So yeah, the average tenure is 2 years, Benji. 2 years is the average Premier League manager tenure.
Jesus.
Morning, guys.
Yeah,
can I come in quickly on that? So I was reading about
Chris.
this.
Hello, Chris. How are you?
Reading about this last night, and I saw some stat that if you actually average the tenure of sacked managers, so you discount the people who have been there for ages, it's about 1.5 years.
Wow.
Jesus.
Yeah. But we're in this era now where fans need to see it immediately. So like the argument, I can see people in the chat right now going, yeah, but the difference is, Sava, is we'd be patient with Iriola because he's like Poch. Yeah, but based on what? Like, how do you know that? We've got to remember as well, Bournemouth play once a week. Right? Bournemouth play once a week. Right? If Iriola had joined, Nick, I'll bring you in. If Iriola had joined Spurs, and by the way, I think Iriola's a fantastic manager. I think he's going to go right away to the top. If Iriola had joined Spurs, he's playing every 3 or 4 days, Nick. He's got the same squad that Thomas Frank's got. He's got limited time on the training pitch. I think we'd be sitting here having the exact same conversation if Iriola was in charge, right? And I think we'd be letting in more goals because Iriola's more expressive. I don't know. It's just my opinion.
Yeah, I hear it. The more games you play as well, you got to remember, the rotation has to come into effect because you're going to wear your players into the ground. And you see it as well, like, why isn't this player playing? Why didn't he play them? They only played 10 minutes 3 days ago. Why can't they start a game, etc.? I'm sure there's reasons behind it and whatnot. But when you're a man, like, I don't know these firsthand, but as football fans, we just speculate with chat. Like, as a manager coming into a team that has to be hitting certain targets, it's not like just stay in the Premier League, finish mid-table somewhere, that's a round of applause for you. You need to be qualifying for Europe, making it through knockout stages, for example, or a cup final or something like that. Having to play every 3 games, when it really comes to, that has to be a factor for a manager to adapt to a situation that they've never adapted to before. Playing once a week is all good and well, but when you have to play 2 games a week, you got to think, okay, there's more work involved. I have to plan for the next game ahead. What is it? What's the context behind it? Yes, you want to win the game, but maybe you can do something else to try and get a victory in that case there. Playing with a squad of 15 to 20 players, or 20 players give or take, every 3 days, it's not the same thing as playing once a week. And if you are going to be conceding goals, that's going to be your main concern. Let's not concede goals. But you want to play attacking football. Well, you play attacking football, that means you're going to be gung-ho. And we saw it ourselves with Liverpool. In Klopp's first seasons, in 15-16 and 16-17, we'd have to... That famous game against Norwich, 5-4 it finished. Lallana in like the 95th minute of injury time or something like that. It was 3-1, 3-3. It's 4-3. It's 4-4. Like, come on, 4-3 games against Man City and things like that. Like, they're fun and exciting, but at some point you want to play the boring football. Ask Man City fans, do they care how they played their football when they were Centurions or when they won the treble? I guarantee you a very small percentage will say, yeah, it was shit football, but 100% of them will say, who cares, we won. And ultimately, you want to be winning games. So then it becomes a question of, do I want entertaining football and something exciting, or do I just want football that's going to get, trophies in the cabinet? So that's where you have to weigh those two things up. We play boring football. Did you win the game? Yes. So what's the problem?
Well, I think that's interesting. I mean, Chris, Benji, I think that's an interesting point, because if all we want is entertaining football, then every manager can set up gung-ho and go out and do what Ange did, right? If that's all we want, then why do we bother judging managers? If all we want is entertaining football, then surely it doesn't matter if we lose every week, right? And this is where I think the heart versus the head. The heart wants, oh my God, blow me away. I want Pochettino, Harry Redknapp style football at Spurs. But the head realizes, for me, that the players aren't capable of that yet. And if we do that, we're going to lose 22 league games like we did under Ange. So what do fans, what do we want at this stage, guys? What is it that the fans want?
Yeah.
Do you know what, actually, so I'll go on, Chris, after you, mate. Go.
I was just going to say, I think there's got to be a balance, right? As you know, Savra, I don't know if anyone else knows, I'm a season ticket holder and I go to, I don't know, third maybe of away games. Last season was the lowest I've ever felt as a Spurs fan. I was hating myself for making the effort to go to games because it was just soul. So I kind of learned as part of last season, because we won something and I went to that and that was brilliant in isolation. I kind of learned a bit about myself last season, that for me, actually, it's not all about winning the trophies, and the journey is really important. I want to enjoy the journey. And then when I open the, I don't know, train door, plane door at the end of the journey, if I'm in a nice destination and we've won something, brilliant. But I'm not that fussed, but there's a limit to that. And the limit to that is, if we're getting battered every week just playing nice football, then I'm not going to actually enjoy that either. So there has to be some sort of balance. And people will moan then and go, oh, you're happy just playing nice football and finishing 4th or 5th. To be honest, I probably am in general as a season. If we pick up an odd trophy here and there, great. But I personally, and this is just me, I don't want to be stinking the place out and winning stuff. I'm not going to massively enjoy it. As a one-off, if it was the league or the Champions League, sure. As an ongoing basis, season after season, not for me. And equally, I don't want to be playing attacking football, allegedly attacking football, and finishing 17th. So there's got to be some sort of balance. But I think Frank is putting the basis in place. I think you've got a choice. You take over what Frank has done. You can go, well, we'll just play like Ange. We'll just throw everybody forward. But I think we're just going to get battered again. So I'd rather he does what he does now. Let's be a little pragmatic. Let's make sure we're not beaten every week. We can build on the nice stuff later on. And I'm totally up for that. And I'm totally patient right now, whilst I would accept I am bored. I think the Premier League this season is one of the most boring leagues. I can't remember a more boring Premier League season. That's not just Tottenham, that's everybody. I do find the games boring. I have patience. I've got patience for it right now.
Before you move on to that, can I just quickly ask, and I'm going to ask the other guys as well, and I just want to make my point clear. I didn't enjoy the football under Ange, by the way. I think that Ange's football is always passed off as entertaining and fun. I thought it was horrific. Right? I didn't think we were good at all. There's a reason we were any football that is designed for you to be ripped open as your lot know, Nick. I mean, how many times did you score? You scored 6 past us in one game, 5 past us in another, and 4 past us in another, right?
4-0. There was 2-0 before that. There was 5-0 before that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So any style of football that does that for me, guys, I don't consider that to be entertaining. And I think people are confusing now being all out gung-ho for actually good football. Good football for me, I consider, as I said, when I watched Spurs under Harry Redknapp, that was good football for me. The way we shifted the ball, the way we were organised, the way we used the wings, and we went centrally, and we had a playmaker. Pochettino was the same. Does that make sense, guys? I don't think it was good for the last 2 years to watch.
You know what? Can I throw my 2 cents in with your question? So for me, I feel like I'm in the middle ground of it all. So I feel like the answer to this is I want to see full application. I want to see effort, and I want to see a bit of bravery. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be, mid-2000s Barcelona style football, but that's what I want to see. A few weeks ago, Sav, you said, I can't believe people are booing Frank, but were once applauding Ange when we lost 4-1 to Chelsea. Do you remember that horror show where we had, I think, 2 players sent off?
What I said was, it was when we were losing 5-1 to Liverpool at home. Our fans were singing Ange's name, but then you lose 1-0 to Chelsea and they're booing Frank. And my mindset, people talk about being entertained and being winners. That's not a winner's mindset, is it? Booing the guy
for sure
that's new and cheering the guy that's got you 5-1. By the way, Liverpool should have been 10-1 up at half time against Tottenham in that game.
No, that's fine. Do you know what, though? I mean, so do you remember that Chelsea game where we played them? We got 2 injuries and 2 red cards, and the fans were cheering. We were getting absolutely slaughtered. My answer for something like that is I feel like Spurs fans, or any fans really, will appreciate the fact that their team are really, really trying to give it their all. And I just feel like with under Frank at the moment, and it's not necessarily his fault, but I just feel like when you watch the games and they are quite dull, I'm personally, and it's just an opinion, I'm personally left with, did the players really give it their maximum effort? Did they really, really, were they brought in to what Frank wants to do? Sometimes I watch the games and I think perhaps not. And
are they good enough? We always talk about application and work rate and attitude. At what point, and I've done loads of videos with this, and sorry if any of you are bored of hearing me, I always talk about the Q word. We can talk as much as we want about application and attitude and work rate and endeavor. At what point does it come down to quality? At what point do we say, the reason the football isn't good is because we've got Bergvals and Sars and Johnsons and Richarlisons, right? At what point?
My only answer to that,
Odebergs and Sars. At what point do we look at that and go?
But you know what, Sav? My only answer to that, mate, is this, and you may hate this answer, but I'm going to say it anyway. These are the same players that we watched nearly beat PSG, that battered Man City. So I feel, again, personal standpoint, I feel like, these players aren't great, and I'm fully with you. The quality is a serious problem. We've got a lot of up-and-comers and a lot of players that just aren't it. However, I do feel like watching them, they are capable of better than what they're currently producing. Now, is that wrong for me to say, or?
But no. But I think I keep seeing these 2 games used as an example, right? Listen, let's be fair. Liverpool, City, Chelsea, Arsenal, all these teams that have had Man United, all these teams that have had periods of domination throughout the Premier League era at different times, right? When they had those periods of domination, they were more often than not playing better than they were playing worse because they had better footballers. Quality footballers have consistency. Quality of footballers can give you a 7, 8, 9 out of 10 every week because they are the quality footballers. When you have average footballers, doesn't mean they can't raise their game every now and then. I mean, you look down the years, a number of times we've beaten Man City, and you're thinking, we've beaten Man City at times when they've been on 15 game winning runs and no one can touch them. Little old Spurs rock up. They can't beat us, right? Look at FA Cup, League Cup games. Why are there shocks? Why are there cup shocks? Because footballers are capable of raising their game for the odd occasion. But why do the teams with the best players win the trophies, right? Because they've got the quality that can do it week in, week out. It's all well and good saying, oh, look how we played against PSG. Actually, look how we played against PSG. PSG basically ran the game, right? And we countered them. If we did that every week, our fans would go mad at Thomas Frank. Let's be brutally honest. All these fans go, oh, look how we played against PSG. By the way, a PSG team that hadn't played for months because they had been in the World Club Cup, right? And we were right at the end of our pre-season. So we had been playing every 3 or 4 days, right? And then the Man City game, yeah, I didn't think we were that good. I mean, we were excellent against Man City, but there was no real attacking flair. Or we hit them a few times, right? We hit them a few times on the counter-attack again. And I think people have made those games something that they're not in their head from an attacking standpoint, Benji. The word you use, I throw this back at anyone who uses this word. I feel like it's a fan word, not a manager word. Be brave. What does that mean? Be brave. Because the number of times on Saturday, right? I mean, Chris, you were there, right? On Saturday, you were there. The number of times I saw the ball go out wide to Brennan Johnson, and you're thinking, be brave and run at your man. And then I'm thinking, well, you just haven't got the quality to do it. The number of times the ball gets to Richarlison, Brennan Johnson, and the ball's given away. The number of times Mwani's got the ball in a dangerous area and gives the ball away. Is that brave or is that quality? What does this mean? What does being brave mean?
Having a go.
For me, bravery is just passing forward and stop going side to side and backwards.
But don't you need
bravery is movement from the front line.
Sure.
No, I don't think you do. I think it's a basic premise to go forward.
Okay, yeah, okay. Basic.
I'm not talking gung ho here, Sav.
No, I know what you're saying, but let's use this basic premise. If my striker is if my forward line is people like Richarlison and Tell and Johnson, right? And I'm a midfielder looking up, I know when that ball goes into them, that ball is coming straight back because they can't hold it up. Brennan Johnson's one of the worst technical footballers I've ever seen. He's got his strengths, but that is not it. Richarlison can't hold up a bag of cement, right? So it's easy to say play forward. How many times was that ball played forward into players this season and it just ends because the forwards aren't good enough? So this notion that just play forward, you've got the players to do it. You've got to have the players to do it.
But it's a skill issue then. It's a skill issue.
I think so. I've said this.
Yeah, it's a skill issue. Yeah, it's like if you can't do like moving forward, but that's the thing. Like there's moving forward and playing forward, and then there's doing the same thing over and over again, thinking you're gonna definition of insanity, as they say. So like I get what you're saying. So, like I think we have it as well. Like at Liverpool with some players, but like with the Spurs thing, I've seen like you run forward and like, do I make the cross? Do I make the pass? Should I look for another option? I don't know. I'll just play it backwards, for example. And you're like, well, that's a wasted opportunity going forward. Could have made a pass. Could have done something. I don't know. Is it always managerial direction, or do players sometimes do their own thing and think, you know what? I know what I'm supposed to do here. I'm not comfortable with it. I don't think I can do it. Someone's going to play it safe. Well, then is it a skill issue on the player, or is it the manager telling him to do something that they can't do or are uncertain of doing?
It has to be players, right? Surely it's got to be players.
I think Frank does set up pragmatically.
Agreed.
The question for me is, would that change if he has better players? And obviously we don't know the answer to that right now.
We do know the answer to that, Chris. Because look how his Brentford team attacked and scored goals when he had the better players going forward. No one. I watched you on the Spurs 5 last night, and everyone's going, "Oh, we don't know," and I'm thinking, well, surely last season his team were the 4th top goal scorers in the league. Maybe I think they were the 4th top goal scorers in the Premier League. Somebody in the chat will tell me I'm wrong. It's 5th or something, but it's right up there, right? Little old Brentford. And why? because when they transitioned, he had Mbuemo, Wissa, Damsgaard, technical footballers that were very, very good.
I don't think the style was massively different to what we do now, right? They were very high crossers, very low, putting the ball through balls. I agree that their execution of that might be better, but I'm not sure that the style was massively different in terms of keeping people back, not having people sort of run past Simmons and stuff like that. So,
but don't you need the players to do? Don't you need the players able to? This is
what I'm saying. At Brentford, it wasn't particularly like that last season. It still was fairly pragmatic. It just looked better because you've got better players to execute.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like there's nothing wrong with that. If that works, that works. And I've said many a time, if Tottenham right now had a front four of Damsgaard, Wissa, and Mbuemo and Sharda, I think we're now sitting on about 5, 6, 7 points more than we're on now because you've got finishers, you've got technical ability. I can't believe that our fan base are looking at the set of forward midfielders we've got, thinking, yeah, we can play this really good football going forward. I don't rate any of them other than Kudus. I don't.
Copenhagen.
Yeah, but it's
Copenhagen. No. Bear with me a second here. I am well aware who Copenhagen are. So please, when that game happened, I said, "Good Lord, they were terrible," and they were. Do you know what? It was weird. So when I watched that game, there was a moment where it felt like the whole team shifted. When Mickey van der Ven ran up the pitch and scored that goal, it was almost like the players were like, "Oh, okay, we can run forward. We can pass forward." And I noticed a shift in mentality after that goal went in. And I started to see what, as a Spurs fan, I want to see. I saw the ball was being held up further up the pitch and forward passes were being looked for. And I can't help but sit there afterwards thinking, I wish we could do that in the Premier League more regularly. But again, it was like a shift in, I know, but it was just like it was a shift in confidence. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I suppose.
Look, listen, I'm not saying for 1 minute, by the way, that Thomas Frank hasn't approached things pragmatically, but I think there's this balance that needs to be struck, right? You're a new manager that goes into a club that have lost 22 league games. Is the first thing you're going to do is open up at the risk of losing loads and loads of goals and loads more games? Because then people are going to turn around and go, imagine, let me set this scenario, right? So Thomas Frank opens up and a team that we've seen that's very fragile and collapses very easily, as we saw last year, we start letting in loads of goals and we're losing more games. The first thing that will be thrown at Frank is, okay, so you haven't fixed the defense, right? Yeah. We're not harder to beat. We're wide open. What have you done, right? I also see people, I'll call it, sorry, if this offends anyone, I'm sorry. I also see fucking stupid people that say things like, who's he coached better? You're like, hang on, he's been at the football club for 11 Premier League games. Were you expecting him to turn Brennan Johnson into Ronaldo? Like, what are you, like, this notion, right? Let him work. Let him work with what he's got. Let him lay the foundations and boo-hoo. Oh, I'm not entertained. It's 11 Premier League games. I've not been entertained by Tottenham for 6 years, right? I've not been entertained. Let's be brutally honest. The last year of Poch's era wasn't good either. I've not been entertained since the 2017-2018 season, right?
There's a small caveat that first half season under Conte was pretty amazing, but generally I agree with you.
But again, depends on what you think, right? I mean, the football wasn't. It was the transition was good under Conte, right? And then I'll ask you this, Chris. You can do that. Imagine, you know, that front three that Conte had when he had Kulu, Son, and Kane. Let me ask you this question: if we were playing this style of football right now under Frank, but had Kane, Son, and Kulu in their prime, what does this team look like now? Yeah. How many more wins are you getting? How many more goals are you scoring from open play? All of a sudden, who's talking about the style of play?
Well, that's completely why I'm chilled with it. I mean, I would say I am the guy sitting there at the moment thinking, well, this is boring. But I'm not the guy then booing, going, oh my God, he should be doing something different, because I agree with what you said. I think you've got to come in. You've got to fix the most egregious error from the Ange days. And that was that we were absolutely wide open and anyone could play against us. So Fix that. And then exactly what you just said. If you look at who we've got in those positions, that is where I couldn't agree with you anymore. What is anyone actually expecting from these players? Which is why I've got no issue. When I watch it, I remember I think I was on with you ages ago after the Wolves game, and people were losing their mind because it was Wolves. And it was a really poor performance. But I remember saying to you after that, this is going to happen like a lot between now and when either players come back or we get some new players in with better quality. This is going to happen regularly. So when it is happening regularly, it's what I expect right now. I don't think he could do. Could he do a bit better? Maybe. But I think what he's doing now is more than acceptable. I think he's putting in the building blocks that will bode well for the future. So I'm totally chilled about it.
Chris,
I think it's mad that what.
Don't you think though, right? That see, everyone always makes these conversations, Ange versus Frank or Frank versus Conte. I'm so fucking bored of this. Can't we just agree that this is about Tottenham Hotspur? It doesn't matter that it's Thomas Frank. This right now could be another manager, whether you wanted that manager or not. This could be Terzic, right? This could be Xavi, not Simmons. This could be Terzic. This could be Glasner, right? Whoever it is has picked up a shit show. Whoever it is needs some time. And we've got to stop doing this whole, oh, but you love Thomas Frank, you can't criticize. Whoever the new manager is needs time. And you can sack Frank now. What's the new manager working with if he comes in right now? That's right. Johnson, Richarlison, Scarlett, Tell, Odegaard, Bergvall, Sarr. These players are not what some of the fans make them out to be.
Yep.
We're doing better than Knicks Liverpool right now in the league. We're doing better. Sorry, Nick. We're doing better than Knicks Liverpool, right? And Liverpool have got
no complaints from me, bro.
Like Isak, Ekatike, Salah, Gakpo, Soboslai, Wirtz. Imagine we had those forward players. That's sorry, Nick. I didn't mean to bring you into this.
Hey, you get no complaints from me, bro. Nothing of what you said there, but like, I'll have to jump off soon. But like I said last week or the week before, like when I see people say, "Oh, this is dire football," like, look, let's be real. The Chelsea game was not great for you guys. Didn't create anything on target. Had a 0.05 xG, whatever it is. Like you step onto the pitch, that was your xG type of thing. But to say get him out when you've gone toe for toe with Chelsea, as you said, the not last season, the season before, I think it was, the high line game. It's like, if as long as I've got players on the pitch, I'll still run a high line type of thing with Ange. And I'm like, brother, what are people smoking where they're applauding this, saying this is fantastic stuff? Like it's dire football in that aspect. Like you're 2 players down, your goal's down as well. Why are you still attacking on a halfway line? But if you say, oh, look, he was brave, you're not going to score goals regardless of who you're playing.
Nick,
you know what I mean?
It. But Nick,
yeah, like
I remember at the time when he did that, Ange, that was the word that people like Benji use it, brave. That Ange was considered brave for playing with 9 men and trying to attack Chelsea. I looked at that at the time and went, this is fucking crazy. Like most managers at that stage go, you got 9 men, right? Make this as difficult as possible for Chelsea. Make this as difficult. And we went, go on, keep going through on our goal. Keep going through on our goal. So brave or irresponsible, Nick?
Can I just pop in there a little bit, real quick, fellas? Can I just pop in there real quick? What I meant by that, I might not have explained myself properly. I apologise. So I'm well aware that Chelsea game was fucking ridiculous. I'm not silly. It was stupid. But what I did applaud was the effort from the players during the game. That's all I admired. It was not the tactics. It wasn't anything that Ange had done. It was just the fact that the players really gave it their all, despite the fact that we were 2 men down. That was what I was impressed with.
But Benji, did they? Because
I believe so, yeah.
But literally, the manager gave them the get out of all jail free cards. That the manager literally said, "Don't worry about defending," didn't he? He literally said, "Don't worry about defending. Just sit on the halfway line and try and catch Chelsea out."
Do you think in that game, because Chelsea missed Nicholas Jackson alone missed about 4 or 5 one-on-ones.
Yeah.
If he'd have put 3 or 4 of them away and we lose 8-1, Are the fans applauding at that point?
Probably not.
Mate, this is the point. But this is the point. What, have you noticed? Our fans seem to applaud that. We applauded it when Nick's Liverpool were 5-1 up at home against us. I know they went on to win the game 6-3. We applaud being wide open and giving it a go. But then when we're harder to beat, it's, oh, I'm not entertained. Come on, do something. Do
that
something.
Liverpool game, by the way, I mean, obviously I'm a season ticket holder. I was at that.
Mm.
They looked like they could score at absolute will. Every single attack.
That was crazy. That's
and
crazy.
It seemed pretty obvious to me that even there comes a point, right, in professional football where you're like, actually, we'll just settle for what we've got. You don't carry on, just go into whoever wins by 8, 9, 10. It's happened about 3 times in Premier League history. I think Liverpool at 5-1 just kind of went, game's done. And we came back a little bit at that point because they're no longer trying to bother, really. They've just given up because they know they've won the game. And then everyone goes, weren't we brilliant at the end? We nearly came back. I'm like, well, there's no point worrying about that when you're 5-1 down, right?
But the thing that made me laugh, Chris, about it was, I believe, if I'm not wrong, we went in 3-1 down at the break. If I'm not wrong, we went in 3-1 down at the break, right? And it should have been 7 or 8, right? They were, Liverpool absolutely tore us apart. Bearing in mind, we did part the Red Sea and go on, Mo Salah, go on, Nunes, whoever was playing that game. But what made me laugh, lads, was you're thinking to yourself, second half, all right, you're 3-1 down. You can see that Liverpool are going to score every attack. Don't come out and play the same way. What did he do? Came out, exactly the same thing. Next thing you know, we're 5-1 down. People are singing his name. And I'm like, that's not management. So would I rather have short-term pain for long-term gain? And it might be a little bit boring and I don't watch Spurs and go, oh my God, this is great. Yeah. All day, every day, chaps. I would rather that all day, every day to try and drill into this team that losing games isn't acceptable. Yeah. Now, along the way, are we going to get talked to football? Yeah. But that's football.
So let me ask you the question then, mate. Do you feel like Thomas Frank is the one to take us forward?
What does that mean? Explain what that means, and then I'll give you the answer.
So, okay, fair enough. So, do you feel like Thomas Frank is a type of manager we should put our faith into, and we should give an ample amount of time to have him bring his style out, into the way we play? Like, do you feel he is a good enough manager to put that level of faith in to stick by him through the shitty times, like Arsenal did with Arteta? Do you feel like he is that guy?
But again, this is why I ask, what's the end? I see all these videos that go, Frank's not the right man. And my first thought is, for what? Frank can't take Spurs to glory. Well, what's glory for Tottenham these days? What is that? In a world of Arsenal, City, Liverpool, Chelsea, what's his aim? Maybe, Benji, he's the guy before the guy before the guy before the guy. Maybe you bring in Frank for 2 years to solidify Tottenham, to bring some stability back to Tottenham, and then someone takes over. And that's where we made a mistake with Poch for me. When it became clear that Poch couldn't get us over the line, and we had that really good team, that's where Tottenham should have been ruthless and gone, right, now we want a Jose. Now we want a Conte. But what's the remit, Benji, to say, is Frank the guy for what and over how many years? What's the remit? There's got to be an end goal.
Yeah. Point taken. Yeah, fair enough. That's a hard one to answer, really.
Let me ask Nick, as a Liverpool fan, what do you look at Spurs and think should be our aim for the next 2-3 years? As a club, what do you see at Tottenham?
Well, you guys are better off now already than you were last season. Let's have it right. Yeah. Like, you guys should be focusing on getting back in. Like, this is me speaking I say objectively. Obviously, my club won the league. Now we're struggling to just stay in the league, for example. But like, you guys from where you were last year in 17th, yes, you won the trophy, which is all good and well, but you guys are better than 17th. I'll be real here. you guys finishing 4th to 6th or something to that would be deemed a much more better season than last season, even though you might not win something, because showing everybody else that you can compete with Arsenal, Liverpool, City, Chelsea, whoever, United, whatever it is, shows that last year was a very, very rare one-off, and you guys are better than what you were last season. So Thomas Frank getting you in there, losing against Chelsea 1-0, even though you got outplayed, it sucks against a local like a London rival. You know what I mean? You don't want to go down in that manner, but shit, 1-0 with no fight, is that better than getting beaten 4-1 by doing stupid football, like not playing against to trying to play? I think Thomas Frank solidifying you guys in a way, Van der Ven, Romero, Udogi, Porro, whoever it's going to be, if it's Matasai, if it's going to be Paulinho, if he signs on again, your forward lines, all that sort of stuff, like shit will take time. It don't happen overnight, man. But again, as I said earlier, it's fast food, instant success. Thomas Frank is it, win me something. It's like, realistically, what could you possibly go on to win? Like Carabao Cup out of that, FA Cup, if you get a decent draw, you might, make a nice run of it. You've only lost 3 games. My club has lost 5 already, and people still think we're going to be expected to challenge an Arsenal or a City who don't look like they're slowing down at any one moment. So you guys are doing better than what we are. And it's always the if word, the 2 words if this happens, if that happens, or if buts and maybes. You know what I mean? If Liverpool click, yeah, we can go on a mad run. It looks unlikely now. If Tottenham go on a bit of a run, they could keep a charge up there. January, something to that. You guys could actually make something happen for yourselves, but sticking in that top half, 4th to 6th for you guys, compared to last season especially, it's progress. Now, people don't want to use that, but it's going to come down to, have you won something? Well, you won something last year. Not everyone can win everything every single year.
Yep.
Need to realize where you were last year and then build from on top of that. Like if you finish 10th, for example, it's not great. I'll be real. It's not from where you guys were last year. It's an improvement, but still not where you guys realistically should be or would expect to be.
I don't agree to some point, in the sense of, I don't think the league table is particularly important for us this season. It's about what are we doing on the pitch and what are we putting in place. Like that's why I'm uncomfortable with using the argument we're 5th in the league right now, because I think we are we are unquestionably, statistically, whether you like it or not, we're outperforming our XG by more than any other side in the Premier League right now, which would suggest that we're perhaps been a bit fortunate. So, and with the games we've got coming up, I fully expect us to slide down the league.
For sure.
If we finish 10th this season, for me, I argue this under Ange, I don't massively care about what's happening in any one individual game. It's about the trajectory, right? So if we are improving and we're a bit unlucky and it hasn't quite gelled, but there are signs that it's coming together and that you've got some optimism that actually going forward, this could improve, I don't really mind what happens this season. I lost faith in Ange at the end of the first season when we finished 5th. Now, on a league table basis, you'd think, well, that's great, but the trajectory was like this. And I thought, well, hold on, if we carry on doing this next season, we are going to be terrible. And we were. So I don't get too focused on that particular league.
The thing is, fans only see one metric, right?
Oh, sure.
Fans will only look at the metric, right? So if Spurs finished 5th this year, everyone go, oh, good season.
Yeah.
Spurs finished 8th, terrible season. But the metric for me is, I want to see not just what is Frank doing. I want to see what are the club doing, right?
Yeah.
Show us in January. Show us in the summer. I want to see, as I said, I think we'll evolve, right? As I keep saying this, I think what we're seeing now is the initial stages of somebody coming into a football club. Now, is it the front-footed football we all want to see because that's what gets fans on side? No. But I think this will evolve. I think once you get, like Nick said, I think once you get Maddison and Kulu back. Look, by the way, I'm not even going to sit here and go, oh my God, Kulu's amazing. But Kulu's somebody that can hold on to a football. Kulu's somebody that when the ball goes out to him, like it did to Johnson every time on Saturday, Kulu's first thing he does isn't going to be losing it. Kulu's first thing won't be, let's just fire it at a fullback and try and win a corner from it. Kulu will hold it up, bring others into play, link up with Xavi Simons. Same with James Maddison. So once you get those players back, once you give this guy who's had one window, by the way, he's had one fucking transfer window, right? Once you give him some time with the footballers. Once we get that, things will start looking a little bit more rosy on the eye. And then maybe, Chris, people can see if this is going to be a long-term thing, yeah, then let it be a long-term thing. But the way the Spurs fans are talking, this isn't, by the way, this isn't just Spurs fans. The way our fans are talking at the moment is, well, he's had 3 months. We've had 3 months. Why isn't this changed? Why isn't that changed? Why aren't we brilliant? And I just don't understand it. I don't know what the drama is.
The key thing for me is
Nick, take care, bro. Thanks, mate.
Boys, thank you much. Appreciate it. Hey, good football conversation. No yelling, no shouting, no popcorn emojis, none of that sort of stuff, right?
No drama. No drama.
Let's go. No drama. Hey, have a good day. I'll catch you on the next one. Peace out. Shout out, everyone. Bye.
If one of my mods would be so kind to put the link for Nick's chat. But yeah, Chris, do you see what I'm saying? It's kind of like everyone talks about, we need a manager to have time. And yet we don't want to give a manager time. So sack Frank. All right, bring in Iriola. What if he's not doing well by January? Are we sacking him as well? Like, what are we doing?
The key thing for me that people I don't think really talk about too much and get distracted by is sustainability. So you can get distracted by how well have we played in a game or what is our alleged style, because I don't think we were particularly attacking in reality under Ange for most of it. But it's a question of, I don't want us to be, trying to pick my wording so people don't jump on me. I was going to say, I don't want us to be successful in short bursts, but I mean, obviously any trophy win is great. And I love that. But I'm more concerned with about consistency of always being in and around that conversation. And if you're good enough on a consistent basis, in theory, you should pick up a few trophies along the way, right? That's the problem for me with Ange was it's just not unfortunate because I was in Bilbao and I loved it, but it's distracting to the sensible conversation when you've won a trophy when you're playing terrible. People seem not able to realize that you can win a trophy whilst playing a completely unsustainable brand of football, which is what we were doing. I mean, we even abandoned that, let's be honest, to win the trophy. We played a stinking low block to win the trophy. But that's the thing. So that's what gives me patience with Frank. I'm not that fussed about the football right now because I think what he's doing is building the basic blocks that underpin even the most successful and entertaining teams, the ones that are regularly successful, are built upon some basic principles. And those basic principles are hard work, being hard to beat, and all that kind of boring stuff, and all the sort of magic fairy dust. That all comes kind of later on with really highly technical quality players. We don't have them. So how can that come now? It doesn't make any sense to me. You've got to build in a logical order, which I think is what he's doing.
Chris, this is why when people are saying they want us to be like we were under Poch, sure, but you've got to have those components.
Which of our players in the whole squad, when they're all fit, gets into that Poch 11?
None. Not one. Not one.
Drop-off is unbelievable. They're not even close, right? They're not even close. It's like
the only one that I would say that would have half a chance would be Mickey van der Ven, but still Vertonghen out of Ireland were
exactly. Oh. You can't do that because Toby and Jan played as a partnership.
Oh, they were
two seasons were the best part of the best defense in Europe. So I take your point. But you're not going to disrupt that, are you? You're not going to go.
Mate, I wouldn't do it. I'm just trying to make the argument. I think the two that would have a case for it, the two that would have a case would be Van der Ven and Paulinho. And Paulinho's a lone player. Mm-hmm. He's not even our player, right? But when Wanyama was on it, Like, do you know what I mean? And this is my point. Everyone wants to constantly go back to the past. That's fine. But look at what that team had. That team had a top goalkeeper at the time in Hugo Lloris, was at the top of his game. Had a superb back four. Right? Right now, you're looking at our back four. I think it's decent. Our fullbacks aren't even fullbacks. Our fullbacks are wingbacks, right? We had a bloody good midfield. Like, that midfield was powerful. No one wanted to play it. Wanyama and Dembele. You had the guile and the skill and the control of Christian Eriksen. the number of assists that man got, his intelligence. You had the hold-up play, the goal scoring, the running of Kane, the passing. You had Son, who was ripping up defenders for fun. And then you had Dele Alli, who was a real hybrid of all of that, right? Like a real nightmare. Where did he play? He floated right, left, central, ghosted into the box, took shots from outside. I look at that, and then I look at what we're at now, and I go, we are miles off it, Chris. We are miles away from that, right? Now, I know that that team needed a deeper squad. When I'm looking now, going, like Romero don't get in above Alderweireld for me. Alderweireld was an absolute top-class, consistent centre-half. Vertonghen, him and Toby, best partnership in Europe for 2 years running, statistically, right?
The Belgian barrier.
Yeah, the Belgian barrier, right? What went past Walker at right back? Nothing went past Cole Walker at right back.
Occasionally, quite
well,
a few
Hazard did.
So bloody fast, he got back and dealt with it, right?
That was going to be my point. And even if it did go past him, he mopped up. Danny Rose, for that 2-3 years, was unplayable, right? That team had everything. Now, I'm looking at it going, we don't have these components. You don't have that, but we don't have a Moussa Dembele. Stick Moussa Dembele in this team. I don't mean at his age now. Stick a fully fit Moussa Dembele from 2016-17 into this midfield alongside Paulinho. You watch how we control games of football. You watch how much we don't give that ball away.
So, do you know what? I mean, maybe it's because I'm in a good mood, but looking at Spurs as a whole, despite the fact I'm not overly happy with the style of football we're playing, I do feel positive about the future. In that Levy's gone, that the owners are talking about investing money. You know, we're hiring someone in Paratici that a lot of us like. I'm not sure your boys' opinions on him, but personally, I'm a massive fan of Paratici in the way he does things.
We'll talk about him in a minute.
And the fact that Xavi,
I'm like that with Paratici.
Sure. But no, fair enough. You know, Xavi, Kudus, Paulinho, who I imagine will stay. I hope he does. You know, will be more settled into the team by next season. I actually feel like I feel quietly confident about the future of Spurs, and I you know, it's nice. See, the thing is, with Tottenham for years and years, especially with Daniel Levy in charge, you always feel like a bit of a dark haze over the club, and I just feel like going forward from this point, I'd like to think things can only get better. Do you boys agree with that, or are you not on that same wavelength?
I think there's the basis of something to build upon, right? I do. I think when you look at Romero and Van der Ven, when you look at Kudus, when you look at Paulinho, Simmons, I think there's some really good things to build upon. But 5 players for me doesn't make a good team. You know, you can have 5 very good players. If the 6 players you're putting around them are average, you're going to struggle. So for me, I think there is something there to look forward to. As I've said, this is going to be, Benji, we're going to need a number of windows. Now, the next 3 windows are going to show to me what are Tottenham. It's all well and good the owners knocking back approaches to buy the football club. Cool. Show us why you knocked that approach back. Show us that when you wheel out Vinay Venkatesham to give us all of the positive reinforcement of what we're going to do as a club, show us in the transfer window that you mean that. Now, I don't think we did in the last window. I don't think they did show that. I thought they talked a great game, but I thought they ballsed it up. So now, in January, more so in the summer, because obviously January's tougher, show us. Start getting out the Johnsons and the Richarlisons, right? Start getting these players out the football club. Start getting rid of the Basumas and the Ben Davises. Start getting rid of these players slowly but surely. And when you bring players in of quality, not more hit and hopes, not more, it'll come good in 3 years. Get those quality players in one by one. Funnily enough, every time you drop a bit of quality into that team, you're going to see the level of the team raise, because good players are good players, right? Doesn't really matter what manager. You and I could probably take over Man City or Arsenal right now, right? And you'd have them fighting for the title because the good players are the good players. As much as you want to give them direction and hone that in, good players are good players, right? You wouldn't need to teach Rodri how to play the DM role, right? So for me, this is why when people are, I'm seeing all this panic and this drama. I don't think there is. Build off the basis. Now, when we're going to worry, Benji, is if we get not so much January, but if we get to the summer and we don't have a window where you bring in 3 or 4 really good footballers that improve the 11, not the squad, the 11, then I think a lot of Spurs fans are going to ask the question and go, well, nothing's changed. We got rid of Levy. Nothing has changed. And for me, nothing's changed. Paulinho, as great as he is, all that did for me was kick the can down the road and save money. Right? If Spurs had anything in them, you go and buy Paulinho. If Spurs have anything in you, you buy that DM. Right?
Yeah.
Mawani, that for me was covering over the injury that Solanke suffered, or they were not going to buy a forward. Right? So go and buy what you need. Go and be ruthless. Go and show, talk about risk on the pitch. Show us the risk. Go and buy a top centre forward. Not all of this, but we've got Solanke and Richard. Sod that. Go and buy the top centre forward and show the others this is the standard. This is the standard we're at now. And if they don't do that,
I think at this point, 100%, I think at this point, they have to, right? Because everything that they've been saying is pointing to the fact that we want more success on the pitch. So should they not sort of come good with what they've said, it will be pandemonium at Spurs. I feel like they absolutely need. Now is the time to show up. It's already too late, in my opinion. You know, this should have happened years ago, as I'm sure you'll agree. But yeah, like you're saying, we need. I mean, look, January. I don't know if you boys are expecting too much. I'm hoping for one solid player in January. I'm hoping for a left winger or maybe that number 8. One of the two would be amazing. But yeah, I'm just what?
Or a striker. I'll be honest. I think we're so short. I think we're short all over the pitch. I think we are painfully short everywhere other than centre half. I think we're really short.
Can I ask you? I wanted to ask, right, because this is a pattern I've seen with Chelsea, and you're seeing it right now with Liverpool. I do think when we're buying, you know, when it comes to the summer, I do think we need to be careful about how many people we bring in, because a team like Chelsea and a team like Liverpool, they seem to get a large influx of good quality players, and it takes them a year or so to start to, do you know what I mean? Sort of like get into the groove of things and gel, which usually leads to poor performances.
But if that's the case, then wait. And this is the thing. This is the thing that Liverpool fans are figuring out right now. When I'll say to you at the beginning of the show, I don't know if Chris agrees with this. When Arne Slot took over, he took over a very settled squad from Jurgen Klopp. He took over a squad that had been together for a while, had really good options up front, good options in midfield, good options at the back, and lots of players in their peak, like top players in their peak. Alisson, Van Dijk, Alexander-Arnold, Salah. Do you know what I mean? Gravenberch. Now what you're seeing is, hang on, Slot's got to build his own team. So some of those players have remained, but now, all right, I've lost some of these players. Slot's got to bring in new players and build his own team. What the Liverpool fans are seeing is that doesn't happen overnight. And this should be an example to Spurs. If Liverpool can't do it overnight, right, bringing in Florian Wirtz, Alexander Isak, Kirkes, Frimpong, and Ekatike, how are we expecting Frank to do it overnight when we're not bringing in footballers of that caliber? So, again, it's a lesson in patience. Go and get in January 2 players. Go and get another 3 in the summer. Slowly but surely, you're integrating these players in, patience, and then you get there.
Bingo.
Chris, am I mad?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I sometimes it works, right? Sometimes you bring players in and they hit the ground running, but I don't think you can assume that. And Liverpool, you're exactly right. Liverpool are the example right now. I think most of us would have thought that those new players would have had more of an impact than they have done. But it's not unreasonable to take some time. I mean, we saw it with Son, didn't we? As the classic example with us over the last.
We've seen it with Xavi.
Years. Yeah. Well, we haven't seen yet that he comes through to the point where he's really contributing regularly, but I think he will personally. So yeah, that's why it's difficult. That's why it's going to take. Even if we had have bought another 4 or 5 players in the summer, doesn't mean that we'd necessarily be smashing it right now. So it absolutely needs patience.
Patience. This is the thing, Chris. The call for patience is mad. And this is the thing. When people are going, oh, you weren't patient with Ange. Well, Ange had 2 years and it was going that way, right? If I'm seeing incremental, I'm not just talking about league position, by the way. If I'm seeing performances over the year change, yeah, the defense changes, the forward line. I'll be honest, guys. Tell me if you boys agree with this. If right now we had Solanke, by the way, I'm not going overboard about Solanke. I think he's okay. If right now you had Solanke fit, Kudus fit, Mwani, Kulusevski, Xavi Simons, and James Maddison, and we were still looking this toothless going forward, I would worry. If we had those players going forward, I would worry. Yeah. Right now, we have not seen this manager once have a best 11 out. Not once have we seen a best 11 or anywhere near a best 11. And yet we're going, oh, he doesn't know his team. Well, I asked this question yesterday. I'm not sure if you guys watched the show. I asked this question the other day and said, what's Spurs' best 11? You know the funny thing, Benji? Right?
Go on.
No one could give the same 11. Right? Why? Because no one knows what it is. Why? Because we don't have a best 11. So we don't know it. None of the true. Every fan's got a different idea of who should be at left back, who should be at right back, who should be centre mid, who should be left wing, who should be up front. The only positions that were rock set were the goalkeeper, the 2 centre halves, right? Paulinho and Kudus. Everybody else had a different playmaker, different forward, different left winger, different right back, left back, different number 8. Why? Why is that?
Can I just challenge one thing you said about, well, not challenge you because I know you're on the same page, but people who say that we weren't patient with Ange, I completely disagree. So the first 10 games, we were great. Everyone's happy with that. We got battered by Chelsea. People applauded, like Benji said, like at the end of the game. Following on from that, I was just looking at our results. We went on to lose to Wolves, to Villa and West Ham in 3 of our next 4 games. At that stage, I'm still patient because what you've seen is 10 games where we were decent. Maybe we're a bit lucky with some of the results, but we were playing reasonable football. Then it begins to stop working. I don't think anyone was on Ange's back at that stage. We were very much at a point of, all right, it's not working anymore. Now what have you got? And when the answer to that was nothing and just more of the same, that's when people started to get impatient, when we started to get smashed at Brighton and we got thrashed at Fulham. And so I don't buy this, that people weren't patient with Ange. I think it's that definition of insanity, isn't it? Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. And well, our results, to be fair, he did get a different result. We went from winning when people didn't know how to deal with it to losing all the time. So, but he didn't react to it. So I think people were patient with Ange for me. But you've got to show as a manager that you're developing something, right? It can't just be. I can't even believe the Ange debates still happen, and there are still people who maintain he's this great manager and he was just really unlucky at Forest. It can't be that
I watched you lot last night, and Conte was being brought up. What has Conte got to like? What has Antonio Conte got to do with anything at this football club right now? I know why it's thrown. People like me didn't want Conte. Can I tell you why I didn't want Conte? Because it always gets misconstrued as to why I didn't want Conte. Right? I hear this all the time. You didn't want Conte. Well, fair enough. I don't like his style of football. That's not the main reason. Conte, one, didn't want to be here. I mean, sorry, can we all say that? He turned us down in the summer. By the way.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So sorry, I should have put myself on mute. Just now everyone knows I've got a carpenter coming around to my house at 2 p.m. he did not want to be here, right? Let's be fair. He turned us down the summer, then joined in November, if I'm not wrong, or late October, and signs an 18-month contract. Now, people are telling me, get behind the manager. The guy signed an 18-month contract. If ever anything told me that this was not right between club and manager, it's that both parties agreed an 18-month deal was good. The third point is, and this is the big one, you don't bring in a manager like Conte when you're not going to back him. Like that's the big thing I said. You don't bring in a manager like Antonio Conte and then you buy in people like Richarlison and you buy in people like, I don't even, Longley, wasn't it? Longley at the back. So for me, this is why I said there's no point. This is why I said you need a Thomas Frank, because these people have experience of building. Whether we like him or not, he's got experience of 7 years at Brentford of taking a club, picking up a bit of a mess, and getting them better year on year on year. Now, whether or not people think that's at Tottenham's level, but this whole Conte thing, Conte was, and this is what I always said, didn't I, Perchy, was a marriage of convenience. At the time, he wasn't in a job, right? Levy needed to appease the fans after the whole Nuno thing. Hey, no, you don't want to be it. 18 months. Yeah, I'll join for 18 months. And after the first 9 months, 10 months, we started to see Conte going, what the fuck is going on at this club? I know he didn't say those exact words, but we saw it. He looked drained. He had some personal, I think 2 or 3 of his close friends passed away. And every press conference, we're saying that we hounded him out. Every press conference, he may as well have been saying, stack me. Every press conference was a get me out of here type press conference. And that's why I don't understand. Why are we bringing him up? Why are we bringing up Ange? Why are we bringing up Nuno? We're where we are now, lads. What's Conte got to do with Tottenham right now? Sorry, long-winded rant, Chris. Sorry.
It's completely irrelevant. However, I will say this much. Given the players we've currently got, I actually do think they'd really suit Conte's style of play right now. I don't know if you guys agree with that. I mean, you got to think of our back line, because I know he used to like to play a back 5, didn't he? You imagine a Pedro Porro and a Jed Spence in a Conte system. It worked beautifully. So it's a bit of a shame.
It might do. It might do, but equally in the Conte system, come on, Stanley. What's this? What is it? What's this? Go. So I'm doing the old look over here, distract from mummy leaving the house over there. With a bit of paper, by the way, with a bit of paper that he thinks is a treat. The difference is, if you think about it, Benji, would Conte with this group be successful without Kane and Son? If we're using the relevant success he had, I don't think anything, right? Conte's football wasn't great, and forget that for the moment, but he had Son and Kane in their peak on the break, right? Right now, we've got Tell and Richarlison and Brennan Johnson's, right? This is a huge factor that nobody is factoring in. This is the first manager that has not had Son or Kane. And those two, I've said this, Chris, you know I've said this when we've had private chats, Son and Kane papered over many cracks over a decade. They papered over poor signings, and if you've got Son and Kane both getting 20 goals a season, whatever, you're going to get Europe every year. If you don't have Son and Kane, you're now looking at the team going, well, where are the goals coming from? But let's not let that ruin the story. Sorry, Chris.
Yeah, Conte, to be honest, and what I know of him, isn't wedded to a system, right? As far as I'm aware, but I could be wrong. I don't watch him every week, but Napoli play a back 4, I believe. So, but the problem, and that's where I think he's a good manager, because I think he will adapt the system, but you've got to give him the quality of players to do that. And then if he's got quality throughout, he will work out the best system for that quality. We didn't have quality throughout. We had quality up front, as you just said, with Kane and Son. We had largely shit everywhere else, and I think that's probably why he got frustrated, right? Because, and that's why I don't.
The opposite now, Chris? Isn't that the opposite now? Conte had a terrible defense and midfield, but a superb front three. We've now got a good back four, good, not amazing, good back four with poorer options as you go up the pitch. Isn't it the complete role reversal?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I look at Conte and Mourinho's eras the same, really, which is, in hindsight, a little pointless. I understand the appointments, but they only make any sense if you're going to give those managers. They aren't managers who build and work with the youth and bring them through, and 2 or 3 years later you're great, because 2 or 3 years later generally they've left, as have most managers, to be honest. But they are very much, I'm here now, I need the players I need. And we know from both of those eras that the kind of players that they allegedly wanted and the kind of players they allegedly got. And so I think that is where you can point the finger a little bit at the leadership of the club and say what complete waste of time those appointments were, because we weren't prepared to give them the players they need, which speaks to me, I think was what your point, Saba. Those kind of managers, whilst we're operating like that, I still don't expect us to be trying to pick the cherries off the top of the tree going forward. But while we were definitely operating like that, there's no point having those managers. And what you do need is somebody like a Poch who's going to work with what he's got, hopefully get a few decent players, make them better over time, make them into units, make them into a team. That will take a while. And that is where I think Frank is in that mold, right? He's never really been given these ultra super top of the tree type players, has he? He's been at Brentford, so they've never signed them. So
what he did do, Chris, at Brentford, he bought players that he could mold into what he wanted. So if you look, for example, look how many players at Brentford people wanted, right? We wanted Mbeumo, but we're so quick to judge the guy that actually upskilled Mbeumo and coached him.
Yeah, but well, that's funny though. On Mbeumo, you can pick almost any of their best players. Mbeumo, Visser, Sade's doing well now, Damsgaard. We want them how they played at the end of Frank's time when they were brilliant, but they weren't like that when they signed, right?
Chris, that's my point. That's my point. We're all going, Mbeumo, if we've got anything about us, get Mbeumo. This is the guy that plucked Mbeumo out of obscurity and developed him into Mbeumo, right? He did the same with Ollie Watkins. He did the same with Ivan Toney. Doing this. He did the same with Damsgaard. Now, yes, Brentford, I'm not saying it's just him, by the way. That would be ridiculous. Him, his coaches, the scouting network. But it's funny. On the one hand, it's look at those players he developed. We love them. On the other hand, this manager's shit. Don't give him any time. His football's terrible. But hang on. Hang on. It's what I said. If this team right now, Chris, I don't care what anyone says. If this team right now had Mbeumo, Visser and Damsgaard, we look very different to what we're seeing right now. If this team had Kane and Son and Kulu, we look very different. This is the first time, and this is where Spurs fall down, guys. This is the first time we're now seeing we don't have either Kane or Son. Either. We don't have either of them to paper over any cracks. So what we're actually seeing is we're seeing an average squad, but without the gems to make it shine. We're seeing an average squad that if they're playing badly, don't have the players that can just dig you. How many times, guys, sorry for the rant, how many times Spurs were bang average, but Kane or Son would just do that bit of magic and you go, I don't know how we won that today, right? We don't have those footballers anymore. We don't have those players in our squad that are capable week in, week out of going, how do we turn this defeat to a draw, this draw to a win? We don't have those players. And that's poor succession planning from Spurs. So you could give Conte this squad. And yet, he'll set them up in a wing-back system. That's great. He's still got nobody that can create. He's still got no out-and-out goal scorers, right? And this guy would be having the same struggles. We'd be watching football that isn't great to watch, and people would still be going, he's not the right guy. This is a player quality issue. If you want to be nice to watch, you need proper quality footballers. Now name me a team that don't have quality players in the Premier League that are good to watch.
my worry here is, as a fan base, I just don't know that. I fear he could get handed out before he got given a chance, really.
Agreed.
Because look, if you take the manager of
I gave him 16 months, Chris.
yeah, but unfortunately, you're not. It's not your decision.
No, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know.
Well, actually,
if the fans in the stadium turn in January, he won't get that 16 months, right? So if you take the manager of Brentford, I'm not saying we should turn into Brentford. You've got to adapt it for Tottenham, and we should be buying players of a slightly higher quality. But there's no point signing someone like him who's worked with players to improve them and then not using that as your philosophy, right? So I was just looking, you were mentioning some of those players, Sava. So Ivan Toney, they signed from Peterborough, right?
Yep.
If I remember roughly rightly, I think Peterborough in the Championship, but he'd scored most of his goals in League One and maybe had one good season in the Championship.
Yeah.
So I just looked up who's the top scorer in the Championship, right? And it's Brandon Thomas Asante at Coventry.
Yeah. Came from West
if
Brom,
we went and signed him, I think they'd be outside White Hart Lane with pitchforks, to be honest.
I'm not, Chris, I'm not suggesting that for 1 minute. I'm not suggesting that for 1 minute, right? At all. What I'm saying is, look what this man did with players like that. Like they got Ollie Watkins, if I'm not wrong, from
Exeter it was. Yeah.
Right. He plucked these players from obscurity, him and the coaching team, plucked them and developed them. My point is, now give him quality. If he can do that with those players, and by the way, this is a lot of managers, by the way. This isn't Thomas Frank specific, but and again, this is listen, but Manny, I'm talking about it's different. When we're talking about players having a one-off game, loads of players have one-off games. Look, when Man City get beaten by a team and people go, oh my God, how good were that team? The next week, that same team that beats Man City loses to somebody else because players raise their game. If you want consistency, you've got to have better players. This is not rocket science, is it? Better players play better football. I don't think this has ever been rocket science. You will get shocked. You will get one-offs. You will get... Why did Crystal Palace beat Man City in the FA Cup final? They don't have better players than Man City, do they?
No, of course not.
Right.
Any one game, anything can happen.
Right. In a one-off game, anything can happen. But asking them to do it this week, next week, the week after that, the week after that. Quality players can, other players can't. And this is why you're going to see Spurs this year are going to frustrate us. We're probably going to win a few games where you think, how did we beat them? And fans will go, why can't we do that every week? But that's not how football works, is it? That's not how football works. Bournemouth. Look at Bournemouth. This year, beating some really good teams. Then go and get slapped up by Man City. You can't do it week in, week out. You've got to have the better players. And for me, Tottenham have got to start signing quality. I'm not talking world-class. I'm not saying the world-class players will come. But we've got to start adding more often the Kuduses and the Paulinho level type players and less often the players that might come good. And until we do that, I don't expect anything massive from this football club, guys. I've said it before. People who think, oh, I'll die on a hill for Thomas Frank. Fine, sack Thomas Frank now. I'll get behind the next manager and we'll be having the same conversation in 3 to 6 months. We'll be having the same conversation.
One thing I would say, though, is the people I talk to who are season ticket holders who sort of sit around me and the ones when I go on away games, I think they are relatively patient. I don't see any of them particularly turning against Frank. But, of course, in the stadium, 60,000 people, there's a lot of them who aren't that profile. And yeah, you've seen the booing. And that's my worry. I think as Spurs fans, we will only accept... The only time we're happy is if we get real high name signings. And not just that, they have to hit the ground running immediately because we have no patience with signing lower level players who might develop into that. And we have no patience with signing a player who's been at a high level at another club who might take a bit of time. And that's what I mean by my worry for Frank, because we are so right here, right now in our mentality amongst the home fans I'm happy with a mid-table finish this season if the trajectory is upwards, but I don't know whether the fan base would tolerate that. I think it could get toxic fairly quickly.
Chris, I predicted 6th, 7th, 8th, depending on injuries. For me, though, it's not my driver. Like, let's be fair, right? Let's call it for what it is. The last game of the season, you could have 4 or 5 clubs all fighting for 5th to 9th, right? It could all be split on goal difference. No one's going to tell me that one game at the end of the season is going to tell me whether we've had a great season or a bad season. Do you know what? So for me, this is more about what are we going to do, right? And I'll tell you what I think's happened, guys. So many people that blamed Levy for everything. So many people that blamed Levy for the rain, right? Blamed Levy for whatever. I don't think they know where to place their blame anymore. Even though I don't think blame needs to be apportioned. Like, I don't know what this blame game is that we're now going, right, it's Thomas Frank. Hang on. What are we blaming Thomas Frank for? What? Because it's not pretty. Is that like, well, I just don't know what we're doing.
I think you just hit the nail on the head with right now. I don't think there is blame to apportion. We're in a period where we don't have new owners as such, but we have new people running the business, running the football club on a day-to-day basis. So they're very new in. You can't really judge Vinay or the Lewis family right now because we are in a slightly new era. We're early into it. And we've also got a manager that's very early into it. There will come a time where I think questions definitely need to be asked if things don't improve. But that can't be now.
It can't be, it can't be after 11 games, can it? Like, it can't be 11 games and we're going, fucking hell, we should have got... As I said earlier, guys, imagine we got Glasner, right? Let's say Glasner had the same start. All our fans would be going, I can't believe it. Glasner doesn't adapt. He doesn't change from his back three, right? We'd be having the same conversation, and it's only hindsight, which means we wouldn't, if that makes sense. It's only hindsight. Like people going, Iriola. Like Iriola popped up to Bournemouth, and in 1 week, Bournemouth went, by the way, we're above Bournemouth and Palace. Do you know what I mean? Playing twice a week, we're above them.
I do think it could turn. I genuinely think it could turn because if we go, I'm fearful about the Arsenal game. I think there's a possibility there we could get embarrassed, and then we go to PSG. That's a really tough game. I expect nothing from either of those. The game, 2 games after that, we've got Newcastle away, really tough. So of our next 4 fixtures, the one you look at and think really should get something out of that is Fulham at home. But as we just said, at a one-off game, anything can happen. So let's say we lost that. I think 4 games time, it could be really, really toxic. Which I think is mad.
Isn't that expectations, Chris? Isn't this just like I've never known, like we're grown adults. Surely no one is watching and expecting miracles in 3 to 4 to 5. Surely no one's expecting miracles. Like it's almost as though we must have something to moan about. We must have something to absolutely hammer the manager on.
I don't know quite now what would stop that moaning. I can only think that they want silky flowing football, and for us to be in the top 4, which 2 or 3, well, like you said, like how many games has he actually had? 17, 18, something like that. That many games after we finished a season where we lost 26 matches to expect us this free-flowing football and be competing at the top end of the table.
And without all our attacking players fit.
Yeah, I'd say with largely the same group of players, I'd actually say you compare the current available players to what Ange had, we're worse off overall, in my opinion. This is a worse group of players. Of course, Paulin is in there and Kudus is in there, but the drop-off at striker and left wing right now is so bad. And, you know, I don't know what you're expecting. I don't think the players are any better than what Ange had at the end of last season. So how are they suddenly going to magically transform themselves into this amazing side? It's just, it is craziness. But I think it's slightly symptomatic of society, right? We are a very much impatient, give it to me now society.
Oh, sure. But Chris, I use this analogy earlier with Benji, right? If somebody goes into a company that isn't performing well, right? And you've got all these different departments. You've got your HR department, your marketing, your finance team, you've got your recruitment team, you've got your sales team, your engineering team. Who on earth, what board of directors would expect, right, the new CEO's come in and everything's fixed in 3 months. Everything's great. Everyone loves the company again. We're performing. Sales are through the roof. It's only in the world of football where we expect this. It's only where I've never known so many football fans, Chris, that don't understand what the job of a coach is or what the word coach means. So many people. I was watching the Spurs 5 last night. Nothing against the boys in the panel.
I thought the guests were excellent last night. I thought they were.
Yeah, the guests were brilliant. But I was looking at people in the chat and I saw the same old characters going, I thought he was a coach. Who's he coached better? And you're like, he's been there 3 months. What?
I think there's an answer to that. He's coached the defensive unit better.
No. There
better.
There is, Chris, but my point is, they've got fans going, how comes Brennan Johnson hasn't been coached to be brilliant? Oh, why is Richarlison not controlling the ball? I thought Frank was a coach. He's a coach. He's not a miracle worker. He's a coach. He's not going to rock up to Richarlison at the age of 28 and change his game. Like, he's 28. Honestly, mate, I find it all Monday morning.
Actually, do you know what? Can I throw one name out there quickly? And Sav, I know you're not going to agree with this, but I'll throw it out anyway. I actually think we're starting to see slight improvement from players like Odebear. You know, and I know, like you say, look, it's ridiculous to say you're going to get anything out of anyone after 11 games. The notion of it is just a joke. I mean, look, Frank's remit, the thing that he's good at is, like you said before, plucking players and making them better. And you know what? I'm hoping in the next year, 16 months if he gets it, I'm hoping you really start to see the likes of Tell and Odebear, go from strength to strength. But I will say this much.
Benji, there's a difference. I don't want to see Tells and Odebear.
I understand that. No, I get that. I really, really do. I truly do. But look, we're never going to have world-class players in every position. I'm only using him because, and I'm not saying he's been fantastic, but I have noticed a steady, slowly but surely, he's starting to look better. And I assume that is solely down to Frank and maybe the effort he's putting in as well, obviously. But no, look, I completely agree with you, boys. To expect what people are expecting from Thomas Frank in the short space of time it's been with us, what is it, 3 months, 4 months, something along them lines? You're pissing in the wind. It doesn't make any sense to me. But at the same time, I have absolutely no problem with criticism. I'm not on the side of, you can't criticize Frank, because there are things that can be criticized. There's a few things he's done that have been questionable, and we've all sat there and said, But the fact that people come out with such just blatant rage and just, I don't know the word for it, ignorance, I don't know, but you just go on.
Above critique, but we've gone past the point of critiquing games of football now. And everyone's critiquing everything. Everyone thinks they know the best formation, right? Everyone thinks they know, Udogie should have started. None of us have ever thought, well, Udogie's an injury-prone footballer. Maybe Udogie can't start 2 games in 4 days.
Absolutely.
Just, I'm not saying definite. I'm just saying, right? Everyone suddenly, Odebear should have started. I've not seen Odebear really do anything in a Tottenham shirt since he joined, but suddenly he's the reason why we didn't play well. Well, he started loads of games this season where we've not played well. So it's kind of like those asking for Brennan Johnson when he doesn't start. When he does start, there are people going, why is he playing Brennan Johnson? Those, I could do that with Tell, with Odebear, with Sarr, with both. Whoever this manager picks, he's getting critiqued to the nth degree. Right? Critique, yes. But no one has an answer. This is the problem. No one has an answer. I saw Lubo do his usual last night. Big up, Lubo. Yeah, well, we need a more progressive midfield than Bentancur or Paulinho. And no one pressed him to say, well, who? Who is that? Who's that progressive midfielder you want to play alongside him? Because when I ask him, he ain't got an answer for it. I see loads of people do this. I wouldn't play Bentancur or Paulinho. Cool. Go on, give me your answer. Where's your progressive midfielder? That's right, we don't have one in the team. So I just feel like we're going so over the top, Benji, when in reality, I don't see there's no issues at the club right now. We're a club at the beginning of a new manager's tenure that are going to play some good games, some shit games. We're going to win some, we're going to lose some. But everyone only focuses on the negatives. I see so many of these people in my chat. I could tell the ones, they only focus on the negative. There's no one coming in going, look what he's done to our back four. Look how many games we don't lose now. Look how many times we've come behind this year to rescue points or win a game. No one's talking about that. It's just always, I'm not entertained. Well, when were you last entertained?
Sav, do you know what, right? Sav, you can categorise it. So you would put managers like, I don't know, your Contes, your Mourinhos in the category of these are win you things managers. And unfortunately, well, not even unfortunately, that's the wrong word. You know, you've got Frank in the category of he is a builder. So us Spurs fans, we need to let him build, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, on that note, because I'm at work and I've done nothing for the last 2 hours, shame on me. I am going to bounce, fellas. So I'll catch you next time. And yeah, thanks for having me on.
Well, good. Just so you know, I'm not paying you for the 2 hours that you've been here. I'm not paying you for that. Big up to you. Thanks, Benji.
No, to be fair, it's my job. If my boys turn up and see me, they'll have a bit of a moan up, and it ain't worth. I'm not listening to that on a Friday. But fellas, you take care of yourselves. All right, have a good day.
Mate. Take care. You all right, Dan? How you doing?
Oh, I'm all right. Yourself?
Sorry. The sandwich I've got has got so much mayonnaise in it. It's going everywhere. Yeah, Dan, you've heard the gist of the chat. We've just been chewing over everything and anything. But yeah.
I mean, Frank was never going to have it easy from day one. I mean, we've said this before. There were still plenty of people who wanted Ange in there. Then there's also going to be a lot of Spurs supporters that just don't like his style of play, where he's more of a pragmatic manager, basically. And it still comes back to that point for me that he's getting more stick than maybe your average manager would, playing a different way, because he's not playing this Spurs way that, for me, doesn't exist. Mm-hmm. Well, maybe it did just after World War II, but it's never existed as far as I'm concerned. We've had a few flair.
The 60s.
Yeah, we've had a few flair players. Okay, well done. We've had some skillful players. We've also had a very good team. I mean, it's like with Poch, he didn't play out and out attacking football. There was actually style to his football where he used the attack and the defense. He knew how to make the whole thing work, basically, not out and out attack or out and out defense. It wasn't far left or far right with him. He actually got it quite balanced, didn't he? He knew what he was doing with both of it. And it's a lot of it is just coming down to that thing again. People are just frustrated, which is understandable after the past couple of years we've had. Any supporter's going to be frustrated, but things ain't going to change in 5 minutes. I mean, it's like when the booing comes down to at the club, I've got no problem with that in the aspect of, as long as it's after the game. There's no need to do it during the game. If the players have played that poor, which they have a couple of times, and the manager, boo them off the pitch. You're the one paying for the tickets. You've got that right. You've got that privilege as far as I'm concerned. Because you're going to clap them if they go and win 5-0 and come off the pitch. So it's got to work both ways.
Does that do anyone? What good does booing do? I've never understood this, if I'm honest. I don't understand.
Okay, fine. Let's turn it around then. What good does clapping do then? If you've got to have it one way, you've got to have it one way.
What a negative mindset that is.
No, that's realistic.
What good is praising people? I don't know.
You agreed with me. Okay, fair enough. You agreed with me last year when everyone kept calling you, me and others toxic negative. I turned round and said to everyone, well, if there's toxic negative, there's got to be toxic positive.
Sure,
you agreed with me.
You have to,
so if you've got to praise someone, well, it is, because some would say that's being toxic negative. So if you've got to praise, that's your opinion, not others. So if you've got to praise someone for being good, if you've got to praise someone for being good, then they've also got to take it for when they're bad as well.
Sure.
You can't just have it both
now
ways.
answer this. But no, you can. Name me, right? You can when you are 3 months into a manager's tenure and we're booing the team, right? When we are booing the team, right? We're booing the team. They had an off day. They were at a terrible game. We're booing, right? What good? It's the only thing I'll ask. What good comes from that?
It's letting the players know that you ain't impressed with them. They've got to step up. I'll tell you one who improved. Johnson. Look at the amount of stick that fella got. Okay, you're going to get some people who just break and sit in the corner and cry like Sanchez did. And then you're going to get some people who sit there and think, no, do you know what? I'm going to get my act together and prove this lot wrong. With the amount of stick he got, he then went out and scored about 5-6 goals in a consistent basis. I get that it's not going to work for everyone, but I look on things that there's always got to be two sides of it. And if people want to get praised for being good, they've got to take the stick for being bad. Well, then we'll have to agree to disagree on that one.
I think it shows how pathetic fans are that 3 months into a manager's tenure, right, that we are booing people. Now, all the people that are saying booing is fine, that do what you've got to do. I just don't have that mindset where I look at somebody and go, boo, boo, boo. Like, what are you giving to them? Especially when some of them are younger players. Like, what are we giving? I don't understand what it does. You think those players go into the dressing room and go, oh, they booed. I'm really geared up. I'm not sure what it does.
So basically, when someone just does poor and it looks like they didn't even put effort into it properly, like a game against Chelsea, you clap them off the pitch and say, well done.
So you've just done that. You've done the 2025 of someone that can't debate. Who said that?
Said what bit?
So because I don't agree with booing, at what point did I say lavish them with praise and clap them off?
Well, no one was happy that we was clapping that they was with Liverpool when we was getting smashed by Liverpool and clapping. A lot of people weren't happy with that. I've just got the attitude, two different attitudes in life. If a team is playing that bad, those who pay to go to that ground have every right to stand there and show that they're not impressed with what they're seeing. Same as they have every right to go and clap the players to say that they're doing good. It's got to work both ways, same as everything does.
Okay, so why isn't it working both ways? Why at no point are we seeing the let's be fair, and I read an article about this morning, actually, about the crowd. Where is the encouragement? Where, I listened to the Sunderland fans the other day against Arsenal. They were magnificent from minute one. Right? Sunderland hardly had the football. So it wasn't that Sunderland were playing well. Sunderland were defending for their lives for most of the game, right? But they got behind their team. They were at it. Our fans have forgot again. They've done what you've said. We've gone literally. We're very good at all the negative. We are not good with any of the positive. Every YouTube show I watch, it all focuses on the negative. Yeah, the booing, it's great. Where's the flip side to that? Where's the flip side during the game to drive the team on? So at the moment,
I don't agree with it during the game.
When you're saying yin and yang, there is no yin and yang. Everything's just outright negative. Everything is negative.
Is it?
Yes.
Did you say everything is negative? I wouldn't say I've seen everyone being totally negative about them. I mean, I've sat here a couple of times and said, I think the defence is looking better. We're definitely looking more stable. It's just up front. We're looking a total mess at the moment, which you can't really change at the minute with the strikers we've got up front. So I don't think you're seeing everyone being totally negative out there. I mean, I'm sitting here along with you and others saying that he needs more time, basically. He's only had 3 months. We need to see some transfer windows. And what I say has happened at the moment, we have looked absolutely terrible at times. We've actually looked very good at times. And as a whole, I think we've looked okay. And with this team and the injuries we got, what more do you really expect of it? It's okay at the moment.
So let me ask you a question, all right? Let me ask you a question. So last season, when we were losing game after game after game after game after game after game, why weren't we hearing the boos? But 3 months into a new manager's tenure, boos already. Like, why doesn't it work both ways?
I think a lot of that with people last season was down to the fact that so many people a lot of people did love Ange and wanted to see out and out attacking football. And a lot of people did make comments of they would rather see Spurs lose 6-3 in an out-and-out fight than scrimp and scrape and win a game 1-0. And to me, that makes no sense.
I just
that
think
one makes no sense.
I just think in psychology, if you looked at what does booing do, I bet you'll find most studies show that it actually does absolutely nothing to support and to improve people.
Okay, fine. But I'm just a firm believer that you can't just have sunshine blowing up your ass all the time.
I'll say this. The way I see it is I'm a grown adult, right? I'm a grown adult. What am I booing? Like, what am I, like, what are we doing?
You're basically telling your team that you don't like the way that they've played.
So if every time
if you paid £100
they're
for
going to
a
get
ticket,
booed. Is that the era we're in?
I don't know. Go ask the supporters. Go ask the people at the ground.
But you're condoning
Go ask the 10,000.
But you're condoning
I'm saying I haven't got a problem with it. I haven't got a problem with it. I can do it whatever way I wish. If I don't think they're playing well, and everyone feels right, it's time to tell the players that you didn't even put effort in today, like that game against Chelsea, where they did not look like they even cared.
Lack of effort. But this is the thing.
You don't think?
I don't think it was lack of effort.
It looked like the manager had the wrong idea, and it looked like the team just did not turn up.
I don't think it was lack of effort. I think we were absolutely outscored and outclassed by a team that had more effort and with better players.
I disagree, Summer, on that one.
No, we did not put effort into that game.
As I've said to you, I expect teams like Chelsea to roll all over us because I don't think the players are very good. But booing them,
you
would never catch me
because
I think it's childish.
That's your choice, and if that's your opinion, you're totally entitled to that. But then calling someone childish because they have a different opinion to you is a bit of a childish attitude anyway, isn't it?
It's not about opinion. I just think it's about what does that help?
No. Okay, that's fine, but that is purely your opinion.
Let me finish my sentence.
You did.
Right? No, I didn't. Right? I just don't know who does it help in the beginning building phase of a team. Who did that help? Right? Vicario and Frank came out in the press conference, and you could see they're basically saying, if you read between the lines, who does it like? What does it? Yeah, sure, the fans can boo, but you know what's it done? What does it do for anybody?
Who comes and now, by the way, it's becoming some. Sorry, Dan. Let me just one thing. You're right, because also now what I've realized, but when you're at the stadium, it's become something which they do at the littlest of things. So even if the effort is there and something has gone the wrong way, etc., people are just booing. Now it could be anything. It could be the fact that these fans, and I think I heard Chris a few times say that he goes to the stadium and he pays the high prices, and people are becoming a bit disillusioned with it. But obviously Frank, the team, etc., have got nothing to do with the prices, right? So in my opinion, and obviously
I've never mentioned the prices.
No, I know. I said you mentioned that you are a season ticket holder. That's all.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, but I never mentioned prices. Yeah.
But the point I'm trying to make, in my opinion, on that specific side, I do agree with the fact that with what Sava is saying, that I think booing doesn't do much, right? And if we keep booing and booing and booing, people go in, and also the atmosphere is awful at the moment, and for whatever reason, it just doesn't help the team in any way, shape, or form. One part that I do agree with Dan about is our effort in the Chelsea game, etc. Yes, Chelsea have got a better squad than us, Saba. That's understood, and I think people are not, the people that I speak with are not even unhappy with the fact that we are all unhappy. It's not about the fact that we are losing, it's how we lost against Chelsea, right?
We were shit.
Yeah,
we were shit.
Because I think the main thing, and as I said in the chat, what I'm trying to I came on to kind of like put a divide in between is the people who are saying Frank out, right, are a section of people that I fully disagree with. The guy has just come in. He's had 3 months. He's had one transfer window and the new direction. Saying Frank out now, it makes absolutely no sense. In my opinion, I'm speaking for myself, right? Frank needs needed that transfer window, he needs the January transfer window, and then he needs the next summer transfer window. And then I'm going to say, okay, cool. Let me see how we have evolved as a team. That side of it, I want to caveat, right? The other side of it that I want to talk about is the part, because there is a section of the fan base, and I'm talking about literally, I mean, this group chat, and I think Danny is also on it, and I get pelters when I say this. There is a section of the fan base that, because we all agree that Frank needs time, it sounds like you cannot take games into isolation and look at how we've played, look at the tactics, and dissect the tactics, and maybe agree or disagree with how we have been either set up, what the instructions have been. And that's where I disagree with that side of the fan base, because I'm like, yeah, I can want Frank to succeed, I can want Frank to have time, but at the same time, I can't disagree with the way we played against United in the first half, as an example, right?
Manny,
yeah.
Weren't there booed the substitutions against Man United?
Sorry, what'd you say?
During the substitutions when they were made against Man United, people were booing.
Yeah. So what are you? So what? We're just going to boo everything? Like we're just going to boo everything we dislike? I agree with you. Yeah.
That's
I agree with that.
mentality. I don't 100%. Like this.
100%. No. With that, I fully agree with you. But I've always said, right, Sava, and I've always said, I think this is the British fan comes into the stadium genuinely thinking, I am paying for a service and I need to be entertained. I don't think this happens a lot in the other European European games, in my opinion, and the European fans. I think that there is that inherent thinking by the British
only with
fan,
the elite.
That when I come into the stadium, I will scream and support the team as long as you play the way I want to play. And I disagree with that. I think you should come into the stadium fully pumped up to push the team on, which is why I disagree with the win.
So, Manny, why don't our fans do that side of it? This is my point. Our fans, they're entitled to boo. Cool. So where's the actual fan part of this? These people that are going, where's the fan part of it? If you're going to do the negative side of it, do the positive side of it. Where's the support? When your team goes 1-0 down, where's the singing? Where's the support?
Yep.
And when I'm watching other teams, their fan bases are behind them. I'll be honest, I'll say it. Our fan base, from what I've seen inside the stadium, it's non-existent. And that's what gets me. If you don't have the emotion when you're 0-0 or when you're winning, what gives you the right to have the emotion when you've lost the game? And this is why I said, but this is why I said, this is my point. That's why it's childish, because they want to, boo, we didn't like that. But when you're winning, when you're drawing, where's the noise? Where's the support?
Okay.
When you go 1-0 down to Man United, we used to, as a fan base, get right behind the team. Like, you know, that roar of a goal goes in, you're like, right, let's go. It's dead. It's silent. There's no support, but it's okay to boo.
Right.
And that tells me we're a society of entitled. I'll say we're entitled fuckers. That's all we are. We're entitled.
During the game, I agree with you. Support that team during the game. That is why I said clearly I don't agree with booing during the game. During the game, support the team, try and get behind them as much as you can. When they go and put absolutely a spineless effort in against Chelsea, I mean, if you go and do a checkup on it, I'm sure more people agree and disagree. It was an absolute spineless effort. There was no bollocks in it. There was nothing in that game whatsoever. Couldn't get hyped up for it. And it's a game against Chelsea. You have every right to boo them at the end if that's the way you want to work. During the game, I fully agree. Don't boo the subs, get behind the team, whatever and that. But at the end of the game, if they genuinely haven't delivered like a game against Chelsea, boo them off the pitch. Let them know about it. They get paid $100,000 a week for a reason. Now, if it's been a game that we lose 2-1 and we've just lost the game,
is this down to the money?
Then there's no reason to boo them off. But when it's a game like it was against Chelsea, I feel that fans have every right to boo them off the pitch because that was a spineless effort.
This money argument. They're paid $100,000 a week, which means they can never not perform.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, no, that is essentially what you said. That's essentially
No,
what
I'm
you
saying
said.
they're getting paid 100 grand a week. I'm sure they can take a
Sure.
bit of booing off the pitch, same as getting praised off the pitch when they do well. It's like any job in real life, really. When you're doing
No,
your
it's
job
not.
well, you're
No, it's not. Who
Okay,
gets booed at work?
okay, then I'll change it for
Annie,
you.
when
then.
did you last?
Okay, I'll
get
change
booed
it.
because you had a shit day at
Right.
work?
Okay,
And ask for a pay rise.
Again, this is
when
not-
have you last been told about yourself?
in no other industry
Okay,
does
I'll
this happen.
change it. Well, okay, you don't get booed off because in no other industry you got 64,000 people sitting there watching you. When
Right,
you're
so
doing your
there's no
job right, you get told by your manager, yeah, you're doing well, keep going. When you ain't doing your job right and you're laying there being lazy and everything and not doing it properly, your manager will come up to you and pull your finger out your ass, or you're going to get the sack.
Right. Okay. But here's the difference,
That is
Dan.
the example I'm
Here's the
using.
difference between me and you, because there's a huge difference between letting people know they've not done well and encouraging them and pointing them in the right direction, and just berating. Right? Just berating. So, for example, if I've had a bad day at work and my manager pulls me into the office and says, that was terrible today, I don't want to see that again tomorrow, I go home thinking, oh, fuck off. I go home thinking, that's not management. That's shit. If my manager pulls me
then
in,
that's
says,
you losing a job then, isn't it, with that attitude?
no,
That ain't gonna do you favours.
no. See, you've clearly never managed people, have you? Right? If your member of staff isn't doing well and you pull them in and go, listen, that weren't great today. You're better than that. We can do better than that. You know it. Dust yourself down. Get back in tomorrow. Do what I know you can do. Right? Most workers will go, yeah, to be fair, I wasn't good today. Yeah, okay, yeah, thank you for believing in me. This notion that everyone's just got to man up because they're booed and just get on with it. It's
okay.
Come on, man.
You say I haven't managed people. Okay, you say I haven't managed people. Have you managed people?
No, I'm just saying.
I'll explain to you I have. Well, no, I'll tell you I have managed people, yeah? You try and manage a group of 6 people out of another 6 groups of 6 people, around 10,000 people that are literally all pissed out their head and going to smash the place up if you don't do it right, yeah? So don't tell me I haven't managed people, No, let me finish, yeah? Now, when you've got that lazy person on your group,
up and that, I don't really want
because
that.
well, no, it's where I've worked, so I have to use that phrase. Yeah, try doing door work on Brixton Academy. Try doing door work at Ali Pally. Try doing door work at a Manchester event where everyone's out of it, and there's not many of you to control it. And you need everybody on their feet, everybody keeping their eyes open, and then you got that one bod on your team that just isn't controlling with you, isn't telling you what's going on because he's absolutely doing nothing. You don't go up to him and tap him on the shoulder. Oh, come on, boy, get your act together. You go up and tell him, get your act together here, because otherwise there's going to be problems here. If you don't do your job, you're getting the sack. Simple as that. Maybe that might not work.
We've got very different ideas of how you motivate your staff. That's
every time I've done that or had it done to me, it motivated me and motivated other people. Now, I agree with what you're saying. Exactly. Some people it'll motivate, others it won't necessarily motivate. So how are the fans going to be there to tell the players? Who are the players? How are the players going to tell? How are the players going to tell? Let me answer.
It's not designed to motivate, though.
How are the players? How are the supporters going to tell the players that they're not impressed? Then are the supporters just meant to sit up and shut up and just pay another £100 for the next ticket?
No, you can have your grumbles, but without the. I mean, they were booing. They were booing the substitution against Man United. That ultimately,
I'm not agreeing with that, and I told you that. Tell you what I'll do. I'll send Thomas Frank an email. Yeah, maybe he'll listen to that one. How are the fans meant to get their message across? I don't agree with it during the game. After the game, you have every right to boo them or clap them off the pitch. That Chelsea game, I think everybody had that right to boo them off the pitch. We've just lived in different occasions and managed in different things.
I just disagree because I don't see how it helps. I've never seen how it helps. You read footballers' autobiographies, managers' autobiographies. They all say the same thing. No, it don't help. Like it doesn't help. They all say the same thing, but fans go, "We've got a right." Sure, but those same fans that have got the right, where are they supporting the team? It seems like it's very one-sided. It's very one-sided. That's what I love about the away fans.
I think that's the issue, isn't it? Because even when I went to the Villarreal game, right, which was our first European game, Champions League game in a while, the atmosphere was horrendous. Like this was at the start of the game, right? Even during the game, it was the same thing. People will say, oh, you know what, that we weren't playing great football. But I'm just purely talking about from even the start of the game, the atmosphere was not there. It was not there. So everyone has to take responsibility. I do think the fans also have to take responsibility with the fact that we are not, and again, people will say maybe it's the way the stadium has been built, you know, the kind of fans that are in at the moment. But there is nothing. When you go to these games, there is genuinely nothing at the moment. And when we obviously see games like Chelsea and games like the first half of Man United, emotions are heightened. That's the way I'm looking at it at the moment.
I
There
don't
needs to be
particularly
more
agree.
effort in. There needs to be more effort in supporting the team. I totally agree with that. That's why I say it has got to work both ways. I'm only saying
Let's
what
move
I
on.
agree with.
Let's agree to disagree.
It
I
has
don't.
to work both
I
ways.
don't like booing. I think it's pathetic.
Okay.
I've always had that stance. I've never
Maybe that's
booed
your
a player.
attitude.
I've never booed a manager. I've never booed a player. I think that the psychology of it is,
if they've had a
doesn't
terrible
work.
game, we can always just wait until we go on YouTube and rip the shit out of them like we do. We can just do it that way.
I'm going to back you up a little bit, Dan. That does nothing if you're a fan in the stadium and you want to make your point to the people who are on the pitch or the manager. Being on YouTube doesn't do that, right? But I don't agree. There's no balance. I think when it's a bit chicken and egg, but when they do well, we've seen that they do get the plaudits, right? The fans do get behind them. The first half an hour of that Chelsea game, the atmosphere was absolutely fine, but then they change. Where I think it's we're a poor fan base is what we need to really get behind the fans is at a higher level than a lot of other supporters who will.
Yeah.
When the game's kind of neutral, we're not very good as fans. We're
only good when we're playing well. That's all I hear. When Spurs need the lift, like against Chelsea in that second half, where's the?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think we've always been like that. My personal view, I know loads of people disagree, but I think we romanticize White Hart Lane as the old stadium because when we think back to it, we don't think about when we're playing Wigan at home. We would think about Mycon, Taxi for Mycon and nights like that, which were amazing. But when I went, and I did go, I remember when we lost 1-0 to Wigan and Hugo Rodallega scored the winner. And they had about 20 away fans. This was a Saturday 3:00 kickoff, by the way. It was dead. I think that's been our fan base for most of my adult supporting life of Tottenham.
Yeah, but that's what I don't like about it.
One other quick question with it then. One other quick question for you then. When we was getting absolutely smashed by Liverpool and the fans were clapping it, you was one of the main ones on here, along with me and a couple of others, saying, what the hell are those fans doing clapping that we're getting beaten 6-1?
No. What did I actually say, Dan? Let's get the wording right. If you're gonna throw
the manager.
shit, make sure it's the correct shit.
Clapping, supporting the manager, supporting the team when we're getting smashed.
No, but they weren't supporting the team. They weren't supporting the team. It was all about the manager. Yeah, there's a difference between driving up the players, promoting the play, and cheering the manager that's 5-1 down.
Either way, they were clapping at 6-1 down. They were clapping at 6-1 down and bigging up the team and praising them up and praising the manager.
They weren't. They were singing about Ange. They were singing about Ange, not
getting behind their manager. What do you want them to sing? So they were getting behind their manager when they were losing 6-1, telling them they still appreciate their manager, even though they're getting beaten 6-1. What favours does that do when your team's getting smashed 3-0, 4-0, 5-0, 6-0, and he's putting no effort in and you're standing there clapping for him? What good does that do for him then?
No, but again, you're putting words in my mouth. You don't fucking listen.
No,
I've never said
I asked you that one.
I've never said do that. I've never said do that. I've never, ever, ever said do that. But you can't. I've got issues. Whenever I went to Spurs, when I was at White Hart Lane, it was a lot better than the new stadium. But even towards the last sort of 5 teams at White Hart Lane, we seem to have this right that I'm not enjoying the football, I won't do anything. You're not always going to enjoy the football. Football. Who plays good football? Imagine all these other fan bases act like us, right? Imagine all the other fan bases that acted like us. We don't like the football we're watching, boo, right? Every single team would boo every week because hardly anyone in the Premier League actually plays good football, right? At the moment, we're talking about, we had a shit, horrible game against Chelsea. Shocking game against Chelsea. But I've never seen, this is the most negative I think I've ever seen it for a team that actually aren't really losing a lot of games. aren't conceding a lot of goals, and are right at the beginning of a process. I've just got no idea. Like it's got so toxic. All football fandom has got so toxic now.
I was going to say, Savra, I think this is true of most fan bases. There aren't that many, I don't think, that are particularly brilliant. I give kudos to the Liverpool fans like that. Their atmosphere at Anfield's always good at the start. But there's loads of them. I was at Everton the other week, and the atmosphere, I love the stadium. I thought their sound system was brilliant, and I thought the atmosphere at the start of the game was great. And it was flat as shit from the Everton fans for the rest of the game. I think West Ham fans. There's very few. I'm going to tell you guys a very quick story of one set of amazing fans. This has always stuck with me. I've got a little bit of an affinity with Wolves as well. My dad was a Wolves fan. I remember going to a Wolves v Portsmouth game, and it was an 11:05, I think, kickoff on a Sunday morning. And it was the Sunday after the clocks had gone forward. So it was effectively a 10:05 in the morning kickoff. And Wolves were playing Portsmouth. I thought, what brutal scheduling that is for Portsmouth fans to come up to Molineux for effectively a 10 o'clock kickoff. Wolves won, but it was the first time in my life I'd seen a set of fans not stop for the whole game and were even chanting for their team whilst the Wolves fans were celebrating having scored a goal. And that's always stuck with me. And I just thought those Portsmouth fans were like nothing I've ever seen. I mean, I think Crystal Palace fans are quite similar.
Yep.
That is the exception, I think.
There's many fan bases.
And I have to say, Chris, just on that point, even Liverpool, there are many people who've gone to Liverpool and say that after they sing that you never walk alone and the game starts, it goes quiet until something happens. So it is, and also another point, a lot of people, this is actually the first time I've ever heard anyone say that the old White Hart Lane was like that, because I didn't have a season ticket at the whole old White Hart Lane. And everybody that I always speak to, Luvo, says that the whole old White Hart Lane was incredible. And, so it's quite interesting hearing this perspective.
At times it was, mate, but then I could easily say in this stadium, when we beat Arsenal 3-0, there have been the odd times where it's been amazing, right? But I don't think that was the rule. I think that was definitely the exception. I've been plenty of time. My first trip to White Hart Lane was 1992. I just think that's the fan base we are. We don't, if we perform really well and we're performing above expectations, we will get behind them. But will we massively get behind them when it's 0-0 at home to Bolton? Or I don't think we do.
No, I agree with what you're saying, Chris.
It's just overreaction everywhere. Like literally, I can't turn on YouTube without seeing crisis or who's to blame. Or I'm looking around going, blame for what? Like what? Blame for what? What's happened? We're 11 games into a season. Blame for what? We're scoring more than this rate last year. We're letting in less than this rate last year. We're winning more. We're losing less. But blame, crisis. Should Frank be in and out? I've got to get the door, but I just don't understand what our fans don't know what they want. We don't know what we want. We don't want to build anything.
That's too much too soon. I agree with that, yeah. I mean, a lot of people were even saying that when you're being negative, like booing off the pitch, okay, we'll put that bit aside. But a lot of people were even claiming that the players playing poor and everything and us not supporting them, that us talking negative about them on YouTube was having an effect on them as well. That's what a lot of people were claiming. You don't have to tell me that. I know that, yeah. I'm just saying what a lot of other people were claiming last season. Well, if you're going to be that toxic, negative and everything and not get behind the players while they're on the pitch, off the pitch, when you're on YouTube, whatever, it's going to affect them. And I'm like, well, if I don't think a team's played well, I'm going to tell them they haven't played well. Why is it going to have such an effect saying it off the pitch sort of thing? But I got told a lot of last season that we done poor was because we were being so negative on YouTube that it was having a bad effect on the team as well.
Mate, I don't have a massive problem with it. I'm not one that would boo easily, but I wouldn't say that I wouldn't do it. If there's a specific thing that you want to get your point across then that you don't agree with, such as that Simmons substitution, I can understand it. The one that I think back to last season where I did lose my shit, and was I booing? I might have been. Was the when we went out of the cup at Aston Villa. And 3 days earlier, I'd driven to Anfield and to watch that pathetic surrender in the second leg of the League Cup final. Then we went to Villa. We were 1-0 down inside a minute, and I thought we were absolutely awful. it was the end of the game, but I was fuming, and the point of my booing at that point was basically to say to Ange that you've got to do something different or get out the club. That was the point I was at. And yeah, I don't just want to walk away and we'll all just sort of pretend that was acceptable. I want to make it very clear that to me, that is absolutely not acceptable. And if it gets to the point where I'm sending a message to the manager of either it's got to change or leave, I've got no problem with it really. But maybe we do it a bit too often, but I don't have a massive.
Yeah,
I agree with what you're saying.
That's the point, though, because I saw some people saying that last season no one was booing. I was thinking, no, people were booing last season, even at the home game. So you could argue that this is spiraled from how bad we were last season into this season, whereby fans are at a certain tether, right? But obviously, that in my opinion, there should be a record, an acknowledgement that obviously Frank has been here 3 months. I think my only issue with regards to this Frank thing, and I think Dan has also experienced it already before, right, is the fact that when you are being objective, when you are, being constructive and trying to analyze a game, it feels like people get very upset about your analysis of the game because they feel like we don't have the players, so you can't analyze a game. We don't have the players, so you can't look at a passage of play as an example. How do we pass ourselves out of a press? Like stuff like this, which you do look into when you're trying to analyze and understand how the team is doing. People seem to be like, "Oh, you want Frank out," and I'm thinking, no, but I don't want.
It's like politics, Manny. It's either far left or far right, isn't it?
Yeah,
basically
I'm like,
what you're
no,
saying. I agree.
I don't want Frank out. I want him to succeed. Yes, I did back Ange, but we've got this new manager, and I want him to do well. But if I'm looking at a situation whereby, we've got a goal kick and Vicario passes it to what's his name?
Yeah.
Van de Ven. Van de Ven passes it to Romero. Romero passes it to Porro. And then as soon as there is any level of press, Porro looks up, boots it out. Then I'm going to start complaining and thinking, hold on a second. We need to at least have a certain pattern of play. Am I making any sense?
There was a specific moment in that Chelsea game right at the end where we had a free kick. Vicario played it to Spence short when everyone got up. Spence played it back to him. He then booted it long straight to the keeper. The fans booed. Now, interestingly enough, in the press conference that Vicario was in not long after, they asked him about it. I'm not saying necessarily it was because of the fans, but they asked him about the booing. And Vicario actually said, yeah, maybe sometimes, if you have your time again, you, in hindsight, you'd take different actions. So, maybe it did have a purpose. I don't always enjoy it. I don't always agree with it, but who am I to say that someone else's opinion and say, well, you shouldn't boo because what I think is happening is right and what you think is happening is wrong. So I don't know. Everyone's entitled to their opinion.
A lot of it, yeah, totally. A lot of it in football, yeah, you can put facts down, but a lot of it at the end of the day does come down to, I'd say there's more opinion in football than there is facts to an extent. Some players might rate a player more than other players. Okay, you can bring all the stats out, everything else, and then you can have the stat debate, everything else. A lot of it does come down to an opinion. Sometimes you just have to agree to disagree. And that's what happens with opinions and that. At the moment, I just think this is just going to take time and things ain't going to change in 5 minutes. And
yeah, agreed.
We're just going to have to go with the flow. But he's got a big trouble on his back at the moment, where a lot of Spurs supporters do not like his style of football because it doesn't match the old Spurs way. And that is what I think is one of the biggest problems he's got on his back at the moment, like on the fan side.
But Dan, that's spot on, by the way, because I do think people have got very, very short fuse and are wanting to see this expansive football. But my thing is, I actually don't think Frank's mojo is to play expansive football. I actually think he is, once he does get his players, right, and he goes through a few transfer windows, I think we're going to be a transition team. So when we do get to that point where we might be quite effective, which I'm hoping for, are people still going to moan because we are not playing tiki-taka from the keeper all the way to the front position? Because I don't think we're going to be like that. I genuinely don't think we're going, you know what I mean? I don't think we're going to be, even if when you watch, you know, the Brentford side that was not in the league, because obviously they didn't have enough resources, but the Brentford side that was in the Championship, they were a very, very effective transition football. The way he used to set them up is that they were hard to beat, and then as soon as they hit you on that transition, they used to be lethal. And I think that's what he's going to do with us. And I think that if fans are waiting for a style of play which is going to fully dominate a team, I don't think we're going to get that. I don't think, even with the quality players coming in, I don't think we're going to get that. That's my opinion, obviously.
I agree with that. If you look at the I was doing this on the Spurs 5 a bit last night, I don't want to just repeat that, but if you look at the sort of short, medium and long-term passing and how that's mixed up between how we're currently playing and how Brentford played last season, there's not actually a lot of difference. So I don't massively expect it to change. The one thing I would just expand on a little bit, Manny, that you said was, is it a hangover from last season? Part of me thinks, to be honest, that the way we are as a fan base is a cumulative thing over 20 or 30 years of just seeing lack of success. And I think a lot of us, people my age and older, are so ground down by it. So I think it's more than just a one season thing. I think we feel like we've done everything over that time, right? We've had the top name managers, we've had the best players, and we still haven't got over the line. So it's like,
and the one time we go and do it is go out with one of the worst playing teams we've ever had, with possibly one of the worst managers I've ever seen in the Premier League. It couldn't have been more Spursy if you tried it. It couldn't have been more Spursy if you'd have tried it, if you'd have written it in a book. That was the comical thing about last season, in my opinion. The way that we actually ended up the worst we've ever done in the Premier League, with technically, in some ways, the worst manager, but one of the best managers we've had because he got a cup. And you just couldn't have written that out in a bloody Disney book.
I think the most classic Spursy thing would have been if we'd have conceded an equaliser in stoppage time and gone on to lose.
But you know what? Funny enough, I always replay the final in my head, and not the entire final, but that moment where Van der Ven cleared the ball off the line, and every single time it just occurs to me, like, imagine that ball went in. Imagine that ball went in. So that's completely fair, man. But
to be honest, I mean, I was in the stadium and texting people at the time who weren't there and saying, like, if we concede now, I mean, you never know, because that's a timeline that didn't happen. But the way that I was watching that game, I thought, if we concede now, there is no way back for us, because we were so entrenched. We had nothing to offer at all. You can't suddenly go at 1-1. You know what? We'll suddenly go and attack. I think that was it. I think the momentum was done. I think we were cooked if we conceded.
But also bearing in mind, we didn't have a team. We remember we had no 10. Kulu was injured, Odobert was injured, Maddison was injured. No creativity. We had Sarr there trying to do as much as he could. There was nothing there. And I know people say we had Son last season, and I think he was actually our highest goal scorer. GA. I don't know, but top 3 probably. But even with Son, the whole last season, he was awful. He had declined. He had lost his legs.
He was terrible in the final as well. I know he came on.
He was terrible in the final.
He was awful. He was awful. But I mean, I'll give Ange some credit, to be honest, because I'm not sure there was any other way to win that final other than hope we can take the lead through a bit of fortune, and it was a bit of fortune, and then just hold on for grim death. I think that probably was the only way to win that game.
It was that day. I mean, to me, you see what happened the other day. That was no different to the final, in my opinion. It was who was going to be shitter on the day.
It was awful, man. I mean, that's the beauty of it. You know,
it was who was going to be.
Well, for any of us, it didn't really matter that of all games, that was one game where the performance didn't matter. But it was a shock. I mean, God, I feel sorry for anyone who wasn't a Spurs or United fan watching that game. That must have been
it was painfully poor, especially that first half. I mean, look, out of question then for you two, it's like a question I've been speaking a couple of mates with and everything and that. I don't think Frank's going to get backed by the fan base nowhere near what Ange did. I mean, I think that's already showing, isn't it? Yeah. But do you think that that's going to have any effect on the owners? Because sometimes, majority of times, I think you've seen it over time with Levy, that did seem to have some sort of rub off on him when the fans started turning a lot, that he'd ditch the manager and get another one in. Do you think, I think that happened quite a few times with Levy. Not every time, but quite a few. Do you think that they're going to stick by him no matter what, come thick or thin, basically? Obviously, if we end up 17th and that, you're going to question it and he might have to go, but I don't think that's going to happen. But with half the fan base, say, turning on him because they don't like the style of play or they don't like this or don't like that, do you think they're actually going to stick by him? Or do you think they're going to end up listening to half the fan base as such?
In my opinion, and I think they stick with him. Listen, I think they, you know, if you look at the change in ownership and the fact that Levy haven't been here 24 years and being a shareholder, someone who owns, well, a part owner of ENIC being left out, I think this was their appointment. I think they knew that, you know, because you remember, I think, was it in the interview whereby Levy was saying that, was basically caveating, saying, guys, this was not only my decision, it was a decision of the board, blah, blah, blah. Like, in my opinion, this is their man. And I think they are going to have to back him. I think the only way that they let him go is if he starts hitting the pocket. So if we don't make Europe, like, probably this season he can finish 8th, 9th, and, you know, nothing will be of a consequence. But if the following season, if he doesn't make Europe in the following season, I think based on the temperature of the fan base, they would make a decision then. That's what I think. However, I do want to caveat though that, in my opinion, like, I like Frank's demeanor. I like his coaching stuff and the fact that they're all quite specialists in whatever they do, right? And I do think that if he does get the quality required, I do think that our play will improve. I'm just, what just frustrates me sometimes is his approach to games now. Now, people said, I think it was on Spurs 5 yesterday, actually, that someone said, is it because he is scared of, you know, the quality of the team and doesn't want to open up, and his first thought is, let me be pragmatic? That could be the reason. And maybe once he does get better quality, he will change his thinking. My only worry is that that's just how he thinks, and that he just is always going to be like, well, I'm going to shut a shop until we are 1-0 down, and then I'll open it up. But we'll see. That is what will determine whether the fan base are going to get on board. That's what. That's why.
I've got nothing.
Can I answer the question you asked, Dan? I disagree. I think ultimately, if the fans turn, if that manager isn't removed, they will then turn on the owners. So I don't see any ownership really sticking by the manager. So I think any manager is 6 games away from being in a lot of bother, and there are people unhappy with him now. If we didn't win any of our next 6, I think I'd be fine. Not fine, but I think I'd still be patient with it. But I just don't see in our fan base.
What is our next 6, Chris?
This is what worries me, because 3 of our next 4 are Arsenal, PSG, and Newcastle away.
Yeah.
So we very realistically could lose that. But it's how you lose, right? So if we went
that
to
is what I was saying earlier, Chris, is how it happens. Like with that Chelsea game, innit? Sorry to interrupt, but I'm agreeing with you.
Go to Arsenal, put up a great fight, and we lose by a goal, and it's a dodgy refereeing decision, or it's just an unlucky goal, and maybe we've had one disallowed incorrectly or something. I think people will be patient with it. If we go there and we lose 4
then
or 5,
it is what it is.
And then we go to PSG and we lose 4 or 5, he's in trouble, mate. I don't agree with that at all, but I just know what the fan base is like. In the middle of those 3 difficult away games, we have Fulham at home. So if we do put in 2 stinkers at Arsenal and PSG, the pressure on that Fulham game is going to be immense. And if we put in a Wolves performance or a Chelsea performance in that Fulham game and we lose that, I think I really hope this doesn't happen. I think it could become very difficult for him very quickly. And interestingly, our next home game, so we have Arsenal away, PSG away, Fulham at home, Newcastle away. The next home game is Brentford at home. Can you imagine if Brentford came and gave us a whooping? Then I think there could be real problems. I so hope we don't get there, because I think Frank needs much longer, almost no matter what happens. But I can see a scenario in which it could get very difficult very quickly.
But can I say something? Can I put this to you both, right? If you look at, obviously, we all agree clearly here that the Chelsea game it was unacceptable, right? In my opinion, it's not the loss, it was the effort, and whether you want to get onto the way we played, how we got out of position, whatever it is, how we lumped the ball forward, etc. If you look at the United game, right, and this is where, when I'm arguing with anybody, discussing with anybody, this is what I point to. The last 20 minutes, leading up to us equalizing and leading us to going 2-1 up. And I know in the last 5 minutes they went to 10 men or whatever it was, right? But you could see the change in intent and instructions between the last 20 minutes and how we played in that, or approached the game in that first half. If we approach the game like Arsenal, actually, let me not use Arsenal, say any other team, right? In the way we did in the last 20 minutes, where we were balanced, but we did commit men forward and were able to have options, I don't think people will get as upset if we lost the game in comparison to how we approached it at the start of the United game, where Xavi Simons, and actually, in my opinion, Xavi had one of the best games of, since he'd been in. Xavi Simons got the ball, looked up, and there was nobody there. There was
he had two players behind him and no one in front of him.
And that is the difference in our losses to the fans' mood that I think might change. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think that's a part truth, Manny. I partly take it, but I think there's a bit of context there, which is, I think 3 important things happened in that period as well. It's sort of 70 to 80 minutes, which was Casemiro went off. Right. They took Mazraoui off and put Diallo at right wing back. And it was then that Odegaard started to skin his man, because Diallo ain't no defender.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And then they lost Sesko as well and went down to 10 men. And at that stage, we were kind of all over them for a period. So I can't conclude, because of those 3 things happened at the same time.
Yeah, that's
I'm not quite sure how much to put to your theory that we really tried to chat, and how much to put on the fact of the game state change from a United perspective.
Guys, by the way, Sava, thanks for having me. I'm gonna.
Sorry, I had to be away for a bit, so sorry.
All good. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Enjoy, Manny. Enjoy. Yeah, Chris, just coming off the back of that, and welcome, Philly. Yeah, do you know what? This is what I mean when our fans overreact about everything, Chris. I think Odegaard's the perfect example. I thought Odegaard did some nice stuff when he came on against Man U, but a lot of it was when Man United had to throw. It was at the end when Man United changed their system and were down to 10 men that we suddenly saw Odegaard beating men. When we had 11 men on the pitch, I didn't really see him doing a lot. I'm not taking away from him, but because he had a good cameo, we've gone, oh my God, Thomas Frank, he's got to start him every game. He's amazing. And I'm like, is he amazing?
Agree, mate. For 20, this is a brutally unpopular opinion amongst most people.
No, but you're saying it's unpopular.
No, I was going to say what's important. For 25 minutes, he did one thing, which was put in a very, very good ball for Romero.
Agreed.
Apart from that, I thought he barely got on the ball for 20. Then it changed. And I've got to be fair, because I'm not an Odegaard fan. I've got to be fair. For 15, 20 minutes at the end, he was great. He was brilliant. But the narrative now is that he came on at half time and he changed the game. No, we were still shit for ages. It didn't change at all.
Yeah, I think the key thing is, and again, this isn't Odegaard bashing. I feel sorry for Odegaard, Chris, in the fact that I don't think he should be a starting left winger for Tottenham anyway. No. That shouldn't be the level of player starting for Tottenham Hotspur. He should be, if anything, I mean, I'm not enamored by him. If anything, he should be the guy learning from the guy, right? Yeah. That's where he should be in the pecking order. Unfortunately, we didn't buy what we needed, and it's elevated how good he is in some people's minds. This is a guy that's got 1 assist in 26 Premier League games for Tottenham Hotspur. But now because he didn't start, Frank got it completely wrong. Well, hang on. What about all the games he has started where we've done nothing? Isn't it like we suddenly forget those? Look, I hope he comes in. I hope he does well. For me, I need to see more than a 15, 20-minute cameo of a player beating his man. I need to see you are doing that for 90 minutes. And I've never seen that from Odegaard. And I need to see that. So hopefully he comes good. Hopefully he gets better. But again, look at the pedestal, guys, that he's been put on after that cameo against Man United. Like it's absolutely crazy what we do with these footballers. It's so mad how much we elevate them after one 20-minute performance. I think it's crazy.
It's quite the opposite of what you say, isn't it? In one aspect, it's quite mad how we grill them when they come off the pitch too much, sort of thing, but we elevate them too much as well. We down them too much, but also elevate them too much as well.
But it's always been the way. Football fans are one way or the other. It's like everything is famine or feast. It can't be, I thought so-and-so had a good game today. It's video. Oh my God, this player did this and he's a genius. I saw these videos going, what Odegaard will give to Spurs. And I'm like, hang on. He had a good 20-minute cameo, but can we start? Look, each to their own. I think he's okay.
That's one I can agree with you. That's one I can agree with you on. I mean, I think if you want to put Tell Simmons, Odegaard over it, I don't think there's been no real difference between all three of them. In the past two games, you've seen more lights of what Simmons can do. In the Man U game, I think he almost played himself out of the game. And what I mean by that is he was actually on his toes and others around him weren't. Like Manny said, he was actually with it. He almost played himself out of it, got in the position. Where was there anybody to bloody pass to? And past two games, you've seen things of what he can do. And I think you've also seen Odegaard improve on things we've seen him do. But has he improved or done that much that you then start standing up saying, yes, this is our man? Only another 10 games will say that. This is where I agree with what Stel says. I think we should just use him as our left winger and just play him there consistently until we've got someone who's got more the capability of taking that place full time instead of keep chopping and change it every 5 minutes. It's not that we have much of a good option there either, though, is it?
Yeah, it's okay. But I mean, Dan, the flip to this as well is you look, Dane Scarlett came on. Hang on, Lubo wants the link. Dane Scarlett comes on, wins a penalty against Copenhagen. And now all of a sudden I'm seeing this guy's the saviour and this guy should start in front of strikers. And it's just like, I'm somebody, I need to see people. I need to see things over a sustained period of time before I can judge. And I just feel like we are very quick to put players on pedestals. That's just me.
I'm 100% behind you, Sava. I can't stand the unrealistic pedestals that I'm seeing these players put on. They've done nothing in a Spurs shirt to be put on these pedestals. Yeah, fans put them on the pedestals. And then when they don't play to what the level they're supposed to be, because the fans' expectations of their levels, right? It's all of a sudden, it's not longer the player's fault, it's the manager's fault. So now you've got the hypocritical style of, we don't say that we want to keep this player in the summer, because a lot of us said, let's get rid of some of these players in the summer, like Archie Gray, let's get rid of them on loan so they can learn at a lower level and they can develop. No, you keep them. And then when they don't work up to the Champions League level, which is what Tottenham are, because remember, we are now in the Champions League, it's now Thomas Frank's fault that he can't get them working. How does that work out? That doesn't work. That doesn't logic to me. To me, yeah, right, you have to put the players at the pedestal that they're supposed to be on. But none of the players have shown they've got the capabilities here to be able to do this, and they're very inconsistent. That's the problem with you. They're inconsistent players. They can't perform at a certain level each game.
But Philly isn't half the problem. That the fact is when we've got Spurs creators out here and fans debating, look at the caliber of player we're left debating.
100%.
We're left debating, should it be Tell? Should it be Scarlett? Should it be Odegaard? Should it be a Yang? Do you know what I mean? Should it be Brennan Johnson or should we play some young kid from the youth? This is what we're left with. And then fans want to complain that what they're seeing isn't great. I genuinely...
It's bro, can I say this now, right? I'm going to say this right at the gun, right? Here it is. right? It's scraping the bottom of the barrel, isn't it? It's a moment of a match here, and it's like, oh, this player passed a 2-yard pass in Oedipus' case. He passed it to the left-hand side to Odushi. It's like, he's had a brilliant half from that. It's like, mate, do you know a half is 45 minutes, not 1 minute of a match? What are we doing here? He's made one little pass to a player. It doesn't mean that he's had a good half.
Would any of you start Dane Scarlett? Would any of you start Dane Scarlett for Tottenham Hotspur?
Absolutely not. No. I can't even get on board with the argument. You got Lord Rodney.
Me neither,
Cotto.
Chris, but me neither.
Yeah,
I think
he was on your members show, wasn't he? And he's in the chat now going on about how do you know? Well, he's failed on 3 loans in League One and the Championship. He's not been picked by 5 managers at Spurs. What is there apart from 10 minutes against Copenhagen that says he deserves? What really gets to me is we're like, oh, how do you know if you don't play? 5 managers have seen this guy, more than 5 because he's been on loan at 3 places. 8 managers have seen this guy week in, week out, and he's not been good enough in training. So what is it that makes us think that despite all of
training
that,
goes out the window, Chris? Apparently, when people go, just try them. Do the managers not see them train day in, day out? Like,
he can't deliver against Rotherham and Luton and whoever else he's playing against, but he's going to come in and play well against Arsenal. But you know what's going to be said next? Oh, but Harry Kane. I'm like, well,
yeah, I know. But Kane. But can
I just point out, as I ripped someone's argument apart on this the other week, if you actually compare how old Scarlett is today to how old Kane was at the exact same age, Kane had scored 19 Premier League goals. He'd scored against Arsenal, Liverpool, Newcastle, Chelsea. He'd scored 7 goals in Europe. He was first choice for us, and he was about 2 days away from scoring his first Premier League hat-trick. So the comparison just isn't there.
But isn't the point that we're getting to this is, I said this on my member show the other day, I think because people are so upset with Richie, they're elevating how good Scarlett is. Where actually, and again, you all know on this panel what I think of Richie. I think, first of all, thought it was embarrassing that we signed him, like, and he's still here in his, 4th season, which is pathetic, right? But let's be fair, Richarlison is better than Dane Scarlett. Whichever way you look at it, this is a guy that's played Premier League football for 8, 9, 10 seasons, played for Brazil. Whichever way we look at it, no matter what you think of him, he is a better player than Dane Scarlett, who has done nothing in football by the age of 21, right? This is, for me, Chris, this is copium that we now want Scarlett to play, because if Thomas Frank played Dane Scarlett at the weekend, right, and we don't get a result against Arsenal, it will be, Frank picked the wrong team. Why is he going with Scarlett for? The same fans. I'll call Lubo out. He's one of these. Don't want to see Paulinho and Bentancur. He drops one of them. Oh, he got it wrong again. He can't win. He can't win.
I want to see for Fulham and Brentford, I want to see Paulinho and Gray in. If Gray's fit.
Yeah, but we all know your irrational love of Archie Gray is just weird.
It's not an irrational love. The guy has got talent and he needs to be given.
But we've never seen it.
Luton, he hasn't done it in the Championship.
Where's this talent that you've seen?
Listen, he played 47 games last season. I've seen him play. I saw all of them.
Is he the level to play in the Champions League? Let's just be real right now. Is Archie Gray the level to play in the Champions League?
Well, he came on against Bodo and he got us a draw, didn't he?
Now play against PSG, Lubo.
But there's levels. I'm talking about Philly. Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what games I said we should play him in?
Right, go on.
The problem with that, though,
how have you gone from Fulham to PSG?
The problem with that is those are the games we should be winning, and you start picking these fringe players in those games and don't win, and then that is, Frank will be absolutely slaughtered for it.
Chris, we're not winning at home. We haven't won for 3 months.
Yeah, Lubo, I'm going to go with Sav's point here, yeah, right?
We need to change.
Which player in the Spurs team gets the foot on the ball, dominates the game, and brings the team forward? Which player does that, Lubo?
By the way, did you hear? Was it your? I think it was you gave that stat last night, didn't you, Chris? Which player this season per 90 minutes has made the most progressive?
No, it wasn't me. But yeah, that's
Bentancur.
And
Bentancur.
Archie Gray.
It's a disingenuous stat, though, because you're taking a very small sample size and comparing it to players who've got a big sample size. It's not fair.
But Chris, you can only judge a player. I agree with you, but you can only judge a player on the minutes that he plays.
Right. So if he's only played 10 minutes here and 10 minutes there, how can you really judge him? I said 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there. It's a figure of speech. It's a figure of speech here, yeah, and you know that. How can you judge him against someone who's played 90 minutes, 90 minutes, 45 minutes, 90 minutes?
Dan, would you agree it's not working at home this season? The way you set up, the tactics are not working this season.
I think the problem is at home is, I agree with what others have said. I think at home, he's just going there not to lose. Whereas away, he's going there willing to win, lose or draw as such. At home, I think he's just that desperate not to lose that is showing that we ain't getting the win out of it or whatever. If that makes sense.
You can a counter-attacking team. No disrespect to you, but don't you think at Tottenham, a team that soak up the opposition's possession, and then hit them on the counter-attack?
I've been saying it for 2 years.
That's how I look at Spurs. We don't have a player. As a home team, the emphasis is on Tottenham to make the play and go forward. We don't have them players to make the team go forward. And this is the argument I just gave to you, Luba, but you didn't hear what I said to you. Which player, has the power to dominate the game and to bring Tottenham forward? Because none of our players have that ability, Luke. None.
We've seen.
So we don't have a team conducive to playing at home. This is why our home form is patchy, because we soak up possession and then we hit them. That is the best way to get to. And by the way, you were saying it earlier, about Tottenham being a pragmatic team. They are a pragmatic team. And by the way, we've just got a pragmatic technical director and power teacher coming in from Juventus, because that's how Juventus play. They're pragmatic, right? So I'm looking to Tottenham being a pragmatic team, and this suits Thomas Frank. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, which is what I said in the summer. I didn't want to talk about the transfer window because I saw the transfer window, how it happened, and I said to myself, I washed my hands of Tottenham Hotspurs. I don't care where they finish in the league. These results to me is irrelevant. I don't care how he plays in the season.
I agree with that.
Each game, and because we're going to have ups and we're going to have downs, because the squad itself isn't good enough. And a lot of the players that the fans have put on pedestals aren't the level consistently to be able to do anything.
I don't go with this. Sorry, fans don't put players on pedestals.
Oh, you do. Oh, you do.
You do.
On Archie
Gray.
Look how you talk about two players that have done absolutely nothing.
Great potential for 19-year-old kids. Great potential.
My worry, though, Lubo, is
with Tottenham Hotspur, why are we talking about potential being in the first 11? I'll ask you this question.
Right, you know my answer. Transfer policy last 10 years. You've got my answer.
No. But that's not an answer, because we've got better than those two in the squad. Neither of them are as good as Bentancur. Whatever people think of Bentancur,
I think he's overrated personally, and I don't think he suits the system. I don't think he suits the system.
So you're telling me, so you truly believe that Gray and Bergvall are better footballers than Rodrigo Bentancur?
I think at home, Gray or Bergvall should be given an extended chance, because I think they will help us get better results at home. We don't need.
Bergvall hasn't. When Bergvall's played, he hasn't.
He hasn't played that much this season. Have a look at his minutes. He's been in and out the whole time.
Can I ask a question about Gray, though? If you want him to play against Fulham, do you really think that Gray has the physicality in that midfield to stand up to Sasa Lukic and Sander Berge?
Well, let me put this to you. Our midfield didn't have the physicality to stand up to Villa, but we dominated most of the game in midfield and we drove it.
And who was in midfield?
Who was in midfield?
Paulinho and Bentancur, the two that everyone said that don't work together. They bossed that midfield.
Well, did he pull Bentancur off early? I think.
Hang on. Paulinho and Bentancur were excellent against Aston Villa. Why? Because they're physical and they're men. This is my problem, Chris. You're bang on, right? We keep hearing about Archie Gray, Bergvall. Bergvall cannot pass a football to save his life. His passing is awful.
Have you checked?
Nobody does this.
Chris, can you check Bergvall's passing stats?
I'm talking about when we bring up the data MB on Bergvall, it shows you he doesn't pass the football. And when he does, he gives it away, right? Bentancur doesn't. This is the point. I keep asking this. I keep saying the midfield's set up wrong at home. Right, who plays in that midfield then that's more dynamic? The answer is Gray, and we've got no evidence of that, or Bergvall, which we do have evidence of that he's not. So we're now at the point where we're splitting hairs purely because people don't understand that we have not got those types of footballers at our football club. This is what Danny and I were calling out for. All of last year, we were calling out for these types of footballers. And we were told, no, don't worry, we've got Bergvall and Gray. Isn't that right, Dan? I know we disagree on a lot, but ain't that right?
Yeah.
We called out for Manu Kone, who's excellent at it. We called out for Locatelli, excellent at it. Right? We called out for these people. We were told, don't worry, we've got Bergvall and Gray because they're potential for the future. We're now 18 months down the line and we're still saying potential. If anyone, this is the difference, right? I won't say things to be popular and be liked, right? Who is watching Bergvall and going, that's the answer to our central midfield problems? Because I'm watching him and going, can you stop giving the ball away and running into blind alleys?
Yeah, man.
That's all he does. He runs around a lot with the ball, right? He runs around a lot with the ball. And then when he gives it away, people go, oh, he tried.
Yeah,
What?
Can I add something to your argument there? When Bergvall gives away the ball, he's no longer in position. So now you leave Paulinho wide open to the other midfielders in the team. And this is your Bergvall who give the ball away. And this is the problem that fans don't see with Bergvall and don't look at it properly and logically. So now I'm looking at it and thinking, you've now left us wide open. How have you not seen that?
So let's carry on.
Philly, look at Monaco. Philly, look at Monaco and look at Bodo Glimt, right? Mm-hmm. In both those games where Bergvall started in midfield, right? We were overrun in midfield in both those games. Like it visually stood out we were overrun. When Bentancur and Paulinho play together in midfield, we don't visually get overrun. And this is the problem. Everyone, I get it. I want better than Bentancur, by the way. Mm-hmm. This isn't the I'm going to die on a hill for Rodrigo Bentancur. I think he's a decent midfielder. Mm-hmm. This is what happens. This is what happens when you don't buy the players you need. These are the arguments we end up having. We are sitting here arguing why Archie Gray, who's never done it before, should be the starting midfielder above Rodrigo Bentancur, who's a Uruguay international. Like, I think
he's trying to try. Make sense? Open your mind, Sava. Open your mind. This is not working. 4 points or 5 points out of 18 is not working. Try something different.
Okay.
Even if the player is not.
You're about to have a heart attack. What are you doing? Calm down.
Because what you say is not correct.
But it is factually correct.
Against Bodo Glimt, he played Sarr. He dropped Paulinho onto the bench for Bodo Glimt, and he played Sarr instead of Paulinho. Big mistake. We got overrun.
He played Sarr and Bergvall like everyone wanted. He played one. See,
wasn't his fault.
Do you know what? This is what I love. You get what you've asked for a few times, and every time it's failed, you can't acknowledge it. So when he did this against Bodo Glimt, he dropped one of them. He had one sitting, Bentancur, and he had Sarr and Bergvall going. And Bodo Glimt ripped us a new one in midfield with their three midfielders. Hang on, like most of us before the game said they would. We said, this is the game where you've got to play Paulinho and Bentancur because Bodo Glimt are good on the ball. They're going to destroy us. Monaco, he did the same thing, right? We were destroyed in midfield. Man United at the weekend, I was told, we don't want Bentancur. Put Sarr next to him. He's better. He's more advanced. Same thing.
Hang on. He played Bentancur and Paulinho in Monaco.
I'm sure, but he put Bergvall with them, right?
But if it was Simmons, do you think it would have been any different?
Well, Simmons can control a football and hold on to it.
Simmons hasn't even been particularly good since he joined.
No one said he had. Simmons needs time. But the thing is, you seem to be seeing something in some of these players. The potential argument, and when you say open your mind, that's great, but you can't actually, this is in a court of law, you can't give me any evidence to say why Bergvall or Gray should start instead of Rodrigo Bentancur. They can't pass the ball like he can. They're not as good in the tackle as he is. They're not as strong as he is. They're not as experienced. What do they give you that he doesn't?
Let's see.
No.
That's
not.
I'm just saying to you. No.
That's not an answer.
I'm saying if something's not working, then you try and fix it.
And he's done that. And it still hasn't worked.
He played Gray against in midfield against Burnley. They won 3-0. Now Burnley's a small snapshot.
Is this what we're going to?
So
is this what we're going to?
So give him an opportunity against lesser Premier League teams. It's not working with Benson
Which lesser Premier League team?
It's not working.
But Lubo, have you noticed? Do you know what? I'll call you out. You always do this. I'm asking, give me some evidence. Because when people say things,
and then you'll have the evidence one way or the other.
Let me finish.
No, you asked me a question. Let me answer it.
I haven't finished the question. When people say, open your mind, let's see. I'm asking you, what do Bergvall and Gray do that Bentancur doesn't?
Well, Bergvall progresses the ball the way Bentancur does.
No, he doesn't. Factually and statistically, no, he doesn't.
Statistically, you go by your eyes. Stats.
My eyes tell me the same thing.
Lubo, Sabat is right on this one.
If you want to go by stats, then Archie Gray's made per 90 minutes the most progressive passes.
He played like one game.
That doesn't stand up, Lubo. If you look to last season, Archie Gray's below Bergvall, who's a long way below.
Hang on. Can we get back to this point?
Short and mid passing were very good.
I want to get back to this point. This is the thing. You're saying use your eyes. I use my eyes, which is why I get frustrated when Bergvall plays. Then I go and look at the stats and data and go, yeah, that matches up what I've seen. You saying he progresses the ball. I can assure you he doesn't progress the ball. What he does is he drives forward with the ball, Lubo.
Carries the ball.
He carries the ball. Nothing comes of it, right?
Yeah.
Nothing comes of it. Bentancur, right, will keep the ball. So Bentancur might go sideways, might pop shorter passes into the forwards. He keeps the ball. Bergvall gives it away. People like you were crying out for this against Man United. Papa Sarr plays, he can't pass the football. Papa Sarr can't pass the football.
I'm not a Sarr fan.
But he's better than Bergvall.
But we are not. I don't want either of them in against Breton for the Fulham. I want to see, mind you, it's probably irrelevant because I've just seen something up here that Gray's not going to be back till after Christmas. But I would like to see when he's fit against these sort of clubs, not against the top six, but against these sort of clubs, put him in. Let's see how he does. We've seen how we. No, I'm sorry. This is the season that you try out players. This is the season. Frank is rebuilding. So have a look at everybody.
It's with Tottenham Hotspur.
Yes, that's
Where's
right.
The standards?
And we've won one game in 6 at home. So you look at it and you think, okay,
and Archie Gray is the solution.
I don't know. No,
we do know.
He may not be. But give him an opportunity and let's see if he's the solution.
Do you know what, Lubo? Do you know what?
We are shit at home. We are garbage at home.
Do you know why I can't take this seriously? One, because it's how emotional you get over Gray, which is really odd, right?
No.
Hang on.
Can I
finish a sentence? Can I finish a sentence? Right? You get so emotional over Archie Gray with zero evidence to back anything up, right? If we're going to use your argument, why aren't we just sitting here going, okay, cool. When Takai's back, just get Takai in at centre half instead of Romero. Just get Takai in. Why not?
That's ridiculous because there's the centre backs to play.
Just talk. What's the fucking point?
You come out with nonsense. You're talking about Romero. You're talking about Takai and Romero.
You're not
Jesus Christ, what show am I on here? You're comparing Takai with
Romero. When you're not using your ears. Listen to the point I'm making, right? Takai and Romero, listen, let me finish. I also think, this is how stupid what you just said was. I also don't think Takai should ever start in front of Romero. But you are championing Archie Gray, a guy who's never played midfield properly in the Premier League in his career, instead of Rodrigo Bentancur, who is a player that has won the Serie A, played for Uruguay in World Cups and Copa Americas, played for Champions League for Tottenham. So can you not see how stupid it is?
No, it's
Takai
not
should
stupid.
never play in front of... Let me finish. Takai should never play in front of Romero the same way that Gray shouldn't start in front of Bentancur. It's funny because when it's your example, it's let's see. When it's my example, which is designed to be ridiculous, you say it's ridiculous. That's the point, Lubo. You're championing a kid that has done nothing. He's done nothing. You're championing a kid. Can I tell you why? The ultimate reason I can't take it seriously. You told everybody for nearly 18 months, this guy's a number 6. He needs someone to learn off. This is Ange's fault. Right. He needs a 6.
Guess what?
Now,
Do you know what, Sav? I admit when I'm wrong. You never admit when you're wrong, ever.
You admit when you're wrong?
Never.
You've been wrong about Gray and Bergvall for 18 months.
No, you would never come out. Frank sees him as an 8. I actually was on your show and I said, yeah, if Frank sees him as an 8, then I got it wrong. He sees him as an 8, not 6.
That's my point. You told everyone for 18 months that this guy is a number 6.
We didn't have a 6.
Can I? Fuck my life. You've told everyone for as long as I can remember that this guy's a number 6 and we're going to see how good a number 6 he is. Then in the course of 90 minutes against Burnley, it changed to, actually, if this guy's given a game in number 8. So basically what you're saying is you don't know what this player is. You don't know what Archie Gray is. Why on earth would I want Archie Gray starting in midfield against grown men instead of Rodrigo Bentancur?
Why? I'll tell you why you give him an opportunity. Because it doesn't work at home playing Polinia and Bentancur together. We've won 1 in 6. Doesn't work. Plainly doesn't work. 5 points out of 18. If you think that works, we got the...
Why is it the midfield's fault?
After Wolves, we've got the worst home record in the whole Premier League.
Why is it the midfield's fault?
Why is it the midfield's fault? We're not moving the ball up.
I think it's the forward's fault. I think it's the forward's fault. I don't think it's the midfielder's fault. Look against Aston Villa. How many chances do we want? Look against Aston Villa. Look against Man United. Chances.
That was my argument in the summer, by the way. I said you can have all the creativity behind you, but if you got forwards like Spurs have here, I don't trust any of them to score. You know what? Every time I see them go forward towards the area, I expect them to miss rather than score. That's always been my argument. I can't stand the pigeon. I didn't want him from day one, and that's been 4 years of pain. I ask myself every time I watch Spurs here, what did I do in a previous life to have to watch this guy play football? This man has a poor first touch. Let's see if he can be bothered to stay on side because he's too lazy to look at the last defender before making a run. I've watched Chesney Hawk Solanke. Oh my word, one good season. What are we doing here?
Yep.
Philly, can I tell you what we're doing? Philly, can I tell you what we're doing?
You might as well burn that money, Lubo. Seriously.
Philly, our fans are doing what they always do. We're elevating players that don't. We're elevating players that haven't played and making them better because we don't like what we're seeing. Right? This is what we're doing. Fans are doing it with Dane Scarlett. Fans are doing it with Odegaard. Fans are doing it with Tell. Right? Lubo's been doing it for a year and a half with Archie Gray. I've never watched Archie Gray in a Spurs shirt and gone, "Cool, you deserve to start." I think he looks bang average. Right? Now, he might have a game and we go, "Yeah, you're all right." We're Tottenham Hotspur. He is not better than Rodrigo Bentancur in any way, shape, or form.
The truth is, Lubo, the truth is, right, if you actually look at the actual stats, none of the players other than Bentancur in midfield progressive passes forward than Bentancur.
Exactly.
What you get confused, Lubo, and I have to back up Sava on this because I agree with it, right? Bergvall, he carries the ball. He's the best carrier of the ball in midfield. But what he does is what I don't know. I haven't seen the stats, but he loses the ball every time he carries the ball forward. So basically, it doesn't go anywhere. And then we end up being on the defensive again because he loses the ball or he doesn't make a pass that's effective, right? Bentancur's forward passing is not even that good. It's actually quite bad at Spurs, right? But he's the best out of what we've got.
There you go. There you go, Danny.
The argument, I know, but the
there
argument...
you go. Lubo assured me Bergvall progresses the ball. He's got non-existent forward passes, forward pass percentage, and progressive passes. He doesn't progress the ball
I said he carries the
at
ball.
all.
He moves the ball forward. He takes the ball.
No,
with
you said progresses.
You said progresses the ball forward.
I meant carrying.
Which is
And
why
he
I said
doesn't.
carry,
Look,
because I
he
had a
doesn't.
feeling you meant
He
carrying.
carries.
But that's the problem, Lubo. That him carrying the ball is only effective if he makes effective passes into the forward line, right? If he's putting the ball through to the attackers, right, where we're actually getting a chance, that's when he becomes effective. But he's not doing that, right? Sarr can't do it, and neither can Bentancur. Bentancur's the only one who actually gets the ball forward out of the midfielders. Yet it just goes to show how bad we are in midfield, because none of the midfielders we have, right, are actually making progressive forward passes to an effective position for the attackers to actually get something off it. And when it does go to the forwards, right, the forwards are shit and they can't finish their dinner, right? So that's why it's not working. It's because Lubo, we were discussing this last night. Your argument as well, my argument last night on the Spurs 5 was the fact that our players are not good enough. They're just not good enough.
We know they're not good enough. That's what.
What
That's what.
to do with them then? If you know they're not good enough, Glubo, yeah, what do you expect Thomas Frank to do with them? Because I'm saying he's a miracle that he's got Spurs in 5th place to me.
Yep.
Philly, if you've listened to me over the last few weeks, you'll know that I've been saying Frank's overachieving with what he's got. He's got no 8. He's got no 8. He's got no 9. He's got no 10 in effect. Simmons hasn't settled in yet. We've got no 11 apart from the week with Oda there. So we're missing.
But yet the midfield's the problem. You've just admitted it yourself. He's got no 8.
8, 9, 10, 11. We don't move the ball quickly enough at home to get the ball up to Kudus. Don't get the ball up to him anywhere near quickly.
Just for argument,
Romero to Van de Ven to Spence back to Van de Ven to Romero to Porro up to Kudus. By then, they've got all their defenders back, and every opposition is in a low block, and they're all organised. We take forever to move the ball at home. It's horrendous.
Just to defend you on your opinion on Gray, I actually am of the opinion that I would like to see him given a chance to see what he's capable of, because in that Burnley game, for me, that was one of the best performances in midfield that I've seen in the season, where the ball actually moved forward. And yes, it's Burnley, but the ball actually moved forward. I was there. I was at the game. Some of you guys were at the game as well. For me, he had a decent game in that game. And I would like to see him given a chance to see if it makes a difference, if he plays with Paulinho, if we've got one midfielder who's just sitting up, doing all the defensive work, and you've got him just trying to progress the ball forward.
Danny,
and
can I tell you my problem with this? Can I tell you my
on.
problem with this? I wouldn't mind if this had been the shout all season, but the same people now going grey, I heard them say it about Bergvall and Bergvall players.
Yeah, but people say that, Sam, because they don't watch football properly. It's like FIFA.
Hang on. Right? I heard the same thing about Bergvall. I've heard the same thing about Sarr. It's now moved from Bergvall to Sarr to Gray. It's almost like we can't just admit that we don't have the players for it. We're now chopping and changing whose fault it is, right? I said this in the summer, Danny. I think you agreed with me with this. This is what happens when you leave yourself short. This is what happens when you don't buy the players you need. I said we're going to spend all year arguing about who should play in which position because we have not bought what we need. And here we are. Let's break this down. We are sitting here arguing about who should start out of Gray, Sarr, and Bergvall for Tottenham Hotspur in the Champions League. Like this is embarrassing, right? Not one of those should be starting for Tottenham Hotspur. Not one of them starts for City. Not one of them starts for Arsenal. Not one of them starts for Newcastle. Not one of them starts for Chelsea. Not one of them starts for Liverpool. Not one of them starts for Aston Villa, right? This is embarrassing. We're at the stage where we're going, give Gray a chance. Sure, let's give Gray a chance. If that doesn't work, Danny, what's the excuse going to be then that Thomas Frank hasn't done? Because I've heard this and it's not worked. I've heard the lies that Bergvall progresses the ball. Here's the evidence. The boy does not progress the ball in any way, shape or form. He carries the ball, loses it, and then the pressure comes back onto Paulinho in midfield, right? He is the worst passer of the midfielders at our club, statistically, right? He's the worst passer of the ball at our club. But I keep hearing, but Bergvall. You know why? Because people like Lubo It's the dream. How good could Bergvall be? How good could Gray be? Bentancur is an established Premier League, an international footballer. Now, he's not the best, but he's better than Bergvall, he's better than Sarr, and he's better than Gray. He passes the ball forward more than any of those players do, but constantly we're told he doesn't pass the ball forward. Well, if he doesn't, what about the others? The facts at some point have to present themselves.
The issue with Bentancur, that fans aren't put in perspective is that man's had an ACL injury and his mobility is poor because of the ACL injury. So he may never be that player again who's going to bring the ball forward. And this is my issue, and this is the one I said with Danny at the time, but fans didn't want to hear it. Right? It's the fact that this man has had an ACL injury, and injuries like that are massive. They can change a player's career. That is the issue, and that's why Spurs should have got a player in there to have to take away the pressure from Bentancur, and he should be a squad player at best. Archie Gray should come on in the last 10, 15 minutes of a match if the game and see what he can do. That's his level for me.
That's why Philly.
You should be on. Otherwise, you should be on loan.
That's why Philly. We wanted to bring in Morgan Gibbs-White because he's a technical player who can progress the ball. He's a dog in midfield. He doesn't stop running. He can pass the ball. He scores a few goals. He's not a goal scorer per se, but he can do the stuff that we need him to do for the attackers. And he also gives that a lot more ability in the midfield as well. And I think I agree. Bentancur signing a new contract for me, I hope that they signed a contract for him because they need him to be a squad player. Yeah, and probably for the money too. You're right, Sav. Right? If they do sell him, then they can make some money back on him, right? But for me, he's not the solution. None of our midfielders are the solution, right? We've got too many players that don't do. It's like what I genuinely love. If you could have Sarr's engine, Bergvall's carrying the ball, and Bentancur's passing ability all merged in one player. That's the type of player I want, right? If you have that type of player, you've got a great midfielder. But the problem is we've got too many players that do different things in midfield, and it's not enough of the things that we need, right? So one person can carry the ball really well, but is shit at passing, doesn't really score that many goals. He's not, which is Bergvall. You've got Sarr, who's an absolute engine, who doesn't stop running tirelessly. Again, can't pass the ball, but sometimes comes up with goals out of nowhere, right? And then you've got Bentancur, who kind of can do a little bit of everything, but not enough of everything. And that's the problem, right? He can't progress the ball enough. And this is the massive problem we've got at Spurs. That's why I for me personally, I think we need to get rid of two of our midfielders and we need to bring another two. I said we need two top quality number 8s, not just one. We need two.
The thing is, we need two. We had that, up with Dembele. We had that. Dembele was the perfect midfielder. He had all that skill set.
But again, Philly, Philly. When Dembele wasn't playing, who did we have? Harry Winks.
Exactly.
We had the drop off. The drop off was insane. Like if you have, let me say, if you've got like a Ruben Neves, right, in your midfield of Paulinho, right, and if you can bring on a Bentancur, at least the drop off is not. It's still a big gap because it's a different type of player, but at least it's not a Pape Sarr to a Ruben Neves or but Moussa Dembele to a Harry Winks. That's the problem. And like, look at Arsenal's midfield. They've got Zubamendi, Declan Rice. They've got
Marino.
Who?
Marino.
Yeah, Marino. But in midfield, I'm talking about Declan Rice.
He's a midfield player, Danny.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, they've got really good numbers in that central position.
They've got options, Dan.
This is the thing.
They've got options. When I look at Spurs, we don't have any options, Dan.
No, but this is why.
There is nothing there on the bench that tells me, when I look at the bench, I think it's like the last roll of a dice. Hopefully, this player might perform today because the bench to me it's not inspiring. There's no one on the bench that says to me that you can change the course of a game. There's nothing there, and I'm looking at it and thinking, you're Tommy Frank here. What am I supposed to do with the options on the bench if we're losing a game? How do I change the course of the game? Because none of the midfielders, none of the striking options here are inspiring enough for me.
Philly, we've got 5 or 6 very good players, and that's it. That's it.
Lubo.
All the other clubs that Sav just mentioned, those 6 or 7 clubs, they've all got better professionals at that level. You got Romero. I'm talking about goalkeepers. Romero, Van der Ven, Paulinho, Kudus. To me, they're the.
But also,
they're the four
Lubo,
best,
right?
and they're well
If you
clear.
think about it, right? If you actually think about it, what Frank has done so far, he's improved the defense, right? Van der Ven is flourishing under Thomas Frank's system,
Yeah.
right? Romero is a little bit more consistent. He's been given the captaincy, so he's a bit more kind of a bit more proud to play for the badge, right? And a bit more like and you can see, you can see because when he plays, we don't lose as many games, right? That's a fact, right? Udogie, for me, he's improved as a player, right? Not to the levels we know that he could get to, but he's definitely improved as a player. Porro, not so much, right? But Spence as well is doing all right. But Paulinho, again, it's just showing how good he is, right? But I think there's certain players in the squad that you can see are improving, right? Odegaard looks like he's slowly improving, right? Richarlison is just shit. We know that. Solanke, he's injured again. We again, for me, he's a bang average player, right? You've got Kudus, so you can see he's too much reliance on Kudus. That's why he's not performing at the levels we know that he can, even though he's still performing very well. It's just too many times now. All the players are so fucking lazy that they're just giving him the ball and saying, all right, go and do your thing. They're not supporting him. So how is he supposed to perform at his best level when none of the players try and help him out when he's got the ball, right? They just stand there waiting for him to try and beat a man. It's like, well, are you not going to give the guy some actual something to fucking pass the ball to? Give him some space. Give him another option, right? And for me, it's like we just need to get a lot better players. And for me, I personally believe, and I said this last night on the show, I think that when Frank gets better quality, you're going to see a better style of football. I believe that he is not playing as attacking as maybe we could play. Maybe he could play a little bit more, right? But I think we are also forgetting that last season, most of these players finished 17th in the league and were getting beat week in, week out. And we were getting battered. We weren't getting beat. We were getting battered a lot of the times, right? So people need to remember that. The fact that you can't go from finishing 17th to playing the best football in the league. It's fucking impossible. It doesn't work unless you have £1 billion to go and buy the best players in every position. Doesn't work.
When we get one of these, right? This is just a selection of midfielders I've picked in the Premier League, right? When we get one of these, look at these players. These are players who their little shape here is so far out wide on everything because they're good at most things. Until we get one of these in midfield, we're going to be a mess.
Yeah.
And when you compare Gray, Bergvall, Sarr, Bentancur's stats to these guys, like we're a million miles off. Now, some of these clubs, this is the embarrassing thing. This is where I do agree with Lubo. Some of these clubs, we're miles above, but they've got better players than us in this position, right? By the way, for anyone that wants to know, these players are Tonali's in the green. Look, Newcastle have got a guy like that, right? Yeah. So Tonali's in the green. Let me remove him.
What about Joe Linton? Yeah, but he's fucking up there as well.
Yuri Tillemans, even Yuri Tillemans, they picked up on a free. Look how good he is. Look how good he is at most stuff, right? That's Newcastle and Villa. Blue is Declan Rice, right? Moises Caicedo in orange. Elliot Anderson of Forest in purple.
Yeah.
Adam Ward in yellow. Now, when you go Gomez of Wolves, another one, our fans turn their noses up at. Right?
Gomez, yeah.
Have a look at the difference in these players, Danny, compared to the midfield options we've got. And people go, we're not very good at home. We don't pass the ball well. Shock. Spurs don't buy a midfielder that can pass the ball. Spurs fans lose their mind as to why we don't pass the ball very well. This is not rocket science. If you do not have a midfielder that can dictate a game and pass the ball, you're not going to pass the ball very well, right? This is really basic stuff, but we're trying to cause drama out of it. Can't believe Frank done this. Well, Frank's making us hard to beat by having the Paulinho and Bentancur pivot, right? By having that Paulinho and Bentancur pivot, let's be brutally honest. We should have beaten Man United, right? We should have beaten Aston Villa, right? So this whole, we're dreadful at home and the home form's not great. But you know what? All the players that are being suggested to put in there are worse statistically and on the eye than the players people want to replace them with. And this is what I don't get, Danny. If you want to replace somebody and tell me the team's going to get better, suggest someone who's better. This is a romantic notion. Open your mind. It's not about opening my mind. Archie Gray, Chris back, nail on the head. If Archie Gray played centre mid against Sasa Lukic and Sander Berg, right, he's going to get out-muscled. The same way you would not play him against a midfield three. I remember, Lubo, you wanted him to play midfield against Anana, McGinn and Kamara. The boy would get, see you later, right? Don't we have to trust that Thomas Frank kind of knows what he's doing a little bit here? I know it's romantic, and I know we want these kids to do well because you've died on a hill for them, but I don't think these kids are the answer.
I think they all need Premier League loans to go and play for like a Premier League team. All of them. All of them.
Danny, they need to be coming on in games. We need better. We need better. You look at we need midfield to the level of a Newcastle. That's where we need to be.
Yeah.
Now you've got Paulinho. Is Paulinho the answer? I mean, he's 30. Or do you look at somebody on the same level as a Caicedo who can do everything Paulinho does and more?
Yeah, so, but I think for the priority now is to get the priority now, Lubo, is to get a player who can progress the ball. Like me, my dream would be like Angelo Stiller. He'd be absolutely class at this club.
It was interesting. I'm just trying to think. I was on with Sean and Jacko yesterday afternoon, and Jacko was mentioning one or two midfield players, and Sean put the graphs up that were just phenomenal. Just phenomenal.
Toxicity.
Yes, correct.
But Lubo, hello everybody. I know I've just been sat here listening. How are we all?
I didn't even know. How did you get the link?
Don't worry about how I got the link, Sam. Just worry about that. No. Listen, Lubo. The problem here is we got people gassing up Troy Parrott because he scored 2 goals against Portugal last night. This is the problem with this fan base. They go, "Oh, Troy Parrott scored 2 goals. Oh, let's get him back."
So Nick, I've got to tell you this, Nick. I don't take any notice of our fan base. A fan base that cheered Postecoglou when we're 5-1 down. A fan base that don't use their brains and look at a team that were 17th that are now 5th and are giving this manager major stick when he's got such an incomplete squad and no one's,
yeah, but Lubo is the same. It's the same fan base that you want to have Archie Gray in the team, mate. So come on, don't start this nonsense.
Nick, this is my personal opinion. This is my personal. I want to see Gray given an opportunity. If he's
Lubo,
sorry,
mate.
Listen,
Lubo, come on. He helped us out when we got injured with the injuries. He's not gonna do it. I'm sorry. I'm getting ready to. I'm getting ready to Emerson Royale to change his photo, mate, to win the league in Brazil in a couple of weeks. Archie Gray can't even get on the pitch, mate. Come on.
If you spend £40 million on a player and you're paying him 75 grand a week, then the kids give the kid a chance. Give him a chance. What's the point of spending that money?
40 million on somebody like Locatelli or Manu Kone and don't need to worry about the chance. You just go.
That I agree with.
By the way, look at this, right? These are players that our fans turn their nose up at.
Class.
Right? This is Locatelli and Stiller, right? And look at the level of player we're arguing about in our fan base. Look at the level of footballer we are debating because, as I said in the summer, everyone told me when I was on the Spurs 5, I called it. I said that we had a negligent window. They all told me I was being dramatic. We had a negligent window. We did not buy what we needed to. And because of that, we're now sitting here going, who's our best left winger? Who's our best striker? Who's our best number 8?
Did you expect Spurs? This is Tottenham Hotspur we're talking about. Did you expect Tottenham to go out and buy 8 players that walk into the first team?
I expected us to at least buy 4 or 5.
Right, Lupo, that's ridiculous in this team.
No, hang on. No, Lubo. What we did was we loaned a DM instead of going out and buying the DM we needed.
Bring players in then, should I say? Bring players in.
Kolo Muani was signed on the last day of the window because Dominic Solanke got injured. So please don't tell me that Spurs had a plan to bring in a striker all window.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
So, no, what I expect, Lubo, is in the transfer market, I expect Spurs to bring in players who are immediately ready to hit the ground running, to bring them in before the last week of the window shuts, to be ready, have them there ready for pre-season. What we actually did was sign one player permanent, one loan, before the season started. We went into this season with the only two signings signed were Kudus and Paulinho. So basically 55 million, right? We then start the season and then panic stations because we don't get Eze.
Madison.
We get Simmons.
Madison
Now Simmons, who was probably not going to be bought unless James Maddison unless James Maddison hadn't gone down with a year's injury. Yeah. So no, I'm looking at this window, Lubo, and going, Tottenham had so much to do. Now, I like Simmons. I think he's going to come good. I'm not worried about that. I like Paulinho, yeah? But Tottenham did the absolute bare minimum. I banged the drum all window. We need an 8. We need a 9. We need an 11. We needed these players badly. And I predicted,
Lubo, know about Son leaving. Sorry, Saba.
Hang on. I predicted all window, Lubo, and I've been absolutely fucking spot on with it. I will say I told you so. I said we would be sitting here every show going, what's our best 11? I said we'd be sitting here every show going, who starts left? Who starts up front? Who starts in midfield with Paulinho? Because we didn't do what we needed. But what happens instead is, what we've got fans going, oh, Bentancur's the problem. Maybe Gray should play there. Maybe Sarr should play there. Maybe Bergvall should. Maybe we shouldn't be a club so fucking shit at what we do that we should be having these conversations because the Chelseas, the Cities, the Newcastles,
the wrong team, mate.
They do not. How have Aston Villa got 4 central midfielders better than us? How have Aston Villa got 4 better than us?
Sam, everyone laughed when I pulled out my 7-point manifesto. Everyone was laughing. Oh, they're all basic. This, and that. It's true. We're not geared up like the other teams are for success. Hopefully now. By the way, it was confirmed, wasn't it, in the press that Joe Lewis is not coming back to Tottenham. So it is. So thankfully, him and Levy and their mentality have gone. Now let's see what happens.
Kids are still there, though. His kids are still there, mate. I don't think it's going to change much.
Danny, let's see what happens with.
Do you honestly believe, Lubo, seriously, that it's going to change?
I don't know. They have turned down 3. Hang on, they've turned down 3 offers with intent.
Yeah, but why? Come on, let's be serious.
Why?
Okay, because they know if
Danny,
they've also
come out and said what they've said. So they've talked about ambition, they've talked about trophies, they've talked about winning. So let's see. They've opened their mouth.
Lubo, that's the most easiest thing to say after Levy's gone. They can come out and say, "Oh, we want to do this and we want to do this." And, I want to drive a Ferrari, Lubo, but it ain't gonna happen. Do you know what I mean?
Nick,
why not?
Maybe you will.
Yeah,
maybe you'll win the lottery, Nick. And maybe you'll buy a Ferrari.
We're trying to get one.
And I'll see you in White Hart Lane. And you'll be waving from your convertible, singing Emerson Royal's The King.
Yeah. Ferraris are a hard case. With a front-wheel drive on them, they ain't easy.
Isn't the frustrating thing here, guys? Isn't the frustrating thing here is not the players that have been available for the last few years. We're not even talking about having to go and buy a Declan Rice at 100 million. Like, Dan, this is a player me and you talked about. These are the 2 players me and you talked about last summer, right? That is Locatelli in the pink and Manu Kone in the green. Now, last year, Juventus were in an absolute financial crisis and were looking to sell him in the summer, right?
30 million.
Manu Kone moved last summer to Roma for about 30 million euros, if I'm not wrong. This isn't even about Enoch needing to step up and pay 250, 300 grand a week and spend 100 million pound on players. These players are out there. They are available, right? Players that dictate a game, players that are just quality midfielders. But we've got people championing Bergvall, Sarr and Gray. If I suggested right now, I don't care if any of those were to leave in the summer, by the way. I don't care if Bergvall, Gray and Sarr, I don't care if any of them were moved on in the summer and we bought him better. I bet you our fan base go, oh, what about the future? Or what about his potential? When are we going to stop being that team? When are we going to stop being that team and actually be the team?
Yeah, but Sav, I'm going to take it from you here. People blame Daniel Levy for a lot of stuff, and fair play, he did do a lot of stuff bad, yeah? Right? But I'm going to say this here. Where's Lang's accountability for the summer window? Because Johan Lang sat there all summer, yeah? Right? News that Son was leaving in the summer, right? And even if Son didn't leave in the summer, yeah, where was the contingency plan for Son's exit? Because he was 32 years old. Where was the left winger brought in here to take over from Son's position? And remember, yeah, for years we've been told as a fan base here, we've got contingency plan for Harry Kane and for Son Heung-min when they retired and they leave Spurs. So where was the contingency plan for Spurs? There was none of it. Right? We've sat and heard these lies over and over again. I'm sorry, I'm not playing this game with Lang. I want to see Spurs do something, bro. I don't want to hear them anymore. I'm tired of hearing them. I want to see it now, bro. I've really not. What?
Sorry, couldn't we do this for every footballer, Alex? Couldn't we do this for every footballer? Why didn't someone else get him? I'm not talking about anybody else. Arsenal, and again, sorry, I'm going to say this, Alex. Use your brain. Arsenal didn't go for Norgard instead of Locatelli. Locatelli is not going to go somewhere and sit on a bench. He's a top-class footballer. Right? Locatelli has seen that Arsenal already have Zubimendi and Rice. They needed squad players. I don't get our fan base. This is what I mean. Danny, this is what we said this summer, right? Last summer. Whenever you suggest good players, this fan base have an excuse as to why we didn't go for them. Arsenal and Liverpool don't need Locatelli.
No.
We bloody do.
Liverpool, look at
the
Chelsea,
reason no one came in for Locatelli
in
Italy
Fernandez.
is the reason no one in Italy went for Locatelli is because apart from Como, nobody in Italy has a pot to piss in. Simple as that. End of. That's all there is to it. Inter ain't got the money. Juventus are very, very, very much in debt. Roma haven't got money to spend. Lazio ain't got money to spend. Napoli have had a bit of money. The only ones who really actually spent serious money was Como. The rest of the teams, they might have spent 100 million, but they had 75 million come in. Just an example, yeah? And Locatelli does want some wages. He's a respected player out in Italy. No, he's not a world-class player, but he's 110 times better than what we got for what we need. We don't necessarily need a player who's going to charge up there. He's more of a Carrick type of player. The way he plays football is similar to how Michael Carrick used to play football. Is how I can relate it. He can basically sit there, act as the deep line playmaker, do his bit, doesn't have to run about that much for it, get the ball, dictate where it's going to go, slow it down, whatever else. That's the type of player he is. And he's a lot better than what we've got. And him alongside Paulinho, I think would be a very good matching.
I agree.
And the other thing is with it is we have gone through it and named player after player after player, and a lot of it's like last season. How many people said when we brought it up that Grealish wouldn't be good enough? He's too much of a pisshead. He ain't good enough for Spurs. And then it's he don't play the Spurs way, and this and this and this.
Well, Dan, these are the two. Dan, these are the two that Arsenal have got in their first 11, right? This is Rice and Zubimendi. Yeah. That's why they don't need a Locatelli or a Kone, right? Now let's look at our best midfielder. I'll chuck our best. Who's our best midfielder?
Well, Paulinho, you would think.
When it comes to the attacking side, when it comes to getting the ball forward,
who's our best number 8?
Yeah,
Bentancur.
Right, now look at the levels. This is what we're dealing with, right? This is what we're dealing with. Sam Smith, now, if you're going to stop being silly, you have no idea what Frank wanted to do and didn't. You're just making this up. You have no idea who he wanted to.
Can I just say something, Sava? Can I just say this stupid thing that fans say is, oh, but he wanted him at Brentford. And I mean, come on, we're comparing Tottenham Hotspur to Brentford. Of course, he wants those level of players at Brentford because Brentford's that level. That's the level those players should be playing at. They should be playing at Brentford, not Tottenham Hotspur, right? Johnsons and Solankis and all these fucking players like no offense, but Archie Gray, they were wanted for Brentford because Brentford's a different ball game to Spurs, a different stratosphere. It's as simple as that. This is so simple. We want to compete. People want to say we want to compete with Arsenal, yet they're happy. People want to be happy with what Bentancur and Bergvall and Sarr. These players are crap. Honestly, they're rubbish. They are rubbish.
They're not.
Let's be honest. Look at the players that we've had over the years, right? Compared to what we have now, right? We've had the Dembeles, we've had the Hoddles, we had the Gazzers, we've had even Wanyama was class going forward, right? We've had top players, and we've got Sarr and Bentancur's the best out of the lot, right? And again,
that's embarrassing, right?
Yeah, again, he's not good enough for what we need. He's a squad player at best.
Do you realise? Let me just sort of join this square off the circle for several bits, different pieces that you guys have been saying over the last few minutes. We had Levy bringing in Munn, that brought in Lang and Ange. Has been disastrous. In 23 months, Spurs gave Postecoglou 380 million to spend. He bought 18 players, plus he brought Werner in twice, not once, but twice on loan. So you're averaging 21 million per player. Whereas, you look at Arsenal will spend 105 on Rice, they'll spend 60 on Zubimendi, they'll spend 40 on Marino, etc., 50 on Ben White, etc. So this is the problem. And Lang did it. And out of those 18 players in the first transfer window, in terms of just bringing players in for the first team, and let's be honest about it, we're all interested in our first team being improved. For me, that's the first priority. Second priority after that, and you can't just live. I'm talking generally. You can't just live for today. You've got to live for tomorrow. When I was a kid going out doing cars, my parents said to me, spend 50%, save 50%. So for me, we are a big enough team to be able to go out and buy the right players for the first team and bring in players that are coming in. If we feel that they're going to improve the squad over the next few years, we bring them in before other teams bring them in.
Instead, we bring in Archie Gray at 40 million.
Well, that was their choice. That wasn't his fault.
The problem is,
not blaming him. I'm not blaming him. I'm blaming the club.
Yeah. Let me finish. They had the money, Sav, to buy, because Ange, in his ultimate wisdom, spent the whole summer wanting Gallagher for 60 million. So the club had the money. They were in for Neto at 50 million. Chelsea came in and blew them out the water. So they had the money. So for me, you look at what has happened to the first team and the squad for the first team and the players that are coming in, and apart from defenders, you really haven't got anybody who can come in without saying there's a sizable drop off. And then you've got midfield where they're all pretty much of a muchness, but none of them are really at this moment up to the level that we need. Munn's been there. Munn brought Lang in. Lang's been there for 2 years, and he brought in the players that came in under Ange that came straight into the first team were Van der Ven, Maddison, Johnson, Solanke, and to an extent last season, Bergvall. But let's put Bergvall to one side because he wasn't brought in initially to start in the first team. So out of 18 players...
How do you know that?
How do I know that? Because you've got an 18-year-old kid, you wouldn't normally think that they would just let him. He didn't come in for several months and play regular football, Stab.
I just love all these definites as to how people know which players managers wanted and didn't want, and who was bought for the first team. And who I love the way it's all so definitive. It's all.
I'm giving an opinion.
Okay, so it's an opinion, right? Okay,
I'm giving an opinion. For me, that's how it looks. Those were the 4 players that they brought in over four windows. Remember, 4 windows. So Frank also turned around halfway through the transfer window this summer and said that what he wants and his team want don't align with the way Tottenham are going about their transfer window. So I probably think, Sav, that we have lost the best part of this transfer window, with Lang probably bringing the wrong players that Frank doesn't want.
That I agree with.
To the table. So I think now that they know, and you look at it, what I've been told, I can't guarantee because I'm not there in the boardroom, but I was told that Frank wanted players without a wage cap for the data analysis to be looked at, so that the players would come in, and if they were right for Spurs, and you've seen now you've got Simmons on 195, you've got Kudus on 160. So whereas the previous year we only bought Solanke, we bought 4 kids in because Levy was bringing down the wage bill and wasn't replacing the established players that had left because he was trying to sell the club. So
can I ask you then? Last question on Archie Gray, right? This is why I find him the anomaly, right? I don't get, right? Bringing in the kids, I get. Like if you're bringing in Bergvall, 8 million, 9 million, whatever, I get it. But when somebody has signed off 40 million on Archie Gray, I can't blame that on Daniel Levy. I've got no doubt in my mind Daniel Levy has not gone to anyone and said, you must get me that 18-year-old for 40 million quid. So who decided that's the guy we needed to spend 40 million of our budget on? And let's be brutally honest, Lubo, I know you really rate him, but we're 18 months down the line and we've had nothing back from that 40 million. Like we're 18 months down the line, and still what Danny and I were talking about last summer, that would have been, and you must concede that now, surely, that would have been better off going and buying a proper first-team midfielder that can play a number 8.
If you're saying to me we've only got 40 million to spend, then I agree with you. And I've also said that if I was buying Gray, I wouldn't be spending more than 20 million.
I wouldn't have spent more than 2. I don't understand what he did that everyone, even the Leeds fans will tell you, well, we pushed him to right back. Like he wasn't even playing midfield.
Yeah, he wasn't even playing midfield. Yeah.
But the other thing is, Ian, when you know Spurs, it's a good word to use for anything in life. You should do this, you should do that. I should be able to leave my bloody car door open without some prick turning up and nicking it, but you can't. That's life, yeah. You know that Spurs don't do that. It was like saying we should get a left wing and a number 10. At the end of the day, we don't do that. We do one or the other. It's all we have ever done. We should not have looked at players like that and should have gone for players that were capable here and now. Yes, we should have gone for both, but we're never going to do it. So you pick...
Dan, this is why I've always been leaving out, because we've never been ambitious enough. Other clubs, whatever their capabilities, financial capabilities are, with FFP, PSR, they've always stretched themselves. We're the only club with loads of wiggle room. Every single year we have loads of wiggle room. We don't spend anywhere near what we could.
And it's not going to change until summer. No. Until summer, we're not going to know any other difference, are we? Even January isn't going to say anything.
Can I ask you, Lubo, can I ask you, would you concede that at the time we purchased Archie Gray for £40 million, that was a waste of money for what we needed? No. At the time for what we needed, you just said it as well, that we had just signed Dominic Solanke and 4 youngsters when we all know we needed ready-made players, right? At that time, was spending £40 million a waste of money?
Danny, I'm a shareholder. I see the books. I see the figures come through. I see what money they've got to spend. It's all there in black and white. As I said, we never stretch ourselves. We always go.
That's not what he asked.
That's not what he asked. Let me take this one, Lupo, because
you're a politician.
I kept quiet all summer. I'm sorry about this. I kept quiet all summer. I'm Paratici out, right? And there's a reason I'm Paratici out. I'm not Paratici. I'm reason I'm Lang out. Yeah, right. Yeah. Lang, right. We had nothing going in the background for 2 weeks after Morgan's work. We had nothing going on in the background. So what were the other side? We had 2 weeks of Eze, yeah. And only Eze, nothing going on in the background. So what were you doing? What was the contingency plan if Eze didn't join? What was the contingency plan if Morgan Gibbs-White didn't join? Then he went on pre-season tour with Spurs here to Singapore, right? Then he came back here 2 weeks before the window closed. He goes on public vacation again. So at the last minute, we start running around in the end of the window. We go pick up Simmons and we go pick up Mawani, because this lazy no good dog, decides to go on vacation multiple times during the window, not doing his job. But as the window closes and the season begins, and Thomas Frank is compromised because the players are brought in late because Lang didn't do his job in the summer, right? We're now fighting over, Thomas Frank can't do this, Thomas Frank can't do that. Maybe if Lang had pulled his finger out in the summer, instead of going on vacation and being an idiot, maybe Spurs might have done something this season, but we don't look at that, and we don't look at the wasted time in the window. And by the way, yeah, for anyone out there, because this is one for you, Sava, yeah, right? We didn't start at the window until July, yeah, because the window opened in June, but we didn't start till July because the football financial year didn't start till July. So we sat there from July for 2 months and watched this man go on numerous vacations with the club's money, numerous times wasted during the window. So I don't want to hear no more about Thomas Frank can't do this and do that. How about people blame Johan Lang for it?
Mate. I agree with you 100%. I've been saying this all along. I don't understand why people expect.
Sava, can I just ask the question to Lubo again, right? Lubo,
sure.
if Tottenham, right, had 2 options, right? Say they had 40 million to spend, right? In the summer we bought Archie Gray, and then on that summer Tottenham were offered Ruben Neves for 40 million pounds, and they had the option of Archie Gray. Who would you have gone for?
Ruben Neves every time.
So then basically the money that we spent at that time was a waste of money because we needed someone who could be playing right now at the level of Kudus, at the level of so you could even say Simmons.
Danny, our net spend that transfer window was 40 million.
I know.
Net spend. Don't tell me we didn't have the money.
We're conflating 2 arguments.
I know that's a disgrace.
2 arguments. The argument as to whether or not we've got more money is different from this is what we're going to spend.
Yeah.
If we're only going to spend the amount we spent, then the argument should be that the money shouldn't have been spent on Gray and it should have been spent on a first team player.
Of course.
I've never known a club. I've never known a club spend that much money on a kid from the Championship who had done nothing in the world of football. And the problem is, what will happen is in 2 years' time, if this kid turns out to be great, people will go out there, go, gutted, you're in the mud, he came good. I'm not in the mud. I'm asking a question. What have we got from that money in 2 years now? So far, it's looking like if he's coming back from injury in December, January, that's going to be 2 seasons where we go, well, what was that 40 million spent for? Yes, we can all forecast to the future, but the future should be people like Bergvall at 8, 9, 10 million pounds. Right? That should be the money. The money they spent on Yang. Right? I don't know how good Yang's going to be. He could be amazing. He could be shit. But again, wasn't it like 6, 7 million? I don't know, something like that.
4 or 5, that's all.
Right, 4 or 5 million. But when you've got a transfer window and 40 million pounds or 30 million, whatever it was, is spent on an 18-year-old that's been played at right back all season for Leeds, you've got to question, one, who looked at him and went, oh my God, that is what we need. 2, for what? For what position? Last year he was meant to be a 6. This year he's an 8. 3, who thought we don't need a senior pro? And this is what gets me. It's not Archie Gray. I feel for Archie Gray. If Spurs were a decent club, Archie Gray would have been bought and he'd be on loan. Right now, Archie Gray would be playing week in, week out on loan somewhere. Right now. Forget that he's injured in real life, but he'd be out on loan. And we'd be going, cool, he's doing well. Yeah, oh my God, look, he's tearing it up at I don't know. He's tearing it up at Wolves. He's tearing it up at Crystal Palace. He's tearing it up at Wolves. He's tearing it up at Sunderland, at Burnley. Cool. But we don't. We go and spend a massive fee when that money last year would have bought you Thuram. It would have bought you Locatelli. It would have bought you Manu Kone. It would have bought you X, Y, Z. This is my problem with Tottenham Hotspur. And instead of demanding better, we're sitting here berating Bentancur when it's not even his fault, right? And it's all about, we need to see this kid play. We need to see that kid play. These kids have done the square root of nothing to get the praise to be starting for Tottenham Hotspur's first team. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do this, open my mind, expand it. This isn't about opening my mind. I'm a Spurs fan.
Right.
I don't support Burnley. I support Tottenham.
Well, listen, if he was fit, I'm sure he would have played in the last few weeks. I'm sure he would have got some game time. And yes, listen, we should be having these top midfield players. We should be having these top midfield players in. My point has always been, and this is why I've spoken to Leeds fans. I've got customers who are Leeds fans who were all gutted when Gray was sold. They thought ultimately long term we got him on the cheap at that price, but they also got Rodon. Rodon was part
on the cheap at 40
of
million.
that deal. Rodon was part of the deal because I think it was 25 cash for Gray and plus Rodon.
That was getting him on the cheap.
Hang on, my point here has always been, if you buy the right player, I don't care what Spurs pay for him, as long as if it's 5 million, I don't give a shit. They bought Dele Alli for 5 million. It was a great buy. They bought Bergvall. Hopefully Bergvall will come good. That'll be a great 8.5 million. If a player costs a lot more than that, but long term is going to come good for the club, I don't give a shit. Personally, I don't care. Maybe a shareholder. I've never had a.
You don't care that it's at the detriment of the first team that we spent.
Right. My point is, Sav, that when you look at Gray, if we hadn't bought Gray, then there would have been a net spend that transfer window of 0, which tells me that which tells me that Spurs had a lot more money they could have spent on senior established players. And that's my problem, and that's always been my problem with Levy, is that they never stretch themselves. Levy last summer, unfortunately, was bringing in players who were on much lower wages. You know, Lloris went, Dyer went, Kane went in that year. You know, you look at all the players that have gone that were on bigger wages, and they brought in kids on lower wages.
Can we add up, right? When you look at this, right, in the last few years, Spurs have spent, and these are roughly, I'm not going to quibble over 1 million, 2 million. Spurs have spent roughly 47 million on Brennan Johnson.
Correct.
45 million on Tell when you add the loan fee in as well, right? We've spent 25 million. No, Luba, I said this is exactly what I said, just roughly. I don't. Right. We spent roughly 25, 30 million, whatever on Odegaard, right? 57 million on Solanke, 55 million on Richarlison, right? We spent 10 million on Bergvall. We spent 20 odd million, whatever it was, 15 million, whatever on Papassar, right? We just constantly spend these lump sums of money. And from all the players I've just mentioned, who there is actually done anything in a Spurs shirt? Of all the players I've just mentioned, who's done anything? Who of them that I've just mentioned would you guys fight tooth and nail to keep at this football club?
Well, the one low transfer you didn't mention that I think is going to come good this season, subject to fitness, I think is Udogie that they picked up for 19 million.
Okay, but let's chuck Udogie in as well. So for 2 years, we've seen him in and out the team because he can't stay fit, right?
Wasn't he less? He was like 13 million or something.
Yeah, but Lubo, it's not that he's not a good player. Yeah. But again, this boy, right, never fit, can't stay fit for 2 games in a row, right? He gets praised for doing his normal job. Look how much money we've wasted, Lubo. This is my point. You can make the argument for Gray all you want, but look at all of these footballers, and none of them you could turn. I don't know, guys. Of all the players I just mentioned there, who's been really good in a Spurs shirt, and who would you fight tooth and nail to keep if anyone came in to try and sign them? So that was Johnson, Solanke, Ritchie, Tell, Odegaard, Gray, Bergvall, Sarr. Look how much that must be, over 300 million pounds worth of footballer.
Well, you mentioned 4 kids. You mentioned 4 kids there out of 8. So what I prefer to look at the established players that you expect to come into a first team because they are established. They're not
okay. Let's go with the kids. Tell, how much was Tell? 40, 39. 45, right? 39. Whatever, right? 40 million, right? Odegaard, 25, 30 million, right? So now we're up to what, 70 million quid.
That's 65.
Right? You've got Archie Gray at 40, 30, whatever people want to call him at. So now you're up to 110, 115 million quid.
105,
right?
and
now,
8 million, 130 million.
Now add Bergvall into the mix as well.
Yeah,
right?
113.
113 million on those players. Spurs could have gone and got 3 really established top-class first-team players that play for that fee. And we've gone and spent it on all these kids that now people are so desperate to back because they're young.
Are we not?
It's ridiculous.
Sav, are we not better off? Are we not better saying Richarlison 48, Johnson, 57. That's 105.
Them as well.
Johnson, 47. That's 152.5 million on those three players. On those three players, so I think Saul was bought. He was one of the most highly rated African boys, and they bought him for 12 million. So I'm not gonna be looking at that and thinking, do you know what? That was a shocking transfer, because the promise that he had, a lot of the top clubs were after Saul at the time, and we got him through Pragmatism.
I always hear this with every young player we get. I hear loads of top clubs in the world want them, but yet they all come to Tottenham. Are we not? Are we never slightly suspicious by these rumours that like Bergvall wanted?
We're still a big club.
Bergvall chose Spurs over Barcelona. Yeah, because Barcelona would have chucked him straight into the B team, and he wouldn't see the light of day in the first team for about 5 years.
Exactly, because they possibly get game time. And that's basically all it comes down to.
Absolutely, but look at the players.
So that's 300 million, Lubo. So that's roughly 300 million when you look at those 4 youngsters and then the 4 senior first team players. That's 300 million right now. Which one of them would you not sell?
Well, I wouldn't. Of the kids,
of all of them, which one? So, for example, Chris has just put a great point in. Right, if anyone came in right now and said to you, "There's 40 million on the table for Archie Gray," I am biting your hand off.
See, I wouldn't. But
based on what hope, right? Based on hope.
If you're buying 40 million for potential and you're 15 months down the line, then you may as well keep him now. Because you should be getting better.
But when he has played and he hasn't proved that he's worth 1/3 of what we've paid for him, then why not get rid of him and put the money towards an established player? It's like, if you want to look at Simmons, look at Simmons. Simmons is a player, in my opinion, we have bought on more potential than we have proven quality. We've seen him do good up until so far, but we've bought him because he's got many years ahead of him with potential that he's going to get significantly better. But you could see that there's already been a player there. With Gray, he'd never even played top-class football before we got him.
Simmons has played at some of the biggest clubs, and he's played.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
When
we've seen him play.
One season at PSG, he was their best player.
Yeah, I know. We've seen him play. But there's still more potential to it because he's still got a long way to go, and we think he's going to improve because he's proved he's already got skill there. Archie Gray had never even played in top league football. He didn't even know what Premier League was, apart from a cup game. He'd never played in any top class international or nothing like that. And it was 40 million up the wall. If we got offered 30 million for him now, snap that up and put that towards another 10 million towards a player that you can get of twice his caliber.
Yeah. But we're always worried, Dan, about the future. But we're always worried about the future. We're never worried about now.
So this is why I get upset. Sorry, I jumped at you before. This is why I get upset, because the focus is on kids.
Lubo, you don't have to apologise.
No. The focus is on kids. Focus is on kids. We had in that COVID year, our front three were Bale, Kane, and Son. So we should surely not be worrying about kids who are there for the future. And I think Odebear is coming on very nicely under Frank's tutelage. I think you'll see him start to come through and get more and more game time this season. Why are we not looking at it thinking, forget about Gray, Bergvall, Tell? I'm more interested in we got Kudus to play on one side. Where are the other two positions? You've replaced, in effect, you've replaced what Sonny did to an extent. I mean, Son and, in fact, Kudus is completely different to Kane, to Sonny and Bale.
But you've replaced one good winger with another good winger, right?
Correct. What about the other two? That's my problem. Not Gray and Bergvall and the money spent on them. It's the money that hasn't been has been spent on rubbish.
Luca, let's come on to that.
152 million on those three players.
Let's come on to that just quickly. I just got to say, look. First and foremost, Alex, mate, you're having a mare, right? Let's be brutally honest. You're saying a ridiculous notion to think that Bergvall wouldn't have gotten consistent game time at Barcelona. This screams to me that this guy doesn't know Barcelona's squad. Barcelona have Gavi, Pedri, De Jong, Fermin Lopez. That's the first four. They've then got players like Fernandez, Cassano, right? So please don't tell me that Bergvall gets into that midfield. Second of all, Bargy, who gets consistent game time. This is Bargy. Again, this is what happens when people type through emotion and not fact. Bargy's consistent game time at Barcelona. In the last 5 games for Barcelona, he's played 8 minutes, 6 minutes, 4 minutes, 4 minutes. Right? So, no. Please, can we stop pretending that Bergvall would be anywhere near the Barcelona first team? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Right? He joined Tottenham. It makes sense. Where am I going to get more minutes? Is it going to be Barcelona or Tottenham Hotspur? It's going to be Tottenham Hotspur. What are we doing here?
Do we not think that Bergvall would be further along his development if he'd have had the training at Barcelona for the last 2 years rather than
No.
You don't know. I don't think he could play the way, like when you look at those Barcelona kids, the way have a look at Fermin Lopez, right? If anyone watches Barcelona play, look at Fermin Lopez. Anyone who thinks to me that Bergvall's going to get game time above this sort of kid is having an absolute mare, right?
He scored through the other week, didn't he, in the Champions League, Fermin Lopez?
He scored 7 in his last 4 games, right?
Saba, wasn't Fermin Lopez the guy that Chelsea wanted to nearly bought?
Yeah, right. But this is the problem that we do. Right, rather than saying like for me, I've always said the same, and hopefully people like Dan and Lubo, you'll agree with me. I've always said with Bergvall, it looks like a decent young player that needs time to learn and grow. But our fans can't accept that. Our fans talk about Barcelona. Our fans talk about he'd get in that team. He'd be like, what are we doing here? If he was good enough for Barcelona, he'd be in our team and he'd be running things, right? But this is the problem. We don't. We everyone goes on a pedestal. Everybody goes on a pedestal.
Also, Saba,
if we had our full team with no injury, would Bergvall even start in our team?
No.
Don't get anywhere near it.
Also,
over Kulu, Madison, Xavi Simons, Powell, he don't get anywhere near it.
To add as well, like Lubo's question, where he said if he went to Barcelona, would he have developed more? No, because players only develop when they're playing consistently. It doesn't matter.
That's what I believe.
Where you are. Like, look, if I'm a footballer and I'm at a club and I'm not playing, I ain't gonna get any better because I'm not playing professional football matches and I'm not getting into my form. I'm not getting in a run of games. I'm not. It's like memory muscle, isn't it? The more you play, the more you train, the more you're practicing what you train in a match, the better you're gonna get. The more confident you get. And if you're a striker and you're scoring goals, you're gonna get more and more confident. And you score more and more goals because you're in the flow of it, right? But it's like with Bergvall, he developed a lot in last season, but it was lucky that we weren't a team challenging for top 4 because I don't think he would have played in midfield if we weren't, right? If we were a top 4 chasing team. But right now, even someone like Bergvall, to be honest, yeah, he's good to have in the squad because he's a different type of player, right? For certain games, he's good to have in a match or good to come off the bench. But realistically, he needs to be in a team and finding a position and then sticking in that position and playing week in, week out. Because at the moment, I don't think even the manager or Bergvall himself knows what type of footballer he wants to be.
Danny, by the way, when I mentioned the Barcelona squad, I've left out players, by the way. Like, my bad. I said De Jong, Pedri, Gavi, Fermin Lopez, right? I've missed out Danny Olmo, right? Casado, but now the 2 Fernandezes. These are the sort of players, and I get it. Anyone who doesn't watch any other league won't know them. You watch these boys all come on for Barcelona and you go, cool, you can play. Cool, you can play. If they played in midfield for Spurs right now, we'd all be going, who is this? Look at these players. And this is the level, right? Look, for me, to round off the midfielder chat, right? For me, we have got to, right? See, again, look, sorry, Alex, I can't take this seriously, right? Mate, I've just named 5 central midfielders that get in before Bernal and Fernandez, right? And I've watched Bernal and Fernandez. I don't know what Bergvall does that's better. Do you know what I find funny, guys? No one can seem to tell me what is Bergvall. It's not that I think he's bad.
That's what I just said, Saba.
But I can't seem to get an answer to what. Listen, he looks like he's going to be a good footballer, but I don't know where. I don't look at him and think 8. I don't look at him and think 10. I don't think he's a good passer of the ball. He carries the ball, but nothing happens with it. But he's got ability. But look, we got fans thinking he's going to get in above De Jong, Pedri, and Gavi, and Lopez. Like, what are we?
I'll be honest with you, Sava. Right, with Bergvall, if he molded his game on like a deep line playmaker, I think that's where he'd have to improve his passing. Obviously, his forward passing. If Bergvall could improve his defensive side of the game and not lose the ball as much, or not this recklessness that sometimes you see with him, and if you can see him actually start making forward passes, I think you've got a very good player in your hands, and I think he could take Bentancur's position. But until you start seeing that, it's true, you don't know what his best position is, because if you put him in a number 10, yeah, he might carry the ball, but he doesn't do anything with it. He's not a goal scorer yet. He's not someone who he finds the net or is clinical at passing. And in the number 8, if he's playing like in Bentancur's position, right, he's not a deep lying playmaker enough to actually play in that position, and his defensive side of the game is a bit sort of hit and miss. So it's true. He doesn't even know what his best position is.
Quick, I want to go back to Sava's earlier statement about the pigeon and Solanke and stuff like that, right? I put a trial for Tottenham Hotspur at this point, and I'm going to make it now. When Tottenham bought these players, I said Spurs would have to sell them at a significant loss, because you're not going to get your money back that you staked out for them. Now, I want to see if Spurs are willing to take a loss in the market, and a significant one, to get rid of these players, because they're not good enough to be there. To watch them, it's embarrassing each week. To watch them take the field in a Spurs shirt is embarrassing. I don't like watching these players, and they're not good enough for what Thomas Frank wants to do with them. And no manager can turn big old American. No manager can change turd, dude. No manager can convert turd, but it's just turd. These players are bad, dude. Right, so I want to see Spurs take a significant loss in the market to get rid of them, because sometimes you can get from a loss. You might lose money, but it's better in the long run for the team, because keeping them is detrimental to the team and to the manager as it is. So it's better to get rid of them for anything, and then use that money to reinvest back into the squad in a better player for you, because that's what Spurs need to do. You need to reinvest the money back into the club. Now, here's a problem for me, and I know you love them, Lubo, yeah? Sorry about that. I know you love them, Lubo, but I'm going to give it to you. Paratici and Lang are both bad at selling players, dude. Both of them.
I've got to go, so can I just make one quick point before I go, which is, I've never agreed so much with Danny Kyriakou as I have in the last 24 hours. So I'm going to go lie. I'm going to go lie in a darkened room for a little bit and have a bit of a word with myself.
Do you know why, Chris? Do you know why? Before you go, because I never go on the streams anymore, so you never actually get to hear what my actual opinion is.
Maybe. Anyway, I'll leave you to it. Nice to see you guys. Take care,
mate.
Yeah, I was in mid-flow, man, and then the man broke my flow. What was I saying?
Our players are shit.
No, it wasn't our players are shit, dude. But I want to see Spurs take a loss to get rid of the players. Sometimes you got to take a loss here to get a victory in the long run.
But
right?
Philly, you have to understand as well, though. You have to understand that was part of the way Daniel Levy operated. He was such a shit negotiator, and he always wanted more than what the actual player was worth. Just every single time, right? Which is why we never sell players. So you've got to remember. To a point. No, but Philly, you have to understand though. Dan, hold on.
Dan, stop.
Dan, let him finish. Dan, let him finish. Let him finish.
I've watched Paratici at Juventus beforehand. I know what happened at Juventus. Believe me, I know the ins and outs of it. Very, very well done. I've watched Serie A for the best part of 25 years. I know the ins and outs of it. Trust me, Dan. Yeah, if there's things that you want to know, I can tell you about it. As people left Juventus, and believe me, it was the day before the thing broke out. Pavel never pointed the fingers at Paratici. Everyone did. It was like sinking rats on a ship, dude. Trust me.
Yeah, but Phil, the reason it got pointed to him, he was a scapegoat. He was the easy one to point it at. It wasn't all down to him. He was the easy one to point it to. He wasn't the only one down to it.
He wasn't the only one, but they all pointed at him. Then it was quick.
Of course they did, but that's easy to do. That's easy to do. Point at the person.
I know.
It wasn't all down to him. Not at all.
What I'm saying to you. Yeah, but what I'm saying to you, even then, he was notoriously a bad seller. He doesn't sell players. Even the first season, even the first time at Spurs, how many players contracted we cut up, Lubo?
Philly.
Because we had to.
Philly,
no one would have bought them.
Yeah.
Philly, Spurs have changed in the last year or two regarding selling players and taking losses. They've had to. They've had. Look at Ndombele. Look at the money they lost. They cut in the drift.
Lost on the pigeon.
That whole deal with transfer and wages cost them £106 million.
That's more, Luba. It's a whole lot more. I want to see a loss in the pigeon. I want to see a loss in Solanke. I want to see a loss in quite a lot.
No, Philly. You don't want to see a loss on them because then the club will get hurt. What if we can't get the money? Then yes, you want to see them take a view and get the players out. I don't want to see my club take any losses at any time.
No, because that way, the Tottenham will learn not to buy that player in the first place. Had they not wasted that money on a player that's not good enough, right, then they wouldn't have had to take a financial loss.
But really, you have to understand something, though. You have to understand one thing, though. Right? The management structure now is completely different. So none of us know what's going to happen. We're only assuming, right? If there's only two things that are going to happen. There's only two things. Number one, they're going to be completely different to what we've seen in the last 25 years, or the same shit. It's literally going to be one of two things. It's literally it. So we have to wait and see. So we don't know. None of us know.
Which is why I put it there, Dan. I want to see Spurs change, So I want to see them take a loss on certain players that we know that we're not going to get the money back for.
Philly,
I know we're not going to get 60 million.
I think they will. I think they will.
They will.
Philly, they have to. No one's going to give you 55 million for Richarlison. No one's going to give you 57 million for Solanke. No one's going to give you 50 million for Brennan Johnson. When these players go, they will be going at a loss. And unfortunately, that's what happens when you buy poorly and you've got players that no one else would spend this amount of money on. That's what happens. And Spurs need to swallow that.
I agree. And that's what I want to see, Sava. And that's what I want to see, Sava. That's 100%. Spurs have to swallow it. You have to own it because you shouldn't have bought those players in the first place. And that's my issue for them. I want to see it, Sava. I want to see Spurs own it and say, you know what? We shouldn't have bought that player and just take the loss for that.
I don't care whether we make money on a player or not. As long as he produces for the time he's at the club, that's all that matters. We go and buy Paulinho now for, let's say, 20 mil, we ain't going to get the money back for him.
Fair.
I really don't care. As long as he does his job over the next 3 years, who gives a monkeys, basically.
Absolutely. And you know what? When you're watching the players on the pitch, you're not watching them. Oh, by the way, he cost 30 million. He cost 60 million. You're watching them because you're watching them for their ability, not for what they cost.
No, that's true. That's true. But there are players that I watch and go. But there are players that I watch and go, I cannot believe we spent this much money on you. Like, by the way, I'm not talking about the younger players. I'm talking about all these years down the line. I'm still watching Richarlison going, who decided this was a good signing? I'm watching Brennan Johnson. I don't care what anyone says. Johnson again, ole. I don't care. He is technically one of the worst footballers I've ever seen in a Spurs shirt. It's embarrassing. But listen, we've got to make sure. I think we all agree on this, guys, right? I think we all agree that we don't know what's going to happen moving forward. But the next set of transfer windows, the next January, summer, the players coming in, we can no longer just go and buy these kids who might come good. If you go and buy a 19-year-old, 20-year-old, make sure they're established. Make sure they're ready for the first 11.
I'd take a lot on Archie Gray, no joke.
We need to. Hang on. Without Archie Gray talk, we need to start buying proper players. We need to bring players that when we bring in a player, we go, he is better than what we currently have in the 11. I don't want to see any more. Push the players in the 11 into the squad. Push those squad players out of the club. That should be the conveyor belt. Right? Always. That's what Arsenal have done for the last 6 years. I know we don't like them, but what Arsenal do is buy better players every summer, pushes players, doesn't it? Like it push players like Zinchenko and Jesus to the bench. Then, sorry, Jesus, we don't Zinchenko, we don't need you anymore. Out you go. What we do, we hold on to them for dear life. We have a fan base that cult heroes like Johnson, like Richie. I was in WhatsApp groups where what I'm reading about Richarlison, I'm looking and going, these guys aren't talking about the same player that I'm watching week in, week out. But if he stays injury free, what has that been that's been his problem in his career, is it? Not his ability. It's his
He's not going to score 20 goals, Savo. He's only scored 13 goals in his entire career. Yeah, his maximum in one season is 13 goals, but he's going to score 20 goals because he scores against Burnley, Savo. What are we doing here? Burnley are relegation fodder. They're going to be relegated, dude. But we got fans saying because he scores 2 against Burnley, yeah, he's going to score 20 goals. Yeah, but yeah, right. Let me look outside. There's a flag pig, mate. Get out of here, man. He's not scoring those 20 goals. You'd be lucky if he scored 10.
See, so a few years ago, Arsenal went and bought Ben White for massive money. He's in the first team, right? So even in that cycle, they've evolved again and gone, do you know what? Let's go and get Timber. He's better than White. White, though. How good would Ben White? I'd take Ben White. Solid right back, centre half, right? But this is what Arsenal are doing. This is what City do. This is what Chelsea do. They go and buy better and push the first team players to the bench. What we seem to be doing is just buying more and more average footballers that don't dislodge. How is it 2025 and we're still starting people like Richarlison and Brennan Johnson? I'm embarrassed. I'm absolutely embarrassed. Who was the last midfielder we bought that starts, other than not DM in Paulinho, and he's on loan? Who was the last midfielder we bought properly that plays? Bentancur. How long ago did we buy Bentancur?
That was January 20.
That's worrying.
21?
Right.
January 22.
Okay, so for 4 years, we've not gone and bought a first-team central midfielder that comes in and dislodges Bentancur.
That's right.
We've not bought in 4 years a striker that comes in and dislodges Richarlison. In 4 years, the best right winger we've bought, I mean, I don't think Kulu is a right winger, is Brennan Johnson until Kudus, right? That's what we need to be doing, because all of these people rating these very average footballers, when we do go and buy better players, they will suddenly realise, now this is a proper player. All the people rating Pigeon, Johnson, right, Tells, Odebers, when we get better players, people will turn around, I'm guaranteeing you, and they'll go,
We saw this.
Do you know what it is, Sava?
Grealish was good enough.
It's like the model.
Rafinha. We didn't think Rafinha was good enough. We didn't think Rashford was good enough. We didn't think Garnacho was good enough. All of these players walk into our team with one leg and one eye.
Shabba, the model that I liked the most was the way Sir Alex Ferguson was, because he'd always reinvigorate the team every year or every 2 years. He'd get rid of some top players as well, because he knows in order to keep that level, you've got to keep refreshing it, right? Because as soon as you don't challenge the players who are there, it goes stale. That is just like anything in life. If you don't, it's like water, it's like a plant. If you don't water it, it's going to die, right? So if you don't inject players into the team all the time, right, to push the people that's already there, what's going to happen is they're going to plateau and they're not going to give their all, right? Which is what we see time and time again with Spurs, right? You've got too many players there that have been there too long, don't have the competition, so they know that they're going to play even if they play shit. That's it. That's exactly. And there's no motivation.
Him and Wenger both said it. Him and Wenger both said it. And Ferguson got it right. I'd say 8 times out of 10 that he got rid of. The biggest mistake he ever made, he admitted it as well, was getting rid of Yapstam.
That was it.
Apart from that, he usually got it right. I've read both his autobiographies, and that is one thing he states clear as day in there, that you have to at least change a player or two to keep it rolling, basically, to keep it ticking.
Fresh, you have to.
The funny thing is that apart from Ben Davies, every player that I think their longest standing player was Romero, 4 years.
But Davis is another example of why this club is so flawed.
Everybody there, everyone before then has been cleared out or left. Sonny was the last.
With more average, Lubo, but replaced with more average. If you keep replacing average with average, the team stays average.
Sure, but Sam, if you look at 2 years with Paratici and then 2 years with Lang, 2 years with Paratici, he brought in Romero,
Emerson Royale, Galini.
Listen, Royale, Galini, and Gill, I think, were the three big mistakes that he made. But they all make mistakes. But he brought in Basuma, who everyone was excited about. I think all of us thought, weren't we? Basuma, Udogi, who had a brilliant year at Udine, Jan, was it? In Italy?
What's that? Udinese.
Udinese. Everyone was watching him and saying, really excited. Vicario was being talked about, a future Italian goalkeeper. By the way, I heard he kept him in the game and they scored 2 late goals yesterday. Was that correct, at Moldova?
I don't know. I saw him against Man United flapping around like he normally does. Yeah, don't worry.
So you had those players. You had those players coming in. So you had Udogi, Romero.
You know what he's terrible at though? He can't buy a forward to save his life, can he?
Mm-hmm.
That was Manange. Johnson and Solanke were
okay, but he was.
Who was Brian Hill? Who bought the pigeon?
Philly. Brian Hill is a really technical, talented player. He's just not suited to the Premier League.
Sure, but that's not the point. The point is that, listen, I'm always 50-50 on Paratici. I've always been 50-50. I think he's done some really good things. He's done some really bad things as well. But again, you know what he is? He's exactly what I said earlier, right? There is currency in when you're not here. I.e., look how much we've hyped up Solanke because he's injured, not playing, even though he didn't do anything really last year, right? Currency in not playing, right? Look how much we now want Gray to play in midfield because he's not fit. Currency in not playing, right? Look at the currency now in who was we talking about originally? In
Paratici, isn't it?
Yeah, Paratici, the currency. He's not at the club. We've got to get him back, blah, blah, blah. Paratici, for me, this next couple of windows, show me. Tell you what, not even with the big transfers. Go and pull off, right?
Sorry,
go and pull off a brilliant loan. Go and find me a top player that's not playing in the Italian or Spanish league, but plays for their country and needs their World Cup space. Go and get that guy on loan. Go and get Conor Gallagher from Atletico Madrid on loan. Go and you just examples, right?
Sell some
go
players.
And show me. Yeah. Go and show me you've got that. If he does that, I'm all for him. If he comes back with more Richarlisons,
no chance.
Right, then I've got issues. I've got massive issues.
100. I agree with you. I want to see Paratici come in there. Actually, I want to see Spurs itself operate with a strategy, because every transfer window, I said it last January, and I said it in the summer as well. It's like a scattergun approach here. There's no strategy, there's no rhyme, there's no reason to why you buy a player. It's like you don't even profile a player before you even bring him in. It's like, what are you bringing the player in for? What exactly are you hoping to get out of this player that you're signing? What is the method behind it? And that's worrying. If I can see that as a fan, what the club itself see that? I just don't understand it.
You're right.
The reason.
But Philly, what will tell us, right, is, and again, I'm not going to go too deep into it on the January transfer window because January is tougher. But what we want to see is we should buy now. What are we? The 11th of November. Paratici and Lang, they've been at the club now for a few months. They've known the deal was going on. And then, right now, and Frank's been there with them, the new board are in place, the CEO, Charrington. Right now, Spurs should have a plan ready for January. We should right now be speaking to players' agents ready for when the window opens, that in week 1 of the window, we make our move. That's what the top clubs do if they need something. They go and make their move, right? Now, yes, it will be more difficult to get over the line. Like if you're going to go up to Crystal Palace and say, we want Adam Wharton in January, you're going to have a battle on your hands, aren't you, right? Same with Semenyo at Bournemouth. You're going to have a battle. But I want to see them smart. I want to see them right now scouring around and going, right, who could we get on loan? If it's Tony, start working on the deal now. Do you know what I mean? If it's Tony, if it's Lookman, whoever it is, just show us that you worked on it and there was a plan. not 2 days of the window to go in January and we're putting in meaningless £70 million bids for Mark Guehi. Do you know what I mean? Like, Lubo, that's one we agree on, right?
No, absolutely. Listen, we have got so many kids. We don't need any more kids. Genuinely, we just don't need any more kids. We've got Mason Melia coming on January the 1st as well. We've got some really good kids who are having some good loans, spells this season at last with their clubs. Whether they'll make it or not, we don't know, but at least they're having good spells. We just need top established players that are going to take us.
What's the overseas limit like at Tottenham? Can I ask you, what's the overseas limit like at Tottenham right now? Because this is a question I'm going to ask you. So what's the overseas limit like at the moment?
Ooh. Well, you've got Vicario, Dragusin 2, Polinia 3, Simmons 4, Basuma, Richie 5, Tell 6, Udogi 7, Bergval 8. Sorry, is Bergval included in for Europe?
Not
sure. Take him out for the minute. Romero 8, Kudus 9, Kulu 10, Porro 11, Odebear 12, Sal 13, Benchcore 14, Kinski 15, Mickey 16, Moani 17. There's 17, not including both.
There's a lot of them players in there, Lupo, I'm looking to get rid of. I'm sorry to say this. I would get rid of them very, very quickly, yeah, and looking to bring in some established overseas players here that can actually actually take Spurs to the next level, because there's a lot of players in there I'm looking at and I'm thinking you must be hitting the quota for the Champions League and for the Premier League as well, the overseas limit. I'd look to get rid of some of them, yeah, move them on and bring in some decent players from overseas countries, because I find Tottenham's system lazy looking at this proven players. I would look around Europe and scout around Europe, because there's teams that you can take advantage of, like Lyon in the summer, yeah, who were financially crippled at a point. Yeah, you could actually take advantage of them and look to bring in their players like Villarreal did, or Lyon or Lille a couple of years ago. We could have easily done that, or like Leicester did. You could pick the bones of the carcass of a team, yeah, that's in financial trouble and just ransack them if you want.
Well, you got two options, haven't you? You've got, if there is a player out there that Frank absolutely loves, that he sees coming in for the next few seasons and being a first team regular at Spurs, then you've got to go and you've got to try and buy him. If you're not sure, but if a player comes in, you might have a situation. Listen, he's brought in Odebear and Tell. Is he gonna bring in a left winger, knowing that he's got Odebear there, he's got Tell there, who he may think they're going to come through. He's got Mikey Moore to come through, or is he going to buy an established player? In which case, one of those has got to go. The problem we've got, you need a hybrid left centre back, left back, because if Mickey or Udogi are out, we don't have an established left centre back or left back. And both Danso and Dragusin have looked very uncomfortable on their left foot, on the left side. When players come out with the ball, you remember the way Vertonghen comes out with the ball, the way Mickey van der Ven comes out with the ball. They're naturally left-footed. They don't have to turn the ball, don't have to switch the ball from right to left or left to right to make themselves look comfortable. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes if you're a left centre back, you've got to go wide. You've got to go away from the goal, and then you're going onto your wrong foot. And these players Danso and Dragusin are uncomfortable. I'm not saying they're good players, but they're uncomfortable.
It's almost as though the squad's been put together really poorly.
It's really poor. We haven't got replacements for them. We don't have a replacement for Polinia. We don't have a replacement for Kudus.
Yeah.
So there's 4. We don't have a replacement for Vicario. There's 5.
It's a very poor squad. I've said this before. We've got 5 or 6 that we all go, yeah, definitely. Like Van der Ven, Romero, Paulinho, Kudus. I think Xavi Simons will be that guy. Madison when he's fit. Everybody else, if you said to me in the summer, any of them have left, I wouldn't bat an eyelid. And that's the difference when you look at our squad and the others. And I want to wrap up in the next 5 minutes, guys. But I'm going to say this. I was having a really good chat with my uncle the other day about this, right? And so
you should get him on the show.
The only difference between, no, he can't handle stupidity. He's worse than me. He can't handle stupidity. He said the only thing The only difference between Spurs now and at any other point in the last 10 years, right, is that now we don't have Son and Kane to bail us out, right?
100%.
He said, whatever you look at, right now, if Son and Kane were in this team, we're talking
Very
about
true.
definitely finishing in top 4 because Son and Kane between them get 40, 45, 50 goals and we're off. Right now, this is the first time in 11 seasons we've not had one of them, right?
Yeah.
And the problem is we've not replaced either of them, right?
Yeah.
So we are now exactly what we were 3, 4, 5 years ago, but without Harry Kane and Son. Now,
Exactly.
all players come to the end of their tenure. This isn't about we should have kept Son because he had to go. This isn't about we should have kept Kane because he wanted to go, right? This is about, as a football club, how at no point in the last 2-3 years has anybody gone, right, what's the plan if Kane goes? What's the plan if Son goes? And right now, we're seeing that. Right now, I truly believe if Kane and Son were in this team, we wouldn't be having half the conversations we're having about Thomas Frank tactics because, funnily enough, when we get the ball forward with Kane and Son, they're ruthless, they score goals, and all of a sudden we're not going, oh, we've only had 8 shots in this game because Kane and Son score 2 or 3 of them between them. And that's the difference for me between this Tottenham, and the other Tottenhams. No difference. The squad's okay, but we have not got the clinical finishers. And if I had a mic, not this one, I'd drop it because add Kane and Son to this team.
I think it's more than that. I honestly do.
I don't.
Listen, I'll tell you why. Chris was coming out with stats. If you were watching the show last night, you would have heard about we're one of the worst teams for keeping possession.
Sure.
So, you know,
we were one of the worst teams for keeping possession in those Jose and Conte years when Kane and Son scored 30, 40, 50 goals between them. We were also one of those.
What does possession mean? What does possession actually mean? What does it actually do? What does possession actually mean?
Well, you can't score without it. So I mean,
you can. No, you can. You can basically. You don't need out and out possession to win a game. I've seen some of the best teams in the world win games without using possession. I've seen some of the best teams in the world usually have 30 to 35% possession.
I was generalising. Without the ball, you're not going to score, are you? That's the point I was making.
But fair enough. But out and out possession during a game means absolutely fuck all unless you put it in the back of the net.
But Lubo,
and we proved that under Ange.
I was watching the show last night with you guys. And I'm pretty sure that the stat I heard from Chris was, yes, we attempted more passes in the games last year, but that it was still something like 90 to 95 passes every game that we misplaced or lost possession.
Very similar.
Right. But the difference is, Lubo, and this is what I was watching it going, is anyone going to bring up the obvious point? It's all well and good saying we had more passes last year. Of course we did, because we didn't have a defence. Everyone played in midfield and up front. And you had James Maddison, who's the best passer of a football at the club, statistically, by the way, and with the eyes. He's the best passer of the ball in the team. This year, we do have a defence, so we are a bit more pragmatic, which everyone talks about like it's the end of the world. And we've got no passers of the ball in our football team. But let's be brutally honest. Are you telling me the chances we had against Man United, the chances we had against Villa, right? The chances we had against Brighton, these games, you're telling me that if Son and Kane were in this team, right, that you're telling me we're not now second, first in the team? I'm not saying first, you know what I mean?
So
I agree.
We'd have won at Newcastle. We'd have won at Newcastle in the Carabao Cup with Kane.
So the point of possession, Danny is absolutely right. And another thing I heard you guys talking about last night, which I thought was hilarious, and this was Stell, I thought it was hilarious. He's going, why can Sunderland do it? I've got a problem with this. I need to bring this up.
Dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Sunderland, by the way, we're all going, why can Sunderland do it? Has anyone actually watched Sunderland's games? Sunderland surrender a lot of possession to the opposition team, right? And don't have the ball, right? I looked at something like in their last 5 Premier League games, in 3 of them, they had like 35 to 40% possession. Now, as Danny says, that's not always the main thing. But if we were a team that had 35 to 40% possession most games, you're telling me our fans would go, this is good because Sunderland do it. Come on, like this is madness. We are.
All depends if it's winning football. Leicester won the league with 35%.
Sure, but what did Leicester have? What did Leicester have, Lubo?
Kante. They had pace up front.
And Kante.
And
They had
Kante.
a goal scorer.
And Schmeichel.
They had a clinical goal scorer. They had the league's best player that year in Mahrez, creativity-wise, and N'Golo Kante, who does the job of about 9 men in midfield, right? Yeah. So
and
you can win the league with that.
Was on fire that year.
We don't have a top keeper. We don't have a top keeper. Our 2 fullbacks are wing backs. We don't have a ball playing midfielder. We don't have a top goal scorer, and we don't have a proper left winger. And our fans are sitting here going, we should be doing this. Oh, why isn't our passing as good? And again, if you practice the passing, that's why the passing goes wrong. Hang on. Our passing last year, did anyone watch us play? We were horrible. We lost 22 games. And we're judging on last year's stats. Last year, by the way, you know the reason you can't judge on last year's stats? It was our worst ever Premier League season in our history.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Right? So people are going, but the stats last year, I don't want to play like last year. I don't want to play like last year. We lost every week. So
the number of misplaced passes per game, Sav, is very similar to last year.
Because we haven't changed the squad up and bought better technical footballers.
This is what I don't understand about what Stel was saying last night. And I'll call him and Sean out because they're fucking deluded with
No, it's not about calling people out. I just disagreed with their point. That's all.
No. I'll call them out. I don't care what you do, Sam. I'll call them out because they're talking shit.
I'm just disagreeing, Danny, because for me, I said it all summer. If Spurs want to be a team, that want more possession of the ball, buy a ball playing midfielder. It's really basic stuff, right? Really basic. And if you look at the teams, look at the trends in the Premier League of the teams that have the most possession. You've got the ball playing midfielders. It's not rocket science.
No,
right?
It's all. Listen, we can talk tactics. We can talk price tags on players, transfer.
Sure.
It's all about the players. It's only about the ability of the players. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, but then you think Thomas Frank is compromised then because the ability of the players isn't there? Yeah, then he's compromised all the way around. Which is why I don't
he knows the players are shit.
Frank has to work out. Frank has to work out. He doesn't know his best 11. He's got his best 7.
Yeah, because Lubo, he doesn't trust the players.
The back 4, Polinia and Kudus. There's your 7 that you would say are they're your 7 undroppables. Then you've got to fill 4 spaces. At the moment, based on form,
Lubo,
not based on potential.
Lubo,
based on form.
There's only a few players in that squad where I believe he hand on heart trusts. The rest of them he doesn't trust, and that Vicario is included in that because he can see how much of a difference. For him, he prefers a player who can play with the ball at the feet as a keeper as well. Because look, Vicario's had a few good games, but let's be honest, he costs us a lot as well in games. Right, he might have had a few good games, but to be a top keeper, he's got to play like that every single week in, week out, right? And the thing is, look, if you actually look at the players, I believe personally he trusts right now. There's only 5 players, maybe Van der Ven, these that's it. These players and Palini, that's it. And maybe right now Bentancur because he's the best out of the lot we've got.
But Danny, isn't this the point? Other than this 5, and even then, Simmons will need to. I think he's slowly improving, but Simmons will need to step up to the plate. Other than these 5, I don't look at any of those positions and see a guaranteed starter who is that much better than anybody else.
Maybe Porro.
Maybe, but I've been really disappointed with him for a couple of years.
So have I. Well, not years, but this season for me.
Well, last year I was as well, because last year he gets a lot of praise because he was asked to just go forward. But when you actually watch him defensively, he is horrific, right? I look at this, Danny. That's where I think Spurs need to fill in this squad, right? Now, Udogie can go in at left back, but Udogie's never fit. Udogie's never fit for months on end. So for me, by the way, I've not got a goalkeeper in there either because I think he desperately needs to be upgraded at some point, right? 100%. So this is what I think we've got that are definite starters that we would, most of us would agree, those 5 start when fit. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Now, Maddison, you could probably put in there as well, but out for a year. Yeah. Look at the rest of it. We are in those areas. You have rows in the fan base. Should it be Spence or Porro at right back? Rouse in the fan base, should it be Spencer or Dogie? Rouse over, should it be Bentancur or Sarr or Basuma or Gray or whoever, right? You've got rows over who should be on the left, rows over who should be up front. That tells you that we have not bought properly. We have not bought what we needed, and we don't have definitive number ones in those positions.
But we haven't bought properly for 10 years, Sam.
No, sure, but Lubo,
and frankly speaking, this is the end of it. When Kane left, they knew Kane wanted to go. They knew all summer he wanted to go. They should have actually been talking to Osimhen and saying, right, was it Napoli he was at? How much is it going to cost to get him out? We're going to get 85, 86 million for Kane. What do we need? Another 20 million, another 30 million? You know, you're buying Osimhen in effect, you know, you're doing a swap plus, you know, for 30 million in effect. That's well within Spurs' financial capabilities. What went against it, and I believe the reason why they didn't have this succession in place was because of the wages. And that's what has been hampering us all along.
Lubo, I agree, but I don't know if you saw what I said the other night about the Aston Villa piece, right? And the last thing, because I do need to go in a minute. I can't believe how long we've been going. This has taken my whole day. I can't believe it's dark outside. It is dark outside. This is mental. The other thing, Lubo, is as well. I looked at Aston Villa the other day when they played against Bournemouth. I looked at their lineup, and I just saw men. It was just powerful. It was men all over the team. I looked at their team, went, they've got a good goalkeeper, right? Emi Martinez, right? Powerful goalkeeper. Both their fullbacks, love him or hate him, Matty Cash and Digne, seasoned, experienced fullbacks, not wing backs, fullbacks, right? They had Konsa and Pau Torres, senior men, like men. Their midfield was McGinn, Kamara, and Onana. Powerful senior pros, right? Ollie Watkins, senior striker who scores goals. And then they had Morgan Rogers as the younger of the players. But again, powerful. Look how powerful Rogers is. And then the only little one they had was Buendia. He was the only little one. Now look at our team that starts games. Now look at how powder puff these players are. Gray, Star, right?
Do you not think?
Odeber, Tell.
Do you not agree? Do you not
agree?
We are. Right. Let me put this to you. Football has swung, particularly in the last year and a bit, towards this more powerful, athletic way of playing football.
Sure.
And we've seen the difference. Not so much last year. This year, it's everywhere, isn't it? You know, we can see you've got everything.
It's been coming in for years. Yeah, it's been coming in for the last 3 years.
But you've got, that's right. It's sort of exploded. You've got the long balls now that are coming in rather than.
Well, they've been doing that. We've been going down the route of children.
Right. But what you've got is that some teams have gone down the route of aggression and athletic players, and Villa are at the forefront of that. When you look at Liverpool, you know, for me, Villa's midfield, Newcastle's midfield are more powerful than Liverpool's. And Liverpool's have got, and I'm using them as an example because they are three of the best midfield in the Premier League. But Newcastle and Villa particularly have gone for really powerful midfield players, big strong players. City have got Bernardo Silva, so they've gone down the other route. They've got Foden in there. You've got. I'm trying to.
But they've changed that model. If you look in the recent years, they've brought in Kusanov, who's a big, powerful lad. Nico Gonzalez is a big, powerful lad in midfield. Tajani Reinders is a good athlete as well, right? Cherky, he might be small, but he's stocky. He's powerful. Marmouche. When you look at Doku, right? They brought in power,
isn't he?
Lubo, look at all of ours. Look who we talk about. They're all wafer thin, weak. So you're not listening to what I'm saying. It's not about height. Doku, you try and muscle Doku off the ball. That boy is a little powerful barrel. He is wicked. He is superb. But we're buying Odebers, Tells. They're all a little bit light. Johnson, you could blow him over. Star, Gray. These are all my point was this isn't about, oh my God, Aston Villa are better than us. But I just looked at it and went, yeah, they've got a team of men. We've gone with this route of kids, and then we wonder why we're not this good team.
The funny thing was that with Villa, I thought we were so much better than them on the day. Didn't
Why?
you? I don't know. I thought we were. They had 2 shots the whole game.
No. Oh, in that one game, I thought we actually played well. But like I've heard this for the last 3-4 years. People keep talking about Villa and Spurs are better than Villa. I don't know why. Villa actually buy more sensibly than we do.
They do.
7 years ago, where were Aston Villa? 7 years ago, where were Aston Villa? Just the curious.
Were they in the Championship?
Yeah, they was in Championship.
Right. When Spurs were in the Champions League final. How to pass a team in 7 years that didn't use no oil money, by the way. How to pass a team in 7 years? It was in the Champions League final from the Championship to passing the team in 7 years. That's all I'm gonna say. This is why I pick up Aston Villa every time. Right.
And they sold well.
I watched the way they make their transfer business, mate. And that Aston Villa are very good. They look at the players, they identify what they need, and they go out and buy them. And if a player doesn't make it, like they paid £50 million for Diaby, right? He didn't make it in the first season. After the first year, they got rid of him. They don't hold on to him like Tottenham do. They just got rid of him because he wasn't the level they wanted. So they got rid of him. That there, the same way they did it with £77 million with the forward they had. Right, they're willing. They sell and then they also buy as well. They look at what they need and they buy accordingly. So I respect Aston Villa for that, and the same way I respect other teams for that as well.
Philly, look at this, right? Now, forget the formation. This is not what this is about. And by the way, for some reason, I can't get John McGinn onto it. I don't know why he doesn't come up on the screen, right? Look at these options in midfield. Yeah. Like Kamara, Tielemans, Onana, Rodgers, John McGinn, Harvey Elliott. Right? Now, not one of them is a kid, right? They've got one youngster, if I'm not wrong, who is, what's his name from the youth team? Is it Boa? No, not Boateng. Villa have got a youngster. Hang on, it's going to piss me off. Aston Villa have got, quickly, Sava, get there. Aston Villa squad. So Aston Villa have got, why can't I find him at all? Anyway, they've got one, but is it Bogard who goes into the midfield? I think he's more of a defender, but goes into midfield. Look at these options, right? Look at the John McGinn there as well. Aston Villa can put out a midfield three of Kamara, Tielemans, and Onana. Or Kamara.
What's the guy's name, Sav? What did you say the guy's name was? Bogard. It's about Bogard.
Yeah, he normally plays.
Bogard.
Yeah, but he's been playing midfield a few games this season. But
you look at the
options. Now look at our options. We sat here today and we've argued about Bergvall.
Elliott played for them. I forgot about that.
Right, Tielemans. Right, they got Tielemans on a free. They got Kamara on a free. They got John McGinn for £2.5 million. Other than Onana that they paid 50 odd million for. You telling me this is a club that 6-7 years ago were in the Championship? How are they buying like that? And we're not like it's. I genuinely don't get it. I just don't get it.
It just shows that being smart with your money and buying the right things, and also having a manager that knows what he's doing, can bring up a club relatively quickly.
Well, don't forget they sacked Lange to bring in Mochi, and I mean
they also invested. They also got the 100 million from Grealish and invested that wisely as well.
They did, yeah.
When it came, they sold Douglas Luiz and brought in Onana for pretty much the same.
Yeah,
money.
but my point is, Villa. I don't think Villa are any bigger or better than us. I put Spurs in the same bracket as Man United, Villa, and Newcastle. I put us four in the bracket. I think those four should be the four after the big four at the moment, right? My question is, how are they going like this? We're going after kids. Like, I remember when we were linked with Tielemans on a free, and people go, "Oh God, I don't want Tielemans." You seen that boy pass a football? You see Tielemans?
It was when he went to Aston Villa that we both said we wanted, and everyone said no. I see it. I know. It was the one who went to Villa from Everton.
Banana.
Anana.
That's the one. Me and Sav both sat here and said we should
Banana.
step in there and take him. Literally everybody, well, a majority, high majority said no, don't touch him. What we have got is tenfold better. It's happened quite a few times.
I've got the program here. They've got a small squad. They've got like they've got half a dozen players less than we had. It's not a big squad there.
Yeah, but do you know what they've done?
That's the problem.
Right. Lubo, let's have a look at their
Right, I'm getting called out. I've got to shoot. I'll catch up with you later. Take care.
See you then.
Let's have a look just quickly before we go, because I do want to wrap up, right? So Aston Villa's bench at the weekend, right, was Ross Barkley, right? Gussand, Vindelhoff, Maatsen, Donny Marlon, Jadon Sancho, Yuri Tillemans. They've got Mings injured, Garcia injured, right? Notice that none of these are inexperienced kids. Notice that. None of them are inexperienced kids. They've got a squad.
So, how many are injured? How many have they got out injured at the moment?
They've only got 2 out injured. That's fair. They've got 2 out injured. But my point more wasn't that, Lubo. It was, again, even when our set of midfielders are fit, which set of midfielders are you taking? Spurs' or Aston Villa's?
I'd keep Polinia in there, definitely. I'd have Polinia.
No, sure, but I'm talking about as a collective. They've managed to put together Kamara, McGinn, Tielemans, Anana, Elliott, Barkley, Roger, like powerful footballers, and we've put together a load of really skinny kids, wafer thin. I just think, I don't know. Anyway, look,
you can't control the football as well.
I think you've seen from the summer that I think, Frank, listen, we've got so many kids. We've got more kids coming out.
Yeah, too many.
Plus you've got kids like Thompson, Williams, Barnett, Byfield that are coming through that could break through. So he's not short of kids coming through. And I think you saw from the players that came in, and for me, for the players that are available now for this half of the season, if they were all fit, for me, Mwani would be in front of Solanke.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Simmons is your number 10. Paulinho and Kuda speak for themselves. So you've got 4 senior type, more established players. Would you say? Than we've been buying. So you can see from the players that have come in that Frank has brought in for the season.
Oh, for sure. Which is why I want him to have time, Lubo. He's going to bring in senior players. He's going.
I just want to add one thing. Can I add one thing? Right, what you just said about him bringing in senior players. People seem to expect that Frank can make miracles happen in a short period of time. Yeah. People forget what happened to Pochettino when he first joined Spurs, right? And how long it took him to get to the levels that he needed to get to. He had to get rid of all the crap, and he had to bring through a few at that time just to stay competitive. And it was only until Harry Kane scored that free kick, which was a deflected free kick, was when his fortune started to change, because he nearly got sacked. So the moral of the story is, hold on. Before you do say, Lubo, the moral of the story is we have to give this guy time, because he's not going to take a team from 17th, right, with only a couple players brought in, and then make them play this expansive football. We can beat anyone. All this. No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work until we get, and like you just said, Sav, right? When you just listed out those Villa players, they have got quality in midfield. Like they've got 5, 6, 7 players. Yeah, and they've got 5, 6, 7 players. And when you looked at who we have, the only players that we say are quality are the 5 that you saw. And and Simmons is not at the level we know that he can be, and I think he will get to that level because he's young, right? And he needs a bit of time.
4.5 players, Danny, aren't we?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Look, my eyes are starting to really go.
The big buy, just one thing, Sav. The big buy for Poch, we had let in something like 60 goals in the previous season in Poch's first year with Lloris, Walker, Rose, and Yang.
Yeah.
Toby came in. I think we knocked it. We conceded something like 25 goals less.
Great signing. One of the greatest signings in our club's history. Doesn't get the credit he deserves. Toby Alderweireld was absolute.
Lord of the Pings.
He's in my best Spurs 11 anyway. Was he in yours, sir?
No, I've seen better, but he was class. I've seen much better.
You put Judas in instead, didn't you? You put Judas in with Lenny.
Because Judas was world class. Yeah, Judas was one of the best centre backs in the world. Hey, it is what it is. Big up to Gerald Goldsmith, who put in a very generous donation. So big up to Have a Hope, all is well. The Spurs corner. No, Gerald. I'm not going to read that out, am I? Come on, Gerald. I appreciate the support. I'm not going to read out shitting on another channel. Please, anyone watching, please get over to Tottenham Away's new channel, the Spurs Corner. Please don't nearly trip me up. Please don't do that. Come on, let's not do that, Gerald. Appreciate that. This one I'll read out. It's a great show, Sava, on a wet day. Lubo, chill. Yeah, Lubo got a bit irate, didn't he? He got a little bit. He always gets irate when you talk about Archie Gray. He really does. Big up to you, Gerald. Very generous indeed. Big up to Clivey Baby. Big up Clivey Baby. In 5 years, Arsenal spends 771 million euros. Spurs 650 million euros.
Yep.
Mate, it is recruitment. Yes.
Yep.
No doubting. Daniel Levy and the board spent a lot of money, but we spent it badly. And what Arsenal did is they bought quality. We bought quantity. There's a huge difference. Absolutely agree with you. Big up Clivey Baby, and big up to Dean Law, always in here with the super stickers. Really do appreciate
he is the
you.
Harry Kane of super stickers, isn't he, Dean Law?
He is the king of the super stickers. Yeah, there's a few that do it, but he definitely is. Let me just see who's live so I can send you over. But bearing in mind, this is my second stream of the day because the first stream was in some sort of weird view, wasn't it? Right, who's live? Is anyone live? We've been going for 5 hours. I'll send you over to who's live. Deji is live. I'll send you over to Football Inc.'s live. Who's live? Deji Football. I'll send you over to Johnny and Sean. Something about Turkish football in chaos. I don't know what that's about. Get over there, find out. Just say FHTV or Savaray. Lubo, thank you. Danny, thank you. Philly, thank you. Much love. Take care. And come on, you Spurs.